Aielco, The Lost Island, Stormborn Saga Book 6, written by J.T. Williams, copyright 2018. Part 1, Return to Suia. Fadis sat with Evri on the rooftop terrace where just last night the decision was made of their next path. With a deep red hue to the rising sun, they looked over mugs of dark tea and small sweet cookies that Nana insisted were the best in this region of Taria. "Do you know where we will actually be traveling to? Is it far?" Evri asked. Yvorn did not say. In fact, when I cornered him over the subject, he just said far and tapped my shoulder. "We go north," Valrin said from behind them. "North?" Fadis asked. "How far?" "The Wind Temple of Suia. There is an observatory there. Yvorn says we cannot find the island we seek without their assistance." "Damn," Fadis replied. "Where does he speak of?" Evri asked. "The glacial seas in the far north. It is where Evium grew up." "Speaking of Evium," Valrin said, "have you seen her?" Fadis motioned upward with his eyes. "Up there." She had been standing on the upper tower of the keep since well before sunrise. "Yvorn was looking for her." "He found her," Fadis said. "I caught him coming back down from there earlier. He went off into the woods to gather herbs that had not been destroyed by fire." "I wish to tend to the ship. We need to get moving before we miss the fleeing tide off the coast." "Indeed. I'll talk to Evium. Let her know." Fadis left Evri, going back into the castle and to the keep. From there, he ascended an inner stairwell. He noticed that the halls did not smell as foul as they had before. It seemed the castle attendants were working hard to get the stench of death and battle from the floors and walls. Already, many houses were well on their way to being rebuilt, even in the early hours. The elves had worked tirelessly to rebuild. Not to mention he could already see elven construction in the nearby woods. The upper keep of the tower had an observatory that had not been used in some time. Dust on many books and parchments scattered around was to the point that Fadis was careful where he stepped as he went to the wooden ladder that led him to the outside of the tower. As he emerged on the next level, he noticed Evium meditating atop the wall. He did not want to disturb her, half because he didn't want to mess up what she was doing, but also because he was worried he'd startle her. "I am not so easily startled," she said. "Of course, but I didn't expect to see you sitting on the edge of the walls." "The ocean breeze is better." Fadis walked up beside her and leaned over the ledge. Now, on the lower terrace, Kirla had joined Evri. She still had his bow. "She likes you," Evium said. "Oh?" Fadis replied, trying to seem surprised. "You can keep the memory of your once love and love her. You must not be afraid of the future. There are enough frightening things upon the world without you creating your own. There are terrors old and new." Her tone seemed to change. She closed her eyes tightly, but then stood up, looking at him. "Our journey takes us far north again, but Yvorn says that we only need to go north for a time." "Does he not know where this place is?" "No, he does. But he is worried." Fadis stared at her as her eyes traced to the ground and back up at him. "As are you?" "This place we go to, I have seen it in my dreams. Ranger, I would not go here if it were not the will of the Stormborn. There is evil there, evil that once was of our realm and that I am tied to. The island, it is a place that was not always as it is now. It was once the stronghold of power for the Scourge Siren, a terror to Avern's lands, and my mother. Avern has told me to not give my thoughts power, but my thoughts are my power. I see and feel all that is around me, and sometimes just allowing you to keep your private thoughts is difficult. I have not been meditating like I need to in order to keep my mind calm. By the way, Ranger, your thoughts of Kirla are no different from her own. Protect her as you do your son. One needs you more than the other right now. She committed her life to killing the king, and now she has. She will question her next paths. Do not let her wander now. I am torn to what I should do beyond our coming path. I know. Only you can make the choice to follow your son and the events that will play out in Taria, or stay committed to the Stormborn. For myself, I have but one path, and I must stay concentrated upon it. But I'm afraid, Fadis, as you were returning south. But you fell back into your old ways, recommitted. Though I have never been to the place of my mother, feel a calling upon the air. Whatever remains of her knows my path. She was destroyed, but I feel a part of her remains there. Fadis embraced Aieclo. I have not known you long, but your wisdom and power are something beyond myself. If I can fight the demons of my own mind in return, I believe you can too. Come, let us go down to the others. We need to set out soon. Fadis and Aieclo returned to the lower level, running into King Suvasel and Ruach just before reaching the library. Ranger, Ruach said, you and your companions set out to seek the Verit Gamblers? Indeed. Here, the elf said, pushing a large wrapped item to him. He unwrapped it, revealing an elven longbow inlaid with silver with a string that was nearly invisible. From Fickmark Maris, rare creatures as of late, but as a gift for your service to our kingdom. Fadis bowed to Ruach and the king. A bow? I almost feel guilty taking such an item. Suvasel laughed. Coming from the ranger who took a most precious bow, or so I understand it to be true. It is. Suvasel smiled. I worry little of old trinkets, even one such as that bow. I care more for the person wielding such items. This bow was one of my own, an item I used against the orcs of the southern lands. Embrace your new family. Your son is your own, but he is precious to his elven kin. We would hold you and those of this crew the same. If you go to the others, they have already returned to the underground port. We will go with you there. They proceeded together to the underground port. As they went through the king's chamber, Fadis noticed all the king's furniture had been removed, and now elven weapons lined the walls. We donated many of our weapons to the defenders of this castle, Suvasel said. Many of the arms and armor they had were broken or lost on the battlefield below, and while some weapons were recovered, we suspect with nightfall more of our enemy will return. As for the furniture, it was taken to the villagers to be used to rebuild their houses, as much as could be. I wanted to toss it off the cliff, but the trees in this region are weak already from the blight of the vampires. We must conserve what wood we have. Walking down the stairwell, they reached the hidden port, and Fadis noticed there were elves working to clear the ruins. We found a path, Evry said. It leads into one of the side rooms of the castle, but was blocked long ago by wreckage. We hope to return the ruins beneath the castle to a working form of its former glory. I have sent word to Vumark and Verit alike. They will be sending forces by the sea for this castle. We shall hold this ground and the Varmark woodlands in its entirety. We have the hands and weapons. I hope your journey will be a swift one, Fadis. Fadis turned to the king and bowed. Thank you for the gift, and you have my promise. We'll do what we must to obtain the services of these assassins. The king nodded to him, and then looked up to Valrin at the helm of the Aela Sunrise. Do you have what your ship needs for the journey? Yes, we were well stocked at Sailmark. Suvasel looked at Evry. You are once again a leaf of Sailmark. With further honor as you completed your last task, I charge you with yet another. Yes, King. If the Verit Gamblers refuse all offers and will not help us, kill them. It will be done. Evry bowed and departed. Fadis looked to the king. Kill them. I will not have their services bought by any other seeking to overthrow the elves. Your son is beyond skilled. His blessings by Aether shall not be ignored. I know he is not the boy you perhaps expected, but all children grow. Some grow faster than others. Elves have many hundreds of years to do what he did in a mere blink, in the lifetime of an elf. I am proud he wears the armor of our people. You should be too. We are about to depart, Evern said from behind Fadis. Fadis bowed and went to turn to go with Evern when the king stopped them. Shadow Elf, Ruach spoke to me of your bravery. What of it? The king's speech was slow. The high elves of the West. We have never agreed with your kind. You do not need to apologize to me. Shadow elves are asinine jerks, but most of the high elves are the same. Ruach is a proud warrior. He charged into the enemy on multiple occasions, leaving his kin several paces behind him so he could fight the enemy first. I did as I would do for any I believed in. I go so near my homeland now that I swear I will smell the sacrificial altars burning on the shoreline, and my stomach is sick. I do it for the greater good, for I have done enough for those deemed evil by both elves and shadow elves alike. The king bowed. Very well, Evern. You have the respect of the elves of the West. Evern looked to Fadis and then walked toward the ship. Fadis bowed to the king once more and then joined Evern on the ship. Not even any pleasantries? Fadis asked him. I didn't drive a dagger into this throat. By my standard, that's pleasant enough. Captain, are we ready to cast off? We are, Valrin said. The Aela Sunrise glowed a faint white. The crystals on the deck spun to life, and as Evern went to cast off the lines, Suvasel was ready and did it for them. Thank you, Evern said. Safe journeys, the king said. We of the West bid you all go with the blessings of Etha. Valrin guided the ship out of the caves and into the ocean. He turned the bow of the ship north and breathed a sigh of relief. He was heading back to where he wished to be. Fadis joined him at the helm, he too breathing a sigh of relief. The others went about the deck of the ship, not saying much, and Aviam sat meditating near the bow. Fadis looked back to the castle on the cliffs, seeing the residual smoke rising high into the sky, and then beyond it, a spire of the elves visible from the sea itself. That is indeed massive, Bry said. They built that so quickly. In time, it will be thrown down, Evern said. They act as if they corner rats in a basement. Their enemy is cunning and skilled. Even with the power of that Rusus, I wonder how long they can last. That is why we must not fail, Valrin said. Do you think these Verit Gamblers can kill the vampire lords? Fadis asked. They are shadow elves. That is what they do. If they cannot do it, I fear none of us can, not even the leaves of Sailmark. The cliffs of Taria faded from view behind them, and as the sea answered their return to the north with tumultuous waves that forced the ship up and down, Valrin held the wheel steady. Most of those on deck went below, but Fadis remained with Valrin. The storm that rolled across the sky in front of them was just missing them, and Fadis watched as the angry storm struck the ocean with multiple lightning strikes. This is home, Valrin said, smiling to Fadis. But Fadis did not feel exactly the same. He smiled back to Valrin, but his mind went to Taria. That was his home for his entire life. He thought to all that burned the night before, and the look of the trees. They were dying, and even the newly built elven structures within the woods seemed dimmed. As much as he wished to feel that he was dedicated to the crew of the Aela Sunrise, he felt truly torn. The waves began to calm, and he saw the others emerge from below. I do not feel so great, Evry said. Here, Evern said, pushing him a small green herb. You said you'd be better when the waves subsided, but this is about as calm as you'll get for now. Take it. I don't want you vomiting all over the deck. Evry was pale and sweating. Reluctantly, he took the herb. Just chew on it, Evern said before he passed Fadis. Stubborn boy, like his father. Valrin brought up the map, twisting a crystal at the helm. An image of the grand glacial seas appeared across the deck. Evry stood up, now appearing a bit dizzy, but with wide eyes in wonder of the map before him. This is Dwemhar. Indeed, Valrin said. A map of the very seas we sail upon. The cloud cover above appears, and it is as if we are looking down high above the ocean. Valrin gave the wheel to Ivern and walked down to the map. We must go northwest. Those at Suia will be surprised to see us. It is an abbey of monks of Dimn. The Wind Temple was my home, Aviam told Every. It will take us some time to get there, Valrin said. Once we are there, Evern said, I can direct our exact path to the island. Have you been there? Every asked. Once, for a time. We were looking for someone. Fadis looked at him. So you know of the island? I knew of it as it was before, not now. The volcano erupted while I was there. In your days when you still worked with your kin? Every asked. No, he said, looking at Aviam. We had a more personal mission. I have never mentioned this, Aviam, and for that I am sorry. When your father and I had our first meeting, he was attempting to earn a staff of potent magical power. Once we parted, I went to my island, but it was not long before he came to me again, in a panic. He said his daughter was in trouble. I went with him. I went to the island of the Scourge Siren to rescue you. The memory is foggy. I was struck while we were attempting to flee with you, but he didn't leave me. I know the island was forever changed, but I still see parts of it, and I remember the Scourge Siren. I had never seen a fight of that magnitude. His eyes trailed off, and he turned from them, going to the edge of the deck. Aveam looked to Fadis, and then to Ivern. I have a way, Aveam said. What? How do you mean? I can enter your memories, but you must allow me. I can see what you saw if it helps us to know where we go. I cannot see how that would help. The place is different. Please, Aveam said. I feel something growing around me. I must see it. I must see her. Fadis knew Evern had deep reservations, and he did not even turn to address her as she walked just behind him. Ivern, please. It could help us, Fadis said. I know what she does. Ranger, you must go with her. You can do that, right? He said, turning to Aviam. I will not fall into the darkness. You are not a full-blooded Dwemhar, and you attempt to walk the path between minds, a dangerous act, particularly with the blood that runs through your veins. Fadis, your body will be as your own now, but in another form, you must pull her back if she dwells too close and you feel the world darkening. Kirla touched Fadis's shoulder. Perhaps you shouldn't. No, I need to. Aviam looked at him, as did Evern. See what you can, Fadis. Try to remember it as I saw it, and we may have some vision that may help us. But this is more for Eviam. Child, please know you are not tied to that which was your mother. You worked for years to focus away from that. I am ready, Evern. Valrin remained silent at the helm as Evorn, Fadis, and Aveam sat cross-legged on the deck of the ship. Bry, Kirla, and Aveam stood around them, but as Aviam closed her eyes with Evorn, her hair began to gently furl. Fadis looked at Every and then Kirla, and then shut his own eyes. He felt his mind in a way he'd never had. He had never even attempted to meditate, and now he could feel Eviam's presence as he had never felt anyone. She was within his mind for a moment, but a second later, he sensed Ivern. It was like standing in a library with plentiful tomes of knowledge, only a hand's reach away but unable to understand the words. He no longer felt the coldness of the glacial seas, but instead, he saw glowing orbs of power where his mind's eye knew Aviam and Evern were. He felt feelings of elation, fear, sadness, and terror, and then it was as if he could open his eyes and he was standing on a beach. Evorn, a voice said. Fadis turned to see Evorn, much younger in appearance, and another man, this one with a staff of wood with a bright blue burning tip. Father, Aviam said. Fadis looked to his right, and though the others appeared as ghosts of fog, as did the world around them, he saw Aviam just as she was standing with him. Evern, we must go. We must go east. Lorlam had tears falling down his face. I trust this is not another quest to obtain something from the gods. My daughter, she is in danger. I do not know. The Scourge Siren to the east. She attempts to decimate her island. Her enemies surround her and come near to killing her. I have been helping. I have been trying to reach Evium. Your daughter? Please, Evern, I know you want to be left alone. Their vision shifted, and they were aboard a small ship. Fadis did not recognize several figures, but he did see Evern. Ahead of them, across the ocean, was a grand mountainous island with smoke rising into the air. She has cracked the ground, Lorlam said. She attempts to activate a crystal hidden deep beneath her tower. It will destroy this region. Again, their vision shifted, and before them was a lush jungle and glowing orbs atop towers in the distant mountains. There were small people who looked of the race of men, yet lived within the trees and were covered with leaves. There was another there, someone Evern seemed to stare at. He is half-orc, Lorlam said. One of my great friends and a cunning warrior. He is not a foe. The next image Fadis saw was a long bridge spanning a molten field. The half-orc ran upon the edge of the bridge, jumping into several females with large staves of fire. He bit one of them, and then using a silver mace to knock the other two from the bridge, he motioned for those behind Fadis and Evium. Evern followed just behind him, as agile and fierce, blocking the spells sent from atop a distant tower. Evern appeared beside them, not as a vision, but as himself. That which played out before them stopped. Blackness surrounded them. Evium, Evern said. I know what comes next. Please, you must not see what is to come. Do you not feel that which surrounds these memories? Why, I have tried to forget them. Evium said nothing, returning to the memories as Evern now stood with them. You tried to prevent us forward? Evium is powerful, but some images are more profound than others. She will see what she seeks. This was nothing more than her searching, even if she does not admit it. Fadis now stood atop a massive tower. The clouds swirled down with blackness, and tornadoes dropped on the grounds far, far below. A voice thundered around them. Come against me, love. Come against that which is the power of the north. There was an explosion of white, and fire blasted over the top of the tower. Fadis saw two glimmers of blue, wards of magic, Evern behind one, and Lorlam behind another. As the white fire subsided, Fadis looked up to see a figure with flowing blonde hair and a brilliant light around her. Mother, Evium said. Lorlam sent several spells as Evern ran and jumped for the Dwemhar high above the tower. Mid-leap, he was grabbed with the Scourge Siren's powers and thrown back down to the tower. Lorlam managed to strike her with a grappling spell that pulled her down. Where is she? The Scourge Siren appeared as a beautiful woman, but from her back there were wings of fire. She flapped them, sprinting forward and driving her clawed hand into Lorlam. Blood poured from the Russus, and he grabbed her arm, driving a knife deep into her chest. Magic exploded between the two of them, and they were thrown to opposite sides of the tower. From high above, an orb descended, and through Evern's eyes. They saw a child sleeping. The ground quaked. Towers of lava shot up around them. The skies echoed with thunder, and stones of fire rained down upon them. Aether strikes! Lorlam shouted out. End this, please! Do not allow yourself to be destroyed! Evium's mother stood, flapping her wings of fire, sending ash across the tower. Evern ran forward, lashing out with his staff and sending a blast of fire streaming with shadow, his own blood magic sapping himself of life force to strike the Scourge Siren. Lorlam sent another blast of lightning, and the Scourge Siren leaped, but Evern followed with his attack, striking her, sending her into a spiral landing just beside the child that was Evium. She stood up, shaking, her mouth bleeding, her wings crumbling off her. Burning stones struck the top of the tower. Avern and Lorlam shielded themselves as several shards struck the Scourge Siren. A glowing form appeared atop the tower. "The gods of the north come. You shall not destroy this place as you wish. I am Ether, and you know my power. We threw down those of the Dwemhar who created such weapons. We shall not let you do the same." Aveum's mother reached for her within the protective orb. "This child was created by love, love long lost," she cried out angrily, pointing at Lorlam. "She is a being of power, my heir, the one who wields my crown in time, but one who shall not allow you, Ether goddess, to stop her mother. She gives her life for me." The Scourge Siren drew a dagger of white fire and raised it above her head, Aveum, a sleeping child beneath her, powerless. Avern and Lorlam converged at once, but it was the goddess Ether, drawing back a bow of starlight, sending an arrow of light for the Scourge Siren, who paused the sacrifice. With a blast that blinded Avern, the Scourge Siren was thrown back. Avern could not see. He could feel waves of energy blowing over the tower, and he saw Aveum, her eyes open and wide in terror. He grabbed the child, looking back to Lorlam, holding a ward to shield the rage of the Scourge Siren from lashing out against Aveum. "Flee! Go!" Avern cradled Aveum in his arms and ran down the tower. The vision shifted again. They saw the half-orc atop the mountain, and Avern looked back to the distant mountains and fires burning high into the sky. The next bit of the vision that Fadis saw, they were aboard the ship. Lorlam held Aveum in his arms. He was severely burned but had escaped the Scourge Siren. "She is not safe with me," he said to Avern. "I must ensure she is safe, ensure she does not become like her mother." With that, the vision ended, but they remained connected and surrounded by white fogs. Aveum was crying. Avern embraced her. "Your father loved you. It was by the blessing of the gods he survived." She embraced him, tears falling from her face. "You carried me from that place. You rescued me." For a moment, Fadis saw a tear in Avern's eye. "I did, but it is only one good deed in a slew of thousands of bad ones." "I am her heir," Aveum said. Avern took a deep breath. I was created, to be her heir, to become the scourge she was." "But we will not allow that," Avern said to her. "I am evil. I always knew." Avern opened his eyes. "No, do not." "I must see, Avern." Fadis suddenly saw fire around them and darkness closing in. He looked to Aveum and grabbed her, pulling upward but not truly knowing what he was even doing. Cold struck him, and he could see nothing. "Fadis!" Avern shouted. "What?" he said, opening his eyes. He was back on the deck of the Aela Sunrise. His nose was bleeding. Avern hovered above him. "Good. She protected you. She attempted to go deeper. I knocked her back. I've dealt with Dwemhar before, but she was already in trouble the moment we were out of my memory." Fadis sat up to find Aveum unconscious. Bry stroked her head. "What happened?" Bry asked. "She delved too deep. She saw that which I and those of Suia have kept from her. She is the heir to the Scourge Siren, and her mother attempted to kill her to save her own self. Now, Aveum identifies as what she was meant to be, the heir to what her mother built. The place we go to," he said, staring at Fadis. "We are nearly at Suia," Valrin said. "What?" Avern asked. "Much time has passed," Evry said. "Over half a day." Fadis looked up to see the island looming closer. They were almost there. "She can rest here," Avern said. "She needs it." Part 2. The Observatory. As they came upon the docks of the small island of the glacial seas, they saw Sautoa, head of the monks of Suia, standing upon the docks as if he were waiting for them. As they brought their vessel up to the moorings, several other monks came out to assist in securing the ship. It had been some time since they had been here, but Valrin felt a strange comfort in returning to this place. This was once Avium's home, and the place she was kept to be trained to use her powers effectively and push down the negative energies tied to her mother. Eivor went to the railing. "We need your assistance." Fadis and Bry carried Evium off the ship, much to the sudden disdain of the monks. "Has she been struck by some spell?" Sautoa asked. "She knows more of her mother," Eivor said. "We had other intentions of coming here, but for now she needs rest. I must speak with you in private." Valrin and the others disembarked, following behind Bry and Fadis. "Stormborn," Sautoa said, "I have prayed for fair winds from Dim. It seems your journey was a success. You stopped the Barb King and brought peace to these seas." "For a time," Valrin said. "Much happens to the south." "I have heard whispers of much, but for now rest. Rest and be calm." They proceeded into the temple, and Bry and Fadis took Avium to a place for her to rest off the main chamber. Valrin and the others proceeded to where they had rested before on their first journey to this place. As Valrin and Kirla stared out of the large windows of the circular room, Eivor paced. "What is it?" Valrin asked. "Nothing that can be dealt with here. Avium worries me." "You said she was sleeping," Kirla said. "Indeed she is, but her waking mind is what I fear." Fadis and Bry came back to the room with Sautoa. "Sautoa, let us speak. The others, they need rest and food while we wait for nightfall." "Of course, we will see to that." "Fadis," Eivor said, "you were part of Avium's experience. Come, we must all talk." Fadis followed Eivor and Sautoa. They went past all the areas where Fadis and the others had been in the earlier journey, and came to an outside terrace where a large fiery furnace warmed the walls of the balcony. The darkening sky was clear, and the deep orange of the sunset to the west beyond, where the dark storm still stretched over the seas, caught Fadis's eyes for a moment. Eivor and Sautoa were sitting on a bench. "She looked into my memories," Eivor said. "Why would you let her?" "You know she would have anyway when I was sleeping or whenever. Dwemhar of her kind cannot be controlled." "So she draws upon her mother's power more than Lor Lam's?" "Yes, she uses both, but in instances of great fear or need for power, she summons the Dwemhar energies. She is troubled, spurred on by our time in the south, and the vampires who now threaten Sailmark and the Taria region. There were dark omens there, omens that I believe woke that which slept in her mind." Sautoa shook his head, staring into the fire. She cannot remember that night upon the high fells of the Scourge Siren's tower. "She was awake as I carried her from that place. The imprint is upon her mind. Now she has seen what her mother attempted. She has seen what her destiny was meant to be from her mother's conception of her until she was pulled from Aieclo." "Eivor, she must stay here." "Stay here? Do you really wish to anger her?" "She knows the path of peace," Sautoa said. "We cannot let her wander the open seas." "We need to go back there, back to the place her mother was." "You cannot take her to that island. We do not know if she was even actually killed." "What?" Fadis asked. "I know the stories of the Scourge Siren, a legend to the race of men, but a nightmarish tale. She was an ancient form, a beast. I had always thought it was just a story, but at least I believed her destroyed." "Etha struck her. We know that. The Shadow Elves claim she is dead," Sautoa said. "Her power was deep and darker than any, but many came against her. If something of her remains, be it now or later, it will call out to Aivium." Eivor looked to Sautoa. "We both knew this, Lorlam charged you with protecting her and preventing her from losing herself. Forcing her to remain here as a prisoner is not the way to deal with this. Sautoa began to pace, looking across the ocean. Yes, I agree. But that island has not been traveled to in some time, a difficult place to find unless you know what to look for. When I and Lorlam came here before, it was not difficult. You know the way. Sautoa stared at Avern. Then, I wanted to help. Now, I'm not too sure. Why do you wish to go there? Verit Gamblers of Aieclo. I know not of these Verit Gamblers. Aieclo is in ruins. The ruins of Aieclo are on that island. That island is not what it was. The Scourge Siren split that place with an eruption of lava. The great trees to the east are but skeletons. Only the southwest tip is believed to still be intact, protected by the magic of old. Then that is where we will land. Evurn, Sautoa said, sitting down again. Taking her there could be a trigger that reverses everything. Is this what the Stormborn wants? Valrin seeks to assist the elves of the south. A great evil, the ones of the vampire god of old, have come upon the lands and summon a blight that saps the lands and brings destruction to the inhabitants of the realms. My son fights in this war, Fadis said. I sought to help him, and in so Valrin wishes to see my path through. So, you seek this island to defeat these vampires? What could be there? Assassins, shadow elves. Shadow elves are to the southeast of here. You know I cannot go there, Evurn said. Sautoa glared at Evurn. One must face their old fears at some time, but I see you seek these assassins. Yes, I will prepare the observatory. I will also tend to Avium. The others will be eating. Join them, rest, and then as night takes the ocean, we will meet in the observatory. Sautoa departed, leaving Evurn and Fadis. I knew you had a past. I just didn't know exactly what that was, Fadis said. Do not worry of me, Ranger. I assist the Stormborn, and by my reckoning, one of these crazy fiasco quests will take my life, and I will forever not worry of what I run from. Will you never return home? My island? I sure as the seas hope so, but no, the Shadowlands are no home to me, nor would I ever consider that place a home. My story is not simply one as yours. I run from much more than a king who wishes me dead. While they both joined the others to eat, it was the sudden awakening of Avium a bit later that stirred them from their meal. I am sorry, she said to Evurn. He embraced her. It is what it is now. I had done my part to protect you as your father wanted. I spoke with Sautoa. I am fine now. Troubled, yes, but do not fear. I have control of my own mind in this. I am here to keep my oath to your father. I will always protect you, Avium. Even before my time under Valrin, my task has been to protect you. Evaeum smiled. Sautoa awaits us. He said the observatory is ready. They ascended a large circular flight of stairs just behind the main entryway, climbing up several levels and to the peak of the Wind Temple of Suia. It was here they saw a grand statue at the top of the stairs. Emerging into a massive room, they looked through the columns to the skies that surrounded the mountain. The statue is Suia, Evaeum said. This is the place Dimon came upon the pinnacle of the mountain and told him to find this temple. Fadis noticed the statue had the imagery of an elf with a staff of what appeared to be a whirlwind in his right hand and a glowing orb in his left. This way, Evaeum said. She took them to the right to another large room visible through the columns and up another large stairwell that jutted out over the island itself. Great torches lit their path forward, and through two large silver doors, they proceeded to a large open courtyard with a stone obelisk at the center of a snow-covered floor. The air around them was frigid. Sautoa waited for them, his arms crossed. As Fadis and the others stepped onto the snow-covered floor, the ground around them began to glow. The obelisk at the center began to glow faintly before ripples of energy shot from the tip of the obelisk to the columns around them, each glowing and vibrating with a melodic sound. This place was a gift from the gods, though the place was already a holy one for viewing and tracking the stars, Sautoa began. It is the structures around you that make it an observatory in more ways than you yet know. I believe Captain Valrin and his crew shall recognize some of this. The obelisk shot light through the snow on the ground as Valrin and the others stood on what was an elevated platform that overlooked the area of the obelisk. Fadis looked up as a green ribbon of the polar lights rippled across the sky above them. At one time, we of the temple only looked above. While it still is important to remember the gods of the north and their guidance in our daily lives, it is not a place in the stars that we must chronicle this night, Sautoa said, pointing at the snowy ground before them. You wish to find a voyaging path that is not as typical ships go. On the ground before them, the image of a massive island appeared, just as it would have from the deck of the Aela Sunrise. The island itself had a massive volcanic crater in its center, with 2 lakes on either side of the crater. One lake burned with fire. The other was dark and cold. Most of what could be seen on the island was ashen and shadowy, but there was one region to the southwest where it appeared the light remained. The Delkians remain, Evern said. It does seem, Sautoa said, but nothing is sure until you get there. Others know the ways and have since the times of the Scourge. There is much treasure hidden on the island and plenty brave enough to attempt to find it. Now, the path there. They now saw an image from much higher. Sautoa opened a jar he had been hiding in his hands. Ocean souls, lost to fire and ice. Unite with light of heaven's tears, show us the way, from the memories of years. Sautoa blew the dust from the jar across the floor, where the obelisk's light showed them the image they saw. He looked up to the stars, and the polar lights seemed to twist in a circle, encasing certain stars in several spots. Their light grew brightly, and upon the ground, several stars appeared along the image. This ash, taken from those lost at sea and in the cold of the winter, is blessed by the gods to show safe passage to a place most difficult to get to. The currents around that island shift and turn, making any set path that directly proceeds toward it difficult. This path takes you north of the island. You'll be brought along the coast, and as we have seen, you should seek the Delkians, a peaceful bit of tiny folk, inhabitants of the island and left to their solitude until the occupation by the Scourge Siren. It is them I deem you seek out if you are to find what you seek of Aieclo. Why do we not seek Aieclo? Valrin asked. The shadow elves we met before stated Aieclo was where they were. Aieclo is destroyed, Evern said. It was a Dwemhar city once on this island, but lost even before the island became the stronghold of the Scourge Queen. It was a city powered by the eternal fires beneath the island. Its towers were beacons upon the mountain ranges. Their power shielded it from all that would come against it, and while some of those beacons remain, most were destroyed by the time of the Scourge Queen. A long, forgotten time that even I do not know of. The Delkians are peaceful people, once much more plentiful, but friendly to those who are friendly to them. I knew their chief from my time when I went there before. So we sail north from here and let the currents take us along the western edge? Valrin asked. You will proceed through the straits of the jagged peaks, a dueling place of ancient creatures. Their bones stick up from the ocean floor, massive towers of glacial ice encasing bone. From there, you will proceed east. A most perilous route, but your ship is beyond most. The obelisk darkened, and Sautoa closed his eyes, lifting his hands to the sky. Gods of the north, watch over this crew. May the lights of Wura give you comfort, and may Dimmen fill your sails and push you toward your end goals. Thank you, Sautoa, Evern said. We can rest on the way, but I do deem we set sail immediately. Sautoa looked at Aivium. I do wish you'd consider not going, he told her. But I know you. You have your father's will, his zeal, and in truth, your mother's determination. As I told you when I told you of your parents for the first time, no one person determines your path. You are a guardian of the seas, sailing under the foretold Stormborn. You are not the conqueror and tormentor that was your mother. Embrace that and secure your path to your destiny, for I do not see you dying upon these seas or the islands to the north, nor do I see you taking the path that your mother did. But you will be tested. Eivor placed his hand on her back. And I'll be here to guide you as your father would have wanted. Fadis was surprised by the empathy he was seeing from Eivor. With all his prejudices against his own people, not to mention others, with his darker love of that which would make others squirm, he deeply cared for Aivium. I am ready, Aivium said. I must not allow my fear to control me. I must honor my father and Eivor's strife to protect me, she said, looking at Eivor. They faced their fears, assailed the island fortress of the Scourge Siren, and pulled me from my death. And I'd do it again, Eivor said. But that place is more a crypt than anything else at this point, so it should remain. We shall seek those needed by the people to the south. We thank you, Sautoa, for what you've done for us. As the group began to depart, heading for the docks, Fadis and Kirla hung back with Eivium. You have seemed more troubled even though you are better, Kirla said. I do not know you as the others have, but I have seen a change in you. I may not have Evern's powers, but any one of the crew who needs my sword will have it. Thank you, Kirla. It was fate that drew us upon the shore in Taria to come upon you, Riller and your father. The workings of the gods know more than we do. Perhaps this was truly fate. Fadis seems to like having you around, so that is good. He was grumpy before. As Aivium walked ahead of them, exiting the temple, Fadis and Kirla awkwardly walked beside one another, not talking. Fadis glanced over to her and noticed she had a small smile, but she looked at him and closed her eyes as she then changed her expression and hit him in the shoulder. You just need a strong person to push you around. She began to laugh, and he grabbed her arm, pulling her into him and embracing her. He held her, his heart racing, but he felt a chill roll over his entire body that was not from the cold air of outside. She was tense at first, but then she relaxed, falling into his arms. He felt as if all his past transgressions vanished. The sorrow he had carried with him fled, and as he looked in her eyes, her determined glance she held at most times fell away. For a moment, they both felt a peace unlike either of them had felt in some time. Let's go, he said at last. A breath of relaxation exhaled. She smiled at him, and they continued to the ship. Bry, let's assure that crystal is free of ice, Valrin said, pointing to one of the crystals on the front of the ship. How did this happen? She said, using a small blade to knock the ice from one of the deck crystals that ran along the rails. It is colder now, Eivor said. It will likely be even colder in the place we go to. How can it be colder? Evry asked. This entire place is frozen. How can it actually get any colder? It isn't called the glacial seas for its warm, sunny beaches, Fadis teased. Sautoa and several other monks came with large coats. Take these, Sautoa said, as the monks handed them down to Fadis and Kirla, who were closest to the docks. They are made of dragon hide with phoenix feathers. They shall keep you warm in cold places and be as armor when foul things come against you. A phoenix? Kirla asked. I had heard such creatures were not real. Phoenixes live in volcanoes, Evan said. Quite a real creature and an angry one if not shown proper respect. They care little for anything beyond themselves, quite an annoying bird. Some would say they're worse than dragons. That's hard to believe, Fadis said. Let's just avoid dragons and phoenixes, Evry said. Such creatures do not fare well for those in a ship like this, not to mention larger ships. You have a non-believer, Sautoa said to Valrin. "He will learn in time," Valrin said. "Take care during your passage north," Sautoa said. "The seas were home to giants, and some giants may still remain, but perhaps the cold will keep them from awakening still. It is said that only great fire or magic is capable of waking the sleeping beasts, but the seers of old histories have been wrong before." Every seemed shocked, but Fadis and Valrin both laughed. Evern bowed to Sautoa. "We thank you for all your assistance." "As any old friend would do, I pray again that Dimmon watches over you, and may Etha protect you as she has many times when needed by the heroes of the North." The mooring lines were thrown off the docks, and the Aela Sunrise drifted away. Valrin raised the sails and turned the ship to the right. He would pass around the edge of the island and then turn them north. Fadis went to Valrin, looking back to those of Suia as he handed a coat to Valrin and donned his own. "Quite warm," Valrin said. "Indeed." "I got some coffee from the monks," Bry said. "Dwarven traders still come this way, or so they say." "Rortho may still be around," Fadis said. "Rortho?" Every asked. "The dwarven hammer song? I know that one." "Yes, he helped us greatly against the Barb King. It was shortly after our first time here. I believe the once king of Sailmark had an audience with him. He was an upstanding dwarf by dwarven standards, as he called him." "Rortho and his hammer song saved our lives," Fadis said. "I had hope he'd escape the terror that was the island of the Barb King. When did you see him?" "Sometime before you arrived. He came by sea, as did you. Was headed to Seer, I believe." "That'd be someone we'd want on our side," Valrin said. "Let's pray he still is after everything that has transpired so far," Kirla said. They were headed north, the island of Suia falling out of view as Valrin kept a strong northern heading. He remembered the last time he left Suia, the Crystal Caves, and even the first good captain he met, Edanos of the truest bliss. He wished Edanos could see what he was doing now. The Aela Sunrise cut across the slightly choppy waters with ease, moving through several ice flows, and with the moon above them still crowned in several ribbons of the polar lights, he exhaled the cold air, warm in his coat of phoenix and dragon. He wondered why they had not given these coats the first time they came through. Fadis had gone below deck. Everyone, for the most part, was lying down, even after drinking the coffee Bry had made. He couldn't sleep. He looked over to Every, happy to have his son with them, and then looked to Kirla and simply smiled. He went to go back above deck, and Rossi coiled on top of Avern's legs and hissed at him as he went to go up the stairs. "What?" The snake struck just where he was about to put his hand and bit into a stowaway spider that made a nice nighttime snack for the snake. "Ha! Well, I hope you enjoyed it." As the snake finished its tiny morsel of a midnight meal, Fadis stepped aboard the deck. He glanced over at Valrin, the stalwart captain who had barely changed his gaze off the horizon as he guided the ship. The fact he needed no sleep while at the helm was something Fadis still found strange. As Fadis glanced around their surroundings and the vastness of the northern seas, he walked up to the helm. "Evern says we will most likely be seeing the rising sun before we come to the place of monsters, and to that, he said not to worry." Fadis laughed. "Well, as much as he does not like to admit it, he has quite the experience fighting beasts. It doesn't surprise me." "It feels so much better to be off the land," Valrin said. "I had nearly forgotten the sheer thrill of being on the wide-open glacial seas, but this will always beat being on land." Fadis just saw this as a means to the end of their journey now, Kirla and his journey. He hadn't thought about the Stormborn tasks or the Aela Sunrise, only helping Every kill the king before and finding his son before that. Now his mind was on finding these assassins and getting back to Sailmark. He glanced at the young boy Valrin, seeing such a vast difference between Every and him. Every, under the elven trees, had grown more than he would have and looked closer to his mid to late 20s, Valrin remained that as he was, a child in Fadis's eyes. A child who was the captain of perhaps the most important vessel of the age, with a task given to him by the ancient Dwemer to protect the seas against a greater threat, and not to sail south and nearly be killed by dwarves. He was torn thinking of his exact next path. He didn't even know for sure of where they sailed to. All these other thoughts were worthless to him right now, so he put them far from his mind. They had to find the Verit Gamblers of Aieclo. That was all he knew for sure now. Though Valrin, of course, stayed at the helm, Fadis went below deck. Sleep was warranted, and even though he did not do much to become more tired, his eyes were heavy. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. He awoke to hear Evern's voice above deck and the ship rolling to the right. The others had awoken too, but none had jumped up. They were now, with Fadis, emerging atop the deck first. Massive monoliths of black and silver stone rose up like teeth from beneath the waves. Fadis glanced around them and saw hundreds of the stone pillars. "These are the bones of long-dead titans," Evern said. "We should all be happy they are dead. At least I hope they are all dead." Part 3. Titans. Icy water broke across the deck, sending pieces of ice rolling from one side to the next. The Aela Sunrise jerked from one extreme to the next, just missing several jagged spikes of bone and ice. Fadis gripped the center mass as Evern stood beside Valrin. Evium, Kirla, Bry, and Evry emerged on deck. "I have never seen such strange formations," Evry said, just before Valrin wheeled left, throwing all of them to grab something to steady themselves. "These are bones," Fadis said. "These creatures fought one another to the death, and this is all that remains." "Is that what happened, Ranger?" Evern laughed. "No, most of these creatures were defeated in battle with the heroes of old, or perhaps it was a game of the gods, and we simply see the mess we left." "Gods have time to kill for fun?" Bry asked. "The gods have time for whatever they want unless it is actually to be useful in most cases," Evern said. "Yes, I can say little of the gods, but Ether is why we are alive. Ether is one of the few who does act, sometimes at seemingly random times," Evern said. "Ether blesses the elves," Evry told her. "We are taught from a young age the prayers to the goddess. She will watch over us through these straits." "Ether can watch over what she wishes," Evern said. "Aside from saving both Evium and me from what befell the city of the vampires, Ether had a direct hand in the island of Aieclo. One day, her interventions in the affairs of the living realm will be her downfall." "She is actually who caused the destruction?" Evium asked. "Some, mostly in the northern part of the island. The Scourge Siren did enough on her own." Evium glanced down. "My mother, you mean?" "Sure, she carried you, and for a time you were in her presence. Hardly a mother. You can create a child, and your actions can mean you are no more than an animal, creating life and then abandoning it to the wolves. Hardly a mother, more of an animal." Evium fell into deep thought, staring outward. Fadis was no Dwemhar, but he could tell Evium felt something beyond Evern's words. The ship passed through the walls of a chest cavity. The ribs of some monstrous creature passed on either side of them, and the water was mostly calm in this stretch of ocean. Fadis glanced over, seeing several of the ribs cracked in a swath that went from one part of the creature to the end of it. Several bones, now covered in ice, were obviously broken from the rest of the creature. As they emerged on the other side of the creature, they came to the calm waters of what appeared to be a cove. To their sides they could see the walls of bones and ice that kept the rougher sea from this patch of water. Evern walked down from the helm, pushing past those on the deck and looking out from the front of the ship. "This is not a place we should be," he said. "We must turn back. There is no path from these waters." Valrin turned the vessel, making for the open path once again, just for a blast of cold air to rush over them, pulling the ship away from the passage. A maelstrom began to spin beneath them. The Aela Sunrise lurched sideways, and the ship fought Valrin. Bry ran up to the wheel, and the two of them forced the direction of the vessel, breaking from the maelstrom, but moving more into the calm waters. Valrin jerked his sight back and forth. "Ivern, do you see a way out?" "No, we'll need to make our own." "Just what I was thinking." Valrin engaged the many crystals along the ship, and the Aela Sunrise shot across the water. He turned to the east, forcing his heading toward one of the walls of bone. Something struck beneath them, cutting their momentum and sending the back end of the ship out of the water. Valrin turned the wheel again, aiming for the eastern wall. "We'll get to the icy barrier and melt it. That seems the best idea at the moment." They struck something again. This time, the ship was not just turned from its heading, but picked up from the water and moved across the surface. They were now facing the wrong way. Valrin turned the vessel. They were just across the middle of the calm waters, but bubbles rose around them. "Bry, Avium, join me in discouraging any dirty tentacles from gripping our ship. I think I know what this is," Evorn shouted. Avorn went to the edge of the ship and angled his staff downward. He sent a blast of energy, and Fadis felt something bump on the hull beneath his feet. "Here!" Bry shouted. She sent a bolt of lightning into the water, just as Aveum did the same from another part of the ship. Valrin kept their heading the same, but was watching around them. Kirla and Fadis drew their bows back and sent arrows into what they could see just beneath the surface of the water. Aveum and Bry both sent their spells into the water again. A moment later, the ship struck something again. This time, the vessel was forced out of the water. The aft of the ship was suspended upward, and Kirla, Aveum, and Bry rolled down to the front of the ship, nearly through the railings. But then they were released. The Aela Sunrise crashed back down. Avern had been holding on to a center column and quickly went to the edge. Fadis ran over to him with Kirla. Multiple tentacles moved up the side of the ship. "Is this an actual sea monster?" "Worse. It beat the others around us. This is no mere sea monster." The tentacles rose like high walls, blocking the sight of the sea on the side of the ship. Fadis drew his sword, running toward one of the tentacles and cutting into it. Kirla sent several arrows into it, but beyond a now bleeding tentacle, they were not able to break through. "Into the water," Bry said, sending her attacks from the other side. "A kraken has a mouth beneath the surface. Let's teach this creature why you do not mess with the Aela Sunrise." Aveum and Bry began sending their chain lightning attacks into the water, and Aveum even sent a blast of Dwemhar energy, sending a shockwave into the depths. "This is a titan, not a kraken. No squid becomes the champion in these waters," Evern said. "Valrin, angle the weapons of the ship. Burn this beast." Valrin reached for the crystal levers, adjusting the one until the deck crystals began to spin. First, he sent a blast of fire from the side of the ship, cutting through the tentacles and causing the entire ship to lurch again. Then, the center mast of the ship glowed brightly. He sent another blast of energy into the water to their left, another attack into the creature where Avium and Bry's attack had done little. This one shook the grip the many tentacles had on the ship. They were floating again. Valrin engaged the ship's energies. They moved forward. Fadis looked behind them at the mass of tentacles shaking in the water, and then the creature vanished beneath the surface. The Aela Sunrise made it near the barrier wall they had been headed to. Valrin engaged the ship's weapons and sent several streams of fire into the ice, melting it with ease to the surprise of Avorn, who had kept bouncing between the sides of the ship, watching for the fiend they had somehow escaped before. The ice gave way to bone, and they could see the sea beyond the place they were. Avorn, Avium, and Bry used their magic to further break a pathway through the ice and bone, and soon they had a narrow passage. "Go!" Bry shouted. Valrin was already doing so, breaking through the last bit of ice on the surface of the water. They passed through the narrow path and made it to deeper waters. Fadis looked behind them. The ocean churned near the barrier where they had broken through. "Keep heading east," Evern said. "We'll catch the current that shall take us to our destination." Fadis looked out, seeing a large broken mountain rising out of the sea with smoke billowing from its center. "Is that it?" Bry asked. "Yes," Evium answered before Evern had time to even open his mouth. "That is what remains of Aieclo, home of the Scourge Siren." Her tone was flat and emotionless. Evern stared at her but did not say anything. "Keep well north of the island, but keep moving east," Evern said to Valrin. "The current that runs beside the island is swift, and you'll know when we are upon it." The ship suddenly shifted across the water, moving south but then jerking back to the west. The stern pointed again at the waters of the Titans. "Is the current supposed to do that?" Kirla asked. "That is not the current," Valrin said. The captain was right. Tentacles rose up along the rear of the ship now, reaching down toward the helm. Blasts of fire magic exploded behind Valrin, and both Kirla and Fadis charged upward, brandishing their blades. Magic exploded above them. Fadis hacked into one of the many tentacles as the crystals of the ship surged with energy. As more tentacles began to creep up either side of the boat, Valrin used the ship's weapons to spew arcane fire at the beast. A large gelatinous bulb rose out of the sea to the right of the ship. At that moment, the tentacles became straight and ceased movement. Though the ones near the rear of the ship bubbled and bled from where Fadis and Kirla had cut into them, the creature was not attacking them as it was before. The gelatinous bulb opened, and a face made of shells and several eyes looked at them. "You are not dwarves," it said. "No, we seek passage to Aieclo." "Aieclo is nothing more than a ruin. Why go there? There are no dwarves there." "We do not seek dwarves," Valrin said. "We seek others." "I am hungry for dwarves. I had thought only dwarves were able to mine through the wall of ice that surrounded my prison. But you are not dwarves?" "No," Valrin said. "If you're wanting dwarves, I'm sure Rugag and his ilk are somewhere," Fadis said. "Head further into the glacial seas," Aveum said. "Somewhere there are dwarves if you actually don't want to eat us, considering we are not dwarves." "Of course. It is not my place to anger the Scourge Siren. My apologies, Great One." The tentacles receded. The bulb where the face was hidden closed, and the Titan vanished beneath the waters. Aveum turned away from the others. Evorn went to her, but she jerked away from him. Fadis and Kirla both looked at Bry, and then Valrin. "Leave me!" Aveum shouted out. "It senses your blood," Evorn said. "You are not your mother." "Even the Titan thinks I am." "Patience, Aveum. Your mother was only a part of you. Your father was a good man and a powerful wizard. Do not confuse familiarity with destiny. Yes, your mother left her presence upon the hearts, minds, and memories of many. You even look as she did, if you must know, but you are not her." "Was she not Dwemhar?" At this point, Valrin had already brought the vessel under way again, and the island was passing into view as the two of them went back and forth. "Was she not a Dwemhar who ruled ruthlessly, bringing terror and bloodshed so horrible that even the shadow elves struggled to kill her? Evorn, I use both my powers. But when it is darkest, when one of us faces mortal danger and I fall into my most potent form, I am like her." "No!" Evern shouted back. "You are not, for she would not have protected those around her. You do!" Evern glanced around, looking at the cliffs. "We have time," he said. "Come, Aveum. Do you wish to see what she truly was? Do you wish to see the monster who betrayed her closest friends?" Aveum stuttered, not sure of what to say. "Fadis, come," Evorn said. "Are you not worried she will be weakened again?" Bry asked. "She might, but I have far more worry of what could come in the state she throws herself at." Aviam said nothing and sat down on the deck. Ivern and Fadis did the same, and once again they bound their hands. Fadis slowed his breathing, trying to do what the other two were doing. He closed his eyes and saw nothing, and then suddenly he saw fire and ice. "What are you doing? Where is she?" Fadis only heard words at first, and then he saw both Ivern and Aviam standing with him, looking at the doorway to a tower. To his left, there was a lake of ice, and to his right, a lake of fire. "You have broken the land," he heard. Then he saw Ivern, followed by Evium's father. Several females were before them. All wore black armor but no helmets. Their hair floated as if they were in the water, but it was the arcane winds they formed around themselves. Beyond them, another figure stood. She had blonde hair like Aviam. He could not see her face, only glowing white eyes. "Do you come against these new mothers? Their children sleep in safety within my tower. They have been roused from their beds because of you, Lorlam. What suffering you caused this night." Lorlam slammed his staff on the ground. Energy rippled around him and Ivern. "I come for Aviam. I will not let whatever you are doing here hurt her. The Shadow Elves have sought the High Elves. They work together to bring you down. Do you not see the evil you do? What has happened to you?" "What has happened?" she snarled. "What has happened is I have seen weaker races revolt against the powers of Aieclo. I created a utopia here, and now it is a waste of fire and ice." "You did that yourself," Lorlam said. "No, I did not. Etha, the cursed god of the north, turned my island into a burning heap. I would face her myself if she'd show her face, but no, like all gods, she stays hidden away." "This is pointless," the younger Ivern shouted. "What do you wish us to do, just leave? Fine, we are taking the child. Then you can continue whatever madness you wish." "So simple?" she asked. "You'd allow me to live?" "It is not my place to kill you. I'm here with Lorlam to save his daughter." "She needs no saving. These women, my faithful servants, have found refuge here. They have no powers, yet they stand against two who do, stalwart and strong, knowing I protect them. You threaten their queen and their children, who are the evil ones now." Lorlam and Ivern's plan was coming to fruition. Fadis noticed the half-orc emerging from the side of the bridgeway, having seemingly climbed down from some spot well before where he was now, and making his way using the ledge on the side of the bridge. The half-orc had 2 axes in hand. He crept carefully, moving behind Aviam's mother. One of the females struggled to stand. Her body trembled. "You hide behind your slaves," Lorlam said. "You have these here to shield yourself." It was true. Fadis could tell that every time the younger Ivern or Lorlam attempted to get a clear line of sight on Aviam's mother, the females before them blocked the way with their bodies. They should be resting, not called to arms at this late hour. This one has just had a child, a new sister to join our ranks. She has lost much blood, but there is no choice. "There is a choice," Lorlam said. "I will not have our daughter inducted into your cult. She is not just yours." The woman, who was trembling, having recently given birth, fell to her knees. "Get up!" Aviam's mother cursed. The woman struggled to stand, blood running down her leg. "I can't!" Lorlam jumped into the gap, sending a blast of fire toward Aviam's mother, who shielded it in a shocking explosion. She then reached out, drawing the sickened warrior to her feet, forcing her to stand. "You must stand. You must give me further time. Do not make me strike down that which you hold sacred." Ivern and Lorlam sent several blasts at the females, but their combined forms imbued with magic blocked the blasts. Fadis saw the orc nearly upon Aviam's mother. The female, who had fallen once before, trembled, collapsing completely. Ivern attacked this time, sending a blast of stone through the gap in those protecting her, though his attack was blocked and thrown back at him and Lorlam. They brought forth wards and blocked the blast, The woman who had collapsed was suddenly enveloped in white fire. "Fail me, and your life is forfeit!" Aviam's mother shouted out. The half-orc leaped behind her, swinging his axe for her head. He landed the attack, but she had sensed him at just the last moment. His axe struck the side of her arm. She gushed blood from her wound and gripped the half-orc with her powers. Lorlam and Ivern rushed forward. The two remaining females in black armor fell back to protect their queen, but their queen had other ideas. She reached out, sapping them of their energies and imbuing herself with power before levitating up into the air and turning as white light, moving to the pinnacle of the tower. Ivern and Lorlam assisted their half-orc companion and continued their pursuit. Fadis saw blackness, and then he was on the deck of the ship again. Evium was crying. "You are not her," Evern said, emphasizing each word. "We did find children in that tower and a newborn. They were dead, killed by your mother to accent her own power. How are you and her alike? Do not let these thoughts plague your mind and pull you to unwise decisions. You are not her, and you never will be. Embrace the teachings of your childhood. Embrace what your father did to assist this crew. Do not fall into fear." The jeering and grumpy talk of the shadow elf had faded away. Like a father speaking to his daughter, Ivern then embraced Aiviam. He looked past her, to the cliffs, and then to Valrin. Part 4. Forest Folk. The high cliffs that made up the border that surrounded the island of Aieclo were nothing for the thick plume of smoke rolling from the interior of the island over the ocean. Like a black fog, it was thick and blotted out the sun. The sky was red and smelled strongly of the most disgusting stench any of them had smelled in some time. "I'd rather smell rotting corpses," Bry said. "Really, rotting?" Kirla asked. "It's better, and at least I know what it is." "It is sad that this place was fractured," Avern said. "At one time it was a great island of ruins, with lush woods surrounding a massive lake. It was wild, untamed, something left by the Dwemhar even before they ascended. There were many rumors as to why they left this city, but most circled back to the fact that this place was a natural place, a home for their experiments in an open natural arena, or so the stories were." Valrin guided the ship through a passage where a large rock stood on the outside of what appeared to be a collapsed land bridge. "These ruins," Evern said, "one of the old towers that encircled the island. We are close to the Delkian abode." As Evorn said this, Fadis caught sight of a large tower, slender, silver, and not like the elven towers back in Sailmark. The tower itself rose high above the peaks of the nearby mountains and had a glowing silver orb at the peak of a spike of crystal. These towers once encircled the island, but the eruptions thought present even before the Scourge Siren fractured the underground systems that helped power them. I had thought my mother was who brought forth the volcano's power. She used it to destroy the southern portion of the island. Now, a great desert is there. When she used her spells and hellfire to scorch that land, my kind had a great army at camp there. They were all destroyed before they could retreat to their ships. Fadis was standing by Valrin, so when both of them saw the green trees in the distance, they looked at one another in surprise. "All this barren rock and now this?" Valrin asked. "Protected region," Evern said. "The Delkians were a hard-won friendship that Lorlam obtained. It seemed that our arrival that time coincided with the mating period for reptilian creatures that inhabit the land and had taken to eating the Delkians. We defended them, chased off the beasts, and won. Well, won what?" Valrin asked. "Godhood." "Godhood? These creatures think you and your friend were gods?" Kirla asked. "It worked for the time. So, should we expect any issues from the long hiatus their deity has had from their lands?" Fadis joked. "Perhaps, but I bring more gods this time. Looks like I got a promotion from captain to god." The region of the Delkians was heavily wooded, and the coastline softened from the heavy and high cliffs that were present up until now to much lower rocky regions and the start of several flat beaches with blackened sand. Valrin guided the ship around several rocky outcroppings, and they came to a natural harbor with a quiet cove and a rocky dock where they would be able to tie off. There was a large grassy knoll surrounded by the expansive woods that beckoned them with shadowy trees, but no signs of life. "Everyone, is this it?" Fadis asked. "Yes, it is, but there is no one here like before." Fadis noticed several small huts and fish-drying racks along the water, but they were falling apart. Even from afar, the shacks were not livable by any means. As the Aela Sunrise came to rest against the dock, Bry was the first to disembark and tie off the ship. She looked toward the woods as the others joined them. "A strange place," Evry said. "The woods look older than Varmark. The trees, I sense they have a story to tell of strange times and dark presences." "Hi, elves," Avorn growled. "Evry, I know you were raised by them, but we don't need that kind of talk. These trees are old, but that's it. No purpose in getting to know them as a friend. Trees like this kind hide all sorts of foul things." "But what are we actually looking for?" Valrin asked. "What are Delkians?" "They're small, like children. Watch out for their spears. They must be in the woods." He began to walk ahead of the rest. "Come on." They followed Evern up the grassy knoll and into the trees. While at first it seemed just like a forest with nothing out of the ordinary, they did find a well-trodden path and a passage that went deeper into the trees. There were several large stones placed one on top of the other on either side of the road, and Evern stopped as he reached it. He lifted his staff, and the others around went for their weapons, but he waved them off. "I have returned after many years to ensure my people are safe, to ensure no ill will has befallen the good Delkians of Aieclo." He cast a spell of light into the trees before them. For several moments he just held up his staff. Fadis wasn't sure what he expected, but then Fadis caught sight of something, a mere glimpse of shadow from the trees in the distance. Several shadows now, in fact. "We mean you no harm," Evern said. "You may come out from the dark places." There were several small flashes, and then spells of ice came at them from several directions. Evern was the first to craft a ward, but Bry and Aviam did as well, bringing shimmering shields up to block them. The blasts of magic were small, insignificant by Aviam and Bry's standards. Evern slammed the end of his staff on the ground, sending out a shockwave that rattled the branches and bushes around them. Several small creatures scurried away from them. Fadis caught a full glance at one of them. It looked like a child, but with more defined features that were not soft, but angled and aged, clearly not a child but something else. A tiny voice suddenly spoke as a Delkian dropped from the trees above them, suspended by a small rope. "Gardevorn, you return to us," the Delkian said. "Ah, yes," Avorn said. "I do. Tell me, is your master well?" "Leb says none are permitted this way. We have already sent word to him that strangers have come, and you bring many here we do not know. Where is God Lorlaim?" There was a bit of silence, but then Valrin spoke. "He is away. He could not come." "Are you gods?" "No," Evern said. "They are my humble servants." Fadis laughed under his breath. The Delkian swung to a tree just near Fadis and pointed a spear at him. "You insult Gardevorn?" "Calmness, friend," Evern said. "He is a new servant. He still has not held his tongue as he should." "Delkians will cut it out for you. Then you can hold it for him." No, that would not be necessary," Evern said, waving his hand. "But tell me, will Leb see us now?" "He will. Please, come with me." The Delkian stared at Fadis for a few moments and then jumped back to his rope before swinging down to the path. The Delkian who had greeted them, if one could call it a greeting, suddenly had several other Delkians emerging from the bushes along the road. Fadis noticed that while they were no more than around 2 times the height of a barn cat, they were very slender and wore green tunics fastened with a belt of tree bark. Their spears were double their height with black tips, likely forged from the very stone of the mountains around them. But some of them had not spears but simple wooden staffs of about the same size. The Delkians led them down a path that crossed over a trickling stream, and they came to an area of trees with many small huts like that which was by the beach, but these were not abandoned. Built upon a large stone that overlooked the river, the home of the Delkians rose into the trees. There were several dozen Delkians standing outside their homes. Most of them had spears, and others hid in the shadows, unsure of what to make of the arrival of so many strangers in their woods. It was not long before the god Evurn was spotted. "Hail, god Evurn! He has returned after so long!" Several drums in the trees began to play a melody as at least 3 figures dressed in full costumes of leaves began dancing in a circle before Evurn. Fadis noticed these creatures had several small snakes also dancing with them. Evurn said, scratching his chin and looking back to the others. "These here are me, or their representation of Rossi and me." At that moment, Rossi jumped down from Evern's robes, and the Delkians nearest to Evern groveled in worship. Rossi remained still, as several Delkians brought offerings of berries and maimed bugs. Rossi ignored the fruit, but enjoyed the bugs. "God Evurn!" a Delkian suddenly shouted out. Evurn looked up to one of the trees to find a Delkian with a full headdress of bones. "Leb, I see you are well." "We are. You come at a time of reckoning. We had long feared the eruption of the island, and you come at the time after many days and nights of prayers, but I do not see the other with you." Lor Lam was... Evern paused. Lor Lam was unable to come. Much sadness. I had indeed hoped both our gods would return to us. It will take many ships to get our people to safety, and no vessels we have created have survived leaving the island. You intend to leave? Aieclo quakes. The great volcano has awakened and is furious. Our shamans tell us we must be on guard of the fires that come. Many have cried out in prayer for you and your companion to return. You bring us hope. "Is there somewhere private we can speak, Leb?" Evern said. "We shall ascend to Crown Rock. There, like before, we will be before the greater deities, and we can speak as you wish." Crown Rock was the highest point of the stone fortress that made up the Delkians' home. The path up was simple enough, but to the Delkians looking, it must have been like literal giants were ascending the rocks of their home. While overall the place they went to was not that high, they were well above the village and could see the other side of the village that went down the other side of the rock. In total, Fadis guessed there were around 200 Delkians from what he could see. There were several burrows into the dirt with small torches in the distance and other Delkians there. "Your servant is curious," Leb said to Evern. "He is. They all are. They have never seen those like you or your people. Our village is your home for as long as you need it, Evurn. We shall make a grand place for both you and the revered Rossi. We shall make a spot in the woods near the stream for the others. But you, god Evurn, you shall have our most comfortable burrow." Evurn smiled. "I am much pleased, and I do worry about your volcano. I will see more of what troubles the island, but I have come here seeking passage from this place into the north." "Why did you come here? Could you not simply go there? Surely you can fly over the mountains." "I wish to come here first. I do not care to fly. Do you remember before? When we came through, we could not fly then to our destination." "Yes, but that was because of the Scourge Siren. She would have killed you, be you a god or not." Fadis looked over to Aveum, who was staring at the ground and closed her eyes for a moment. But she is no more. Do you mean she has returned? Is that why the mountains are angry with fire and smoke? Leb asked. I do not know what has started the eruption. Is the eastern road the only way open, or is the way to the north open? All ways are open, Leb said, spinning in a circle with his hands out, but it is the Shadow Runner who guards those paths. You must not anger him. Strangers from the desert came to the eastern pass. The Shadow Runner turned them into bleeding skeletons and hung them from the trees. Shadow Runner? Evern asked. A benevolent demon, Leb said. Not like you or Lorlam or your companions here. It does not talk to us, only watches from the shadows. It does not harm us. It is the master of the mountains. It rides a great lizard. Like the ones from before? Evern asked. Yes and no. This one serves the Shadow Runner. They are one and the same, and where one is, the other will surely be. Does it not let any through? Fadis asked. God of Warren's servant, no. But Delkians do not need to leave our home. Only since the volcano have, we sought to sail away. Now, we will be safe. Your God needs time to speak with the servants. Please leave us, Leb. Leb bowed and backed away before quickly descending back to the village. I did not know we had a god among us, Bry joked. Oh, great Yvorn, show us your powers. I will eat you, Rusis. Evern was not in a mood to be teased. Whatever this Shadow Runner is, we'll deal with it. We take what is called the Northern Gate. Evern pointed over the trees. Do you see the towers? Just visible from here? Fadis could see several splinters of silver reaching into the sky. Dwemhar devices, old, still functioning, but part of the old defenses of Aieclo. They are why this place is as you see it, green and full of life. No other place on this island is as this. The eruption of the volcano is most unfortunate, but I do feel something spurs it that way. Aside from the Shadow Runner, Fadis said, what of the people it killed? How many people are here? Traders from the Shadowlands and other places, likely coming here for adventure or what treasure they can find. There are old ruined cities if one knows where to look. A worse scenario is that some lunatic of an elf or dwarf has set up settlements in this place. Were none left alive once my mother fell? None that we knew of. But we also were not here for her fall. That was some time after we saved you. If these Verit Gamblers are here, they must be here to hide. What do you actually know of them? Valrin asked. Nothing, other than there were a few calling themselves that when I was still in the Shadowlands. They tried killing the High King of the time. It worked as well as you'd suspect, and the one or two who survived escaped. Back then, they had some grand ideal. Now, it seems it is nothing but how many coins you can offer or promise. I wonder who paid them to go against the Barb King, Fadis asked. I do not know. Perhaps the dwarves themselves. There is a chance. Anyway, we go north. We'll watch out for this Shadow Runner and deal with it if we must. I know the way north. How do you know that is where the Verit Gamblers are? I don't, but these Delkians would not know either. There is no reason to go east. Only the desert is that way, and I know there were settlements north of here. Plus, I do not wish to go near the interior of the island. Evern had stopped looking at the others, and now stared at Evium. Come, he said, standing up. They have the most wonderful tea here. We should have some before we leave. Fadis noticed Evium stood up, but did not stop staring off. As they climbed down, Leb met them in their descent. We shall have some of your tea, Evern said. My servants and I. Most wonderful, Leb said. We already went about preparing you some. We have made quite a large pot, but we think it will be just enough for you and some of the others. The Delkians gathered around them as they walked. Rossi, now covered in multiple brightly colored leaves, sat beside a small fire with several captured mice in cages set before the serpent. Do not work too hard, my friend, Evern said. Rossi did not even look up, and now several Delkians stroked it. They walked to an area where a large fire, by Delkian standard, burned with a kettle of normal size suspended above it. "My old kettle," Evern said. "Yes," Leb pointed. "We have kept it for many years, awaiting your return." The top of the kettle was open, and Delkians filled it with herbs of a random assortment. "Will the ship be safe here?" Valrin asked. "None come this way," Evorn said. "Some come this way," Leb replied. "It was why we abandoned our homes there." "Who came?" "Dark men, strange men. The Shadowrunner stopped them." "Then we should secure the ship," Evern said. Valrin nodded. "I'll go." Bry followed him. "Much has changed here," Evern said. "Before, no strangers came this way." "If it were not for the benevolent demon, I'd be very worried for our people. We honor the demon as much as we can," Leb said. "We constructed several effigies in its honor, placing them in the woods past our borders. We do not know if it likes them, but anything to make our thanks known." After some time, they were served the tea in wooden bowls. Valrin and Bry returned, each taking their tea. Fadis noticed the tea was very sweet. "Still nectar of the bats?" "Indeed," Leb said. "Their droppings are quite the sweetener." Both Fadis and Kirla began coughing and spitting. "Your servants are unwell," Leb said. "Shall we bleed them?" Evern looked to Valrin, who was not swayed in drinking the tea made with bat droppings. Evern snickered. "No, for now, we leave them be." Evern was red in the face, and Kirla rubbed her tongue with a leaf. "They are most strange," Leb said. "I thank you for the honor your people have shown to me and my servants," Evern said. "I will look into this eruption in time, and we'll see what can be done." "We of the Delkians thank you," Leb said. They finished their tea and prepared to leave. "Come, Rossi, enough being pampered," Evern said. Rossi was not quick to leave his spot of honor, but slowly slithered to catch up with them. "Follow this road," Leb said. "It goes north, and you will see one of the effigies of the Shadowrunner. I do wish you luck with it. It has faithfully guarded our woods for some time, but none save us have ever lived in its presence." Evern nodded. "Your god thanks you." As they began down the path, leaving the Delkians and their village behind, Valrin laughed. "That is the strangest I have ever seen you act," he said. "For someone who detests the gods, you play your part as one quite well." "I at least care something for those beneath me, as it were." "So you mean to help them with the volcano?" Kirla asked. "I don't know. Their shamans get high on herbs and then see all manners of things, but I cannot ignore the eruption around us. We shall see, after we get through the mountains and find the Verit Gamblers and avoid whatever guards these lands." "This was not something here your first time here?" Fadis asked. "No, there was nothing like that here then." The road they took turned much rockier and began upward into the mountains before them. They ascended, leaving the lower woodlands behind them. The way was strenuous, and even though Fadis had more experience than most in the woods, they were near climbing the mountain itself as the path gave way to a slop of large rocks, and one slip would send them rolling back all the way to the forest beneath them. If lava breached these mountains, it would be an easy slope for it to reach the Delkians, Bry said. Evorn didn't respond to her. Fadis noticed that though the shadow elf kept his attention ahead of him, Aviam had spoken very little thus far, and her quietness seemed to disturb him. "Where is the border to their land?" Kirla asked. They came up to a slope in which once Evern was up it, he turned to help pull up the others. As they looked around at the edge of a tree line, Kirla had her answer. The greenness faded away, and now staring at the red rock mountains before them, they were met by an ominous construct. It was the effigy made by the Delkians. It was nearly twice as tall as Fadis, who was the tallest of their companions. A mixture of tree bark and limbs with many leaves to fill in the form of its body, It had smashed berries that made up its eyes and face. It seemed to be dripping with blood, though it was actually the berries, and fruit flies buzzed around its head. In its hands were the bones of woodland creatures of some kind. "They're demon," Valrin said. "Quite a creature. Tall, very tall," Kirla said. "Perhaps it is that big, or maybe the Delkians just think it is," Bry suggested. "A being that rips apart other beings and has a reptilian friend," Evern said. "What?" Fadis asked, seeing Evern looking around them as if searching. "Nothing. Not yet, at least. Come, we will begin through the pass. There is no other way through these mountains, not unless you want a steeper journey." He then leaned into Fadis's ear. "Watch the shadows. We are not alone." Fadis looked to Kirla, who made a small nod and glanced with her eyes. Though no words were spoken, both Bry and Valrin seemed to catch that something was near. Aveam stared out at the clouds. Fadis clicked his tongue and she looked his way. She was distracted, barely present at all mentally. Bry went to their rear flank, seeing how Aveam was. Fadis nodded and motioned for them to move. Evern led them. Deep into the ravine before them, the cliffs above were dark, and no light touched this way. The ground was soft, dusty, and it was much colder here than in the woods by the ocean, although it was already chilly being as they were far north. Evern used his staff to light their way. Making a point to not make the tip too bright, he had just enough light as they needed. Rocks rolled from high above them, and twice, Fadis thought he saw something in the shadows above, but as clouds rolled over what light was there, it became more difficult to discern rock from shadow from whatever else moved around them. A lizard scurried in front of them, not quite the reptilian beast Fadis imagined from Evern's earlier story. Evern paused and was silent, keeping his arm out behind him to signal the others to stop as well. Fadis already had his bow out. He scanned above, to their sides for hidden caves or burrows, and then looked behind them. They had turned so many times already that everything was the same shade of darkness. Clicking, clicking above them. More pebbles fell from high above. Evern took his staff in both hands. "Above," he whispered. Fadis put an arrow to string, not drawing back, but preparing. Fadis heard a slight buzz. He glanced behind him, seeing Bry preparing her spell. Valrin had his hand on his blade, but had not drawn yet. Evern crept forward, his footfalls in the sand echoing off the walls around them. More pebbles fell from above. Evern suddenly spun, lifting his staff and sending a deafening blast of earth magic above them. Something snarled and growled. A shadow passed over the top of them, and Evern sent another blast of magic over his head, this one catching something in an enveloping spell of vines. Fadis pulled an arrow to cheek, advancing upon the creature Evern had captured. Kirla and Valrin drew their blades, but Evern blocked them, keeping his staff aimed at the creature. "What is it?" Valrin asked. Evern shushed him. He stared at the creature, seeing that it had a saddle and an axe hanging from the side. "Ordak," Evern said. Suddenly, Bry screamed. The shadow shifted, and a figure held Bry by the neck high above them. Fadis loosed his arrow before fully thinking it through. He struck the figure, the one that hunted them, but it did not seem to faze it. It continued holding Bry by the neck. She was gasping, grabbing at the hand around her throat. "Put her down!" Fadis shouted. Valrin had already begun trying to find a way up, as had Kirla. "Ordak!" Evern shouted. "Ordak! If it is you, which I much believe it is, you will put down the girl!" Fadis had another arrow to cheek, but did not have a clear shot. Bry released her grip on her captor's hand, summoning her magic, but her captor smashed her into the ground. It stood, not holding her. Fadis released his second arrow. This one the being dodged, and a moment later, a spinning carved rock struck just near Fadis. Neither Valrin nor Kirla could reach Bry. The creature shouted as a bolt of lightning struck it, and it flew down into the ravine. This time, it became as a wisp of smoke, moving on to Kirla. It gripped her from behind and held a silver axe out at them. "Ordak, it is me. I know that axe. We need your help." The shadowy form shifted to that of a strange being, nearly green, in the pale light from Evern's staff, which was pointed not at the form he called Ordak, but at the reptilian beast. "I will release this if you release our friend. No one needs to die today." Suddenly, a Viam floated above them. Wisps of white energy surged around her, and she reached out, grasping the being holding Kirla from afar. She rushed upon the being, who released Kirla and shifted away from her. She was suddenly above them all. She sent ripples of energy out, and the being took full form beside Ivern. "You bring the one we saved here! I did not know for sure, but I see it now! You have doomed us all!" A Viam dropped to the ground just beside Brae, who was looking over the ledge above them. Fadis could tell who this figure was, this shadow runner, as the Delkians called him. It was the half-orc from the memories. "Good Ordak," Evern said. "Why are you on this forsaken isle?" "To watch over your Delkian disciples. You and Lorlam have been gone from this place, but this is not the place to speak of such things. Can you release my beast?" Evorn tapped his staff, and the vines holding down the reptile released. The creature was the largest lizard Fadis had ever seen, at least as large as a horse and twice as long, including the tail. "I saw you approaching the mountains and decided it best to wait until I knew for sure who you were. My eyesight in the brighter light is not so great now. I was chasing denizens who tried to catch a peek of the valley." "Denizens? As in people?" "Yes, people, Evorn. You will not believe what has happened in the deserts to the east. I guard these mountains, but I feel some days there is more of me needed. Come, we are not too far from my abode. I figured if I was going to attack you and your group, and it was you, I might need to tend to injuries." "On yourself?" Fadis asked. "No, but good shot. I have not seen fine archers in some time. You nicked my shoulder," Ordak said, rubbing a bloody mark on his arm. Avium and Brae floated down to the ground. The half-orc stared and then looked to Ivern. "Much has changed for you to allow her here. I know that face. I remember that face, even though I was much younger then," Ordak said. "I do not mean the insult of attacking all of you. I am Ordak, friend of Evern and Lorlam. I will take you to my abode so we may talk more in more comfortable settings." Part 5. Shadowrunner. Ordak led them out of the ravine, and when he said they were not too far from the end of the pass, he was telling the truth. Emerging on the other side of the mountain, they come to an area of large stones, with a look not only over a pathway that led to the east, but also away to the north and dark mountains that stretched over the breadth of the view. Further east, Fadis noticed the heavy smoke from what appeared the center of the island. "Some of this is strange to me, yet some is just as it was before," Evorn said, looking out. "Much has changed, old friend," Ordak said. "Even you. You look older and like you forgot how to actually fight as you used to. Gone a bit pudgy?" Ivern stared at him and just slowly shook his head. "Not as pudgy as your orc brain. Too bad you're not more shadow elf. It might have saved your face a bit." Ordak stomped, laughing. "Now that is funny. Come now. Who are the rest of your companions?" "I am Kirla." "Brae," the Russus said. "Fadis, Ranger of the North." "Every, of the Sailmark Elves." "Elves? You do not look elven." "He is my son, but was raised by elves." "Interesting," Ordak said, now brushing his arm with the blunt edge of a blade. "I am Valrin, captain of the Aela Sunrise," Valrin told him. "Young for a captain, but I was young when I started following Evern and Lorlam. Where is our old wizard?" "Fallen," said Evorn. "Dwarven pirates. He sacrificed himself so that the others of this crew and I could escape. The sudden news brought obvious sadness to the otherwise happy interchange. "I did not know," Ordok said. "I am sorry, old friend." "He had his perfect darkness. Hopefully we can all be so lucky." "Perfect darkness?" Bry asked. "A term of shadow elves, a death worthy of claiming a warrior of renown. A duel we cannot win, but we fight nonetheless," Ordok explained. "Far from now," Evern said. "I've had enough of those I care for falling." Viam still stared out, not looking at the others. Fadis looked to Evern. Evern leaned toward Ordok. "How long have the mountains been quaking?" "At least 2 moons. Phantoms have awoken in the lower valleys. There is an entire city, Celier, made in the old fortress that guarded the way to the Scourge Spire. Traders seeking all manners of artifacts and other types disturbing enough without explanation. There is also the cult of the Scourge, many women claiming to be descendants of the cult of the Scourge Siren." He glanced toward Aviam. "She should not be here. There is evil awakening in these lands." "She heard the call within her mind. That I could not prevent, will not. Those at Suia did what they could to teach her to resist. That within her that is Rusis and Dwemhar fights for control." "Then mind her here. This is not a place for those conflicted. Why are you here to start with?" "We seek the Verit Gamblers," Evry said. "Why them?" "We need some creatures killed. Vampire lords, to be exact." "Vampires? There haven't been vampires in any lands beyond the Shadowlands in some time." "They are of the false god," Evern said. "I saw and fought them myself." "I take it you do not wish to seek our actual brethren?" "King Suvasel of Fickmark has sent us with no limit to the coin required to obtain the Verit Gamblers of Aieclo," Evry said. "We are to acquire their services and return south. So you must go north to the Hook of Bone, a peninsula that juts out into the glacial seas. It is there you will find Telvius, one of their leaders." "I know that name," Valrin said. "That is the one who assisted Fadis and me before." "You have dealt with this rabble?" "Yes, while dealing with those responsible for Lorlam's death. I'll say it wasn't the best interchange, and I left one to die, but they did assist us, though I do not think it was their intent. Who knows where their gold came from? I had a belief that dwarves had sought them out at some point. I will take you that way, but it is best not to go until later. My eyesight is better in the dark. Evening is upon us. We only need to wait for the cover of darkness. I will lead you up the northern road. There are many dangers in the shadows, both known and unknown." The arrival of Valrin and the others was indeed a surprise to the half-orc, but he did his best to provide for them. He lit a fire and began to roast up a large rat of some kind. "Rat?" Bry asked. "It's quite good," Kirla said. "Better with butter." "No butter, just pepper spices from the south." Ordok took a silver canister from his small stone house and sifted a layer of spices onto the crackling meat. "It'll be good this way." The abode of Ordok, though simple, was one of several, or so he told them. "I frequently see travelers attempting to come this way or through one of the other passages. Whenever I get tired, I have many places to rest in the encircling mountains." "And your creature?" Kirla asked. The large lizard stuck out his tongue to them, just as Rossi slithered down from Evorn and went to him. "That bastard of a beast is a pain in my orc backside. I call him Stonehide. He's about as stubborn as stone, so it fits him. Stonehide, don't hurt the little white snake." Rossi and Stonehide were not about to fight, and it seemed the lizard was playing with the serpent. "So, orc?" Valrin asked. "Yes, orc boy. Does that surprise you?" "I had only heard stories of orcs who fought elves." "There are many such stories," Evry said, "before they were defeated. Not all orcs were under the dark god, as were the ones who came against the elves. Some were cast out, some were lost, some fled. My lineage fled from the east and settled near the dragonfire pits of the South Shadowlands. One thing led to another, and you got me, a shadow elf orc, not seemed fit for service within the ranks of those like Evern. But that was before he went all rogue. Before I saw what had become of our order. But staying away from me, this little rock wrestler, as we shadow elves referred to these orcs, had a penchant for following when he shouldn't have. It was his own fault he ended up going with Lorlam and me when we came to Aieclo. What can I say? I never learn. I left for a time, but then as I saw more making voyages to this place, I sought out the Delkians. You and Lorlam had vanished. I had to do something, or I would have gone insane. As the rat finished cooking, each around the fire took a bit. The darkness of night fell upon them, and it was Evern who first began looking around randomly. "What is it?" Fadis asked. Ordak gripped his axe and stood. "No enemy," Evern said. "But where is she?" Valrin and the others were to their feet. Avium had vanished. "She was just standing here," Kirla said, "just before we were eating." "Back toward the Delkians?" Bry asked. "No," Evorn said. "Come, let us pursue her. Some of us go east, the rest go south, but do not cross the dry riverbed at the base of the mountains. Look for signs of her." Evern took one group as Ordak went east with the others. Ordak and Fadis, along with Evry, began east with haste. Fadis scanned the paths ahead, seeing no other roads away from this one, but they were dealing with Eveum. She could float over the rocks if she wanted. The road they were on snaked away from Ordak's camp, and as Fadis and Evry ran at near their top speed, the half-orc ran even faster, moving ahead of them and jumping up onto high rocks above the path. In time, they came to a landing that overlooked a vast desert. In the distance, they saw a massive lake of fire and lights to the south of it. "That is the city, the den of thieves that has popped up in the time since Evorn was here. I do not see her here, but the ground this way I know well." Ordak squatted and began to sniff the air. "She came this way. She goes to that place." He pointed. "She should have never come here." Fadis looked to Evry as Ordak turned away. "We cannot pursue her there." As the others met with them back at Ordak's camp, Bry and Kirla looked around each of them. "No luck?" Kirla asked. "No," Fadis said. "What got into her?" Valrin asked. "It was the danger of bringing her here. I should have protested more," Evern said, "but she would not have had it. I saw no signs of her to the north. Her scent is on the dirt to the east. She goes to where her mother is, but we cannot go that way. An orc is bad enough, but all the rest of us together. We'd stand out. We cannot stop her anyway. I will take you north, and Evium will do what she must." Evorn slammed the end of his staff on the dirt. "No, we do not just abandon her to the madness that is this place. We must pursue her." "Do we not forget what threatens my homelands?" Evry asked. "We are under strict orders to seek out the Verit Gamblers." Evorn rushed Evry, pushing him against the rocks with his staff. Magic erupted from the tip in an orange hue. "What of it, boy? I do not take orders from the elves. Cast your lot with them when in my presence, and I'll see you to the same fate I have seen several in my time." Fadis's first thought was to draw his own blade, but instead he knelt. "I will seek out Evium," he said. "What, a ranger? Seek out one of her power in a place like this?" Evorn asked. Fadis stood as Evorn released his son. "Ordak proves one point. You stand out, as do most of the rest of you. Evry is right. We are here for the Verit Gamblers, but Evium is part of the crew of the Aela Sunrise, and she is unwell. I am a ranger. I can track, hunt, and kill as needed. This place, Ordak, it is a place of mixed types. Some shadow elves, dwarves, a lot of men. but they stick with their groups. It is the Scourge cult that rules that place. I am fast. I can hide. I will do it. You go north, Evorn. That is why we're here, and Valrin and the others may need you. I will seek Avium. She is a powerful being, unchained and unchallenged, Evorn said. I hate to refer to her as such, but I do not know what you seek to do. The spirit of her mother remains, Ordak said. Though I think he goes to his death, you, Evorn, are known to her as I am. If any can pull her from that which takes her, it would be someone who is a stranger to her mother, not us. Evorn was a bit more perturbed than Valrin and Fadis expected. Would you prefer to go? Fadis asked. Evorn nodded his head in frustration. Yes, of course. She is my responsibility. But Ordak is correct. I could make things worse. I could anger what of her mother's spirit remains. I might doom her before I even spoke. Then I will go, Fadis said, looking to Valrin. You have what you need in the form of assistance. He then turned to Every. Good luck to you. Fadis, he said. Father, you do not know what you're up against. Neither do you. Keep on your path. You must do as your king commands. Ordak went to Fadis. Here, take this, he said, pushing him a parchment. It is a basic map of these regions and some further east. Just be careful as much as you can. You seem the type who could survive out here. Just make sure you aim for their chest, not their shoulder. Ordak pushed him on the shoulder and laughed. The human is stronger than you, Evorn. You've really let yourself go. Fadis looked at those around. Keep yourselves well. I'll go find her. Talk some sense into her. Keep a watch on the shadows of this place. With that, the ranger turned and began away, taking one passing glance at Kirla before he walked away. To say he wasn't afraid was a lie. He knew Taria quite well. He knew the glacial seas even, a bit better than this island. As he followed the path east, he pulled his cloak around himself and kept his pace up. If he had any guess where she was going, it was a waste of time to look around this region for her. She was going for the place of her mother, wherever that was exactly. As he came to a fork in the path, one going further into the mountains and another going into the deserts beneath him, he paused, taking out the map. Celier, he said to himself, and Scourge Spire. He looked down the path the best he could and could see footprints in the soft dirt ahead. He went toward the footprints and knelt. The markings were about the size of Evium's feet and were not the size of Ordak's, so that ruled out them being his. A twig snapped behind him. He drew his sword and turned to see Kirla behind him. Her sword was out as well. I could have killed you, he said. Not likely, aside from the twig. I was already within blade range. Had I wanted it, you'd be bleeding on the ground now. He sheathed his weapon and stood. What are you doing? Following you. Okay, better question. Why are you following me? Kirla sheathed her blade. I'm not a ranger, but I'm good with a blade. You need someone to go with you. I might be part of the crew of Valrin in some form, but I took no oath. He has plenty to watch after him and complete their quest to seek out those assassins. I'm going to help you. That is what needs to be done. We are on this island because of my son. We are doing all this because of me. Had I never gone south, I'd be dead. And Riller, go on, make me feel bad for the events up until now. Fadis was quiet. Listen, you can't say if I wouldn't have done this, and ignore that fate has made it so. I have many things I wish hadn't been done, but I am not paralyzed by that regret, nor do I wish for a different reality. I'm not some well-kept waste of flesh living in a castle. I make a difference for those who are unable to make a difference on their own. Now I'm with a ranger I care for attempting to chase down a witch Rusis or whatever she is. I make my choices as I can. I don't let situations take over my thoughts. You shouldn't either. She embraced him. Now you're stuck with me. Let's find Evium. He held her for a moment, at last letting out a long sigh as she fell into his arms more. She then tensed up and pushed herself from him. Now, where do we go? Fadis took the map back out and pointed to the city between the Lake of the Moon and the Lake of the Great Fire. Celier, here. It is the city Ordak talked about. This is likely where she is headed, or beyond here to the spire. There isn't anything on the map beyond the Black Reach Desert before us. Shouldn't we be able to just catch up to her? Fadis tucked the map away and stood. Likely not, but we can try. Back at Ordak's camp, Valrin stared at Evern. Should we have let her go? Valrin asked. Kirla? Evern asked. Of course Kirla. The girl will get herself killed. Not likely, Ordak said. She seems formidable. She might end up doing quite well in Celier. Evern sighed and stood. Well, neither the ranger nor the rogue are our concern at the moment. We need to work to get north, seek out these Verit Gamblers. Is it dark enough, old friend? It is. I have already sent Stonehide to get his friends. His friends? Bry asked. His friends, Ordak responded. The half-orc took them down the mountain path to an area of flat ground, several paces from the dried-out riverbed. At that time, several of the reptilian creatures emerged from the ground, shaking off the heavy dirt. They are tunnelers, Ordak said, though we can't ride them when they are tunneling. They hide from most foes like that so that they don't actually have to fight. Can they? Evri asked. They can. Their bite is poisonous and their tails have quite a bit of force, but they try to avoid confrontation. A wise decision. Do they pull something? Bry asked. Nope. You just climb on and hold on. It's quite easy. Ordak jumped on Stonehide as Evri jumped on another one. These have all been ridden at some time, but Stonehide is the smartest. Come now, don't be shy, he said, motioning to them. It's a hard ride north, and you do not want to walk that path. They each mounted, leaving Bry to be the last one. Valrin gripped the creature behind the neck, and Bry glanced at him. I much prefer a vessel at sea in precarious waters, she said to him. Soon enough, Bry, soon enough. She slowly climbed onto the back of the nearest lizard, and as she was seated and settled, it turned its head and licked her with a slender forked tongue. Oh gosh, Valrin. Ah, he likes the way you taste. Ordak laughed. Come now, follow. Valrin didn't have to do anything but hold on. As Ordak and Stonehide took the lead, the other lizards followed behind. Bry had a death grip on her lizard, but Evri and Evern seemed fairly calm. As they moved across the dry riverbed and began down an old stone road that led beside the mountains, he looked behind at the mountains and the home of the Delkian beyond. Little did he know that that place was the only peaceful place to be found on all the island of Aieclo. Part 6, Northern Trek. For the bit of the journey they had already completed, it was clear to Valrin that very little remained in a place that Evern claimed was once teeming with life. It had the beauty of untouched land, Evern said, a place of rare, pristine fountains and structures that reached to the heavens. Actual Dwemhar structures? Bry asked. I don't know, to be honest, Evern said. I would say yes, but the structures had faded into nature almost like the way elves build. But it was not elven. No, not elven, Ordak confirmed. I can't stand high elven design. They were now traveling up a winding path that led into the mountains, one of many ups and downs in their journey. Ordak had said parts of the road were impassable as they were, and a few times he claimed there were foul creatures ahead that it was better to just avoid. Shadow elf design, Ordak continued, is quite elegant. Is that how you describe it? Evern asked. Our temples were made for ritual sacrifice. We have many of the same gods, but different interpretations. We pray to what those of the West call Kel, but he is a chief blood god, needing sacrifices to remain appeased. Are you sure it is the same god? I have never heard of blood sacrifice to appease the gods of the north, Evry said. He's the same. The gods just wear masks, as best I can describe it. For the dwarves and their mountain god, we have the dragon god. Wura, well, the trickster remains. Dim, he is the bringer of shadows. His wind pulls the smokes from the volcanoes of the south over the entire eastern lands, blotting out the sun. And Aetha? Valrin asked. Aetha is the elegant name, the elegant appearance of the Grand Priestess. She is a fiery form for both the blood gods and the gods of the north, but I've always felt her true nature to be more of the east. Understand that any high elf would deny the existence of our people's interpretation of their gods. After all, it is they who first taught men of the existence of the gods. The dwarves will deny it, but they too learned of the gods from the elves. Everyone just denies similarities. When Aetha came upon the lands and saved us and our elven host, I saw the vigilance of the blood god, the fighting spirit of Aetha, who is also known as the Grand Priestess. She'll get herself killed intervening like that. You cannot kill a god, Bry said. Anyone can die, Ordok disagreed. Even the gods if the right situation presents itself. That is the one realism that those of the East will teach you. You are not special. You earn your place in life. Just because you are born to a position does not make it yours. Your philosophy makes some sense, Evry said. Ah, the elven boy has something within him that is more of his father, I bet. Ordak laughed. My father was a coward. He left me with the elves and fled Taria. Fadis is no coward, Evern said. I have known many cowards. I have killed many. No coward would chase after one such as Aviam. A ranger's arrows will have little effect on one such as her. Do not refer to your father as a coward in my presence again. At that point, the ride became silent. Evern rode up beside Ordak, and the two of them talked in hushed words that Valrin could not hear. Shadow elves, Evry said under his breath. What of them? Valrin asked. You wouldn't understand, Valrin. Bry was riding just on the other side of Evry now. Why? Because he looks younger than you? You are both nearly the same age. It is only because of elven magic you appear older. How old are you? Evry asked Bry. Older than both of you, but Roos's age differs. You don't look that old, Evry said. Do you say that to the elven girls you meet? The ones who are the young age of 200? That is young for an elf. Some have only just started training at that age. I served my previous captain for many years, at least as long as both of you have been alive, but by standard, I'm your age. Elves do not die, right? Valrin asked. Not typically, though, obviously, they can be killed. Dwarves have longer lives than the race of men. Generally, 800 years equals the life of a dwarf, though there are instances where they live longer. Rooses could be much older, as were Dwemhar when they still existed. At one time, no one died in the living realm, none except for the race of men. But the longer the great poet has slept, the more death has crept into the world. Vanku, a guardian god of the path of the dead, assures balance, or so I was taught of the gods. Valrin laughed. As you understand the gods, at least. I do not believe everything these shadow types talk about the gods. That is fine with them, Bry said. They don't believe much of anything that anyone else says. At least I know Evorn feels that way. I just hate being away from the woods. I should be there, assisting my brothers and sisters against the vampires. Soon, Evern said, slowing his mount to fall back in line with the others. Ordak says prepare yourselves. We will slide down into the canyon soon, a region we must pass through to reach the Hook of Bone. He said do not touch anything, and do not let anything touch you. They were ascending a sheer cliff again. Valrin looked over as he struggled to stay atop his mount. The sea sparkled to their left. He glanced over to his right just as his lizard began running atop the peaks of the mountains and could see nothing but the dark haze of Aieclo. "Prepare yourselves, my friends," Ordak shouted. "Do not let these beasts touch you. I am immune, but you non-magic types need to be on guard. Evern will help protect you. Rusis, keep your ward strong." Valrin looked over to Bry, who was already summoning her magic. "What is it we face?" Valrin asked Evern. "Wraiths." They came to a ledge. Valrin could see down the ledge itself, where the sheer stone became as gravel down a deep hill descending into the rock crevice between two mountains. There were lights in the heavy fogs, glowing embers of some kind, and the ruins of structures dotting the mountain cliffs. "One of the places haunted by the acts of the Scourge Siren. These are restless and vengeful spirits," Evern went on. "Let us not let them take their vengeance out on us." Ordak was the first to plunge into the darkness, but they all followed at a swifter and more direct sprint than they were traveling before. Bry's ward flashed to life, shielding their left flank, as Evern crafted his own, shielding the right side and above them. The half-orc drew a strange hooked sword and held it above his head. The sword began to glow, sending palpable vibrations through Valrin and the others. "Seething spirits, stay away from those who did not do evil against you!" Ordak shouted out. They were now in the canyon itself. The road before them was broken and stretched up into the rock and then back down. At first, Valrin believed their creatures traveled over broken wood and dead trees, but then he saw that the valley was filled with the bones of the long dead. The structures were broken and showed charred stone, while other areas were not structures at all, but just stacks of bones in bizarre formations. The lights they had seen before trailed in the fogs above them, almost as if lighting their way or marking them. The air became much colder. Frost appeared on the backs of the lizards, and Valrin swore he saw something pass between him and Bry. Evern's ward flashed, and suddenly Ordak and Stonehide broke from the group, climbing up the slope of the nearby cliff. Valrin felt a searing cold and saw a massive face before them. It was pale green with white strands of long hair. The face had nobody, but instead was trailed by smaller faces, each of them with their mouths agape. The air was silent, and then a piercing scream tore through them. Avorn and Bry both turned their wards. The lizards they were riding upon bucked up like horses, hissing at their attacker, but it was then Ordak spun high above them, taking his hooked sword and thrusting it into the head of the spectral attacker. The spirit wailed again, and then vanished into blackness, taking the many smaller spirits with it. The valley became still again. The lights returned to the fogs above them, but were now much slower, almost like they were fairies. "What was that?" Evern asked. "That was not upon these lands when we came here before." "Much has changed. I call her the Lady of Aieclo's Suffering. She can fall to a holy blade," he said, sheathing his hooked sword, "but she will return. The other spirits here haunt the place, but she seeks constant vengeance." "Who was she?" Bry asked. "A woman of many children, blessed by the gods with the mark of holy children, or so the stories were told here. Her children had gifts, something beyond that which had been seen in the world. But the broken texts in which I found their story inscribed in the caves that run these lands were not specific. Many had come from the settlements in the mountains to offer praise to the Scourge Siren, many females. She always attracted those to her side. Men were simple vessels for new life to the Scourge. But I need not tell you what she did to this mother who gave her life to protect her young children. I will show you." "What of the spirits?" Evry asked. "What of the one who attacked us?" "She will return in time. The blade I struck her with was once used by Dwemhar in their cleansing rituals when dread demons first came into the world." "Dread demons?" Valrin asked. "Creatures of shadow summoned by necromancy. At least some were. They would haunt the battlefields of old, summoned by the literal amount of dead, and the pull toward the realm where all dead go. There are some upon this island, but I have not seen them in some time, Ordak said, looking around. Let us keep it that way, because my sword would not be enough. Stonehide returned to the group after having moved ahead a great distance. Ordak gave him a treat, much to the distaste of the other lizards the rest of them were on. Now, stop hissing, he said. Did any of you go with Stonehide to scout? No, so no juicy treat. Maybe you should each think about that. Ordak continued to lead them, the spirits above simply hovering along the path. They do not attack, Valrin said. No, Evern stated. They are restless spirits alone, drawn to this place not because they died here, but because the presence of death is so strong. I remember this village. You came here? I did, early, before the Scourge Siren became what she was to become. This place was rocky, but had a wondrous stream that fell from the higher places above us. This place was green. Who lived here? Those of the race of men, actually. Within the bones of the old Dwemer structures, they had made an abode, but I cannot even point out where those abodes were. It seems fire has blasted this entire valley. As they came around the edge of a path, they came to an area where Valrin could tell a large lake once was. Now, the dry basin, though longer than it was deep, was surrounded by many broken ruins going up around them. Further down the path, they came to a large altar and columns covered in charred stone on one side. Here, there were many bones scattered around. It looked like what one would find when a wolf had attacked a chicken coop, leaving random bones throughout. In the center of the altar, another skeleton sat. Ordak paused. I avoid this place, he said to the others. The lady who attacked us before is a malevolent spirit of particular power, something I wish I could unleash upon the one responsible for her death. Maybe one day. It is why I only work to deter her. I don't know if magic exists to move a spirit at will or to set it upon another, but if I could ever take this tormented spirit and attack what I know remains of that blood-seeking, hateful wretch of a woman, I would. Valrin saw that Ordak was crying. Evern dismounted and went to Ordak. Evry and the others checked around them before doing the same, but for a moment a glint of light seemed to shine on the open area of the valley. But you asked, and I want you to know. I want you to know what evil is in this world, Ordak said, wiping his tears before turning away from them and pointing. As Valrin and the others approached the altar, they saw the scattered bones were more concentrated beneath it. The form on the altar had their larger bones broken. The skull, however, was intact. There was still a large spear embedded in the woman's stomach, and beneath the spear's head, more bones. The bitch killed her and her unborn child. Then her hellish cult brought all of her children before the altar and killed them too. They threw their bodies upon the stone as the mother watched and screamed, not in physical pain, for I do not think she could feel the pain. She cursed this entire place. She called all darkness toward this valley, and the ground died even as the Scourge Siren stood still, holding the spear pierced through her stomach. She told her she would forever haunt this place. Evern turned to Ordak. You say you read this, but you speak it as if you were here. Ordak had squeezed his hands together so hard that blood ran from where his long nails had dug into own skin. I was here. I led the last resistance. This place was laid to waste before what horror I recall, but her children I treated like my own. When you and Lorlam left, I could not go back to the Shadowlands. I came here at first to stay with the Delkians. You and the wizard thought you destroyed her, but her power was great. She retreated to the north, to a new place. She amassed her followers from those in the island and struck back, promising vengeance on all who betrayed her. This is the result. But she is dead, Bry said. She is dead, isn't she? There is evil that cannot be killed. It calls to your friend, her daughter. Evurn, he said, looking at the shadow elf. The one who cursed this land may be dead, but her presence remains. You and Lorlam took Evium away to protect her and teach her. It doesn't matter who goes after her. It is up to her to resist her mother. The malice of Aieclo is like the lady of this valley, angry and seething. There was silence for a while. Evern stared off into the darkness before turning to the others. "Let us go, Ordak. We must continue our journey." They mounted without speaking further, and Valrin looked at the ruins and the skeletal remains one last time before his and Bry's lizards fell in line at the rear of the group. The road leading from the lake basin and the resting place of the lady narrowed the further away they got, and soon rose back up into the higher places of the mountains. This area was dustier than the region before. As they came up and over a portion of cliffs, the early dawn sky beyond the fire and smoke of the central island became evident. "We are in the turn from night to morning," Ordak said. "In such times, it is like the darkest point of the night, and spirits are stronger within our world." Valrin noticed the spirit guides who had been over them for most of their journey in the valley had faded away, or at least stayed in the valley, falling behind them. They returned to the road now and greatly quickened their pace. The mountains were like menacing spikes to their right, rising and piercing through the fogs of early morning. It was then Valrin saw something in the fogs, something that appeared as a giant bird, its shadowy winged form pushing through the fog. Ordak looked over but didn't seem worried. Valrin noticed that beneath the fog there were flashes of fire and what appeared to be figures, but then the images faded away. Ordak now led them back toward the mountains, not following another branch of the road that went further north, but slightly to the east. They came to a small stream. It wasn't much more than a few small branches of water from a rock, but it was enough for the lizards to lick the rocks. "You all saw the memories of the land," Ordak said. "The winged terrors, the fire engulfing the people, all images in the memory of the lands that bared witness to the horror." "How can land remember?" Evri asked. "You have spent much time with the elves and you ask this question," Ordak asked. "Cannot trees remember what they have witnessed?" "Yes, but they are alive." "Is stone not alive too?" "Well, it is part of the living world, yet not alive." "What is life then, Evri?" Ordak asked. The question stumped him. Valrin noticed he looked away and tried to find some suitable answer, but was not able to. Some try to determine alive as some physical state, but true states of living are within the mind and spirit, not the physical body. Some would say you need a heart and blood to be alive, but a plant does not have this. Physical movement at will could be used to gauge life, but does not a reanimated corpse have this? Surely they are not alive, as one would say. The spirit within is the source of life. Spirits of light, dark, and that of a balance. The world is full of life even if you do not see it, young one. Evern shook his head, but did so with a slight smile. You did not learn that from the Shadow Elves, nor did you learn that from me. I had my dealings with the Falakar, Ordak said. Those horse riders? Tribal knowledge is forbidden in the East. Only forbidden by the bastard Shadow Elves. Evern shrugged. Their teaching makes sense to me, at least. Much of the world could be healed by the sides against one another, simply talking at peace. If only the world just had to worry about the fights between the races and governments. There is always an undercurrent, something beyond what we can see. Ordak glanced around. Come, we still have a journey before us, and with the coming sun, the last stretch shall be a bit more precarious. At night, the spirits leave and roam the open lands, but with light upon the world, that which is dark hides away and makes our passage more dangerous. The time before deep night and just after early morning are when they move from light to dark. Perhaps they will be less awake when we pass by them, moving into the mountains on the last of our journey. We shall see. For a final time, they mounted their beasts and rode hard for the mountains before them. Valrin thought of how the world must have looked before the fire and ash of the Scourge Siren. The wonder of the Dwemhar before the land replaced that which was their city. As they moved into the mountains, they did not ascend again, but instead followed a path that went straight into the mountains and, in fact, dipped down further into a darker, foggy region. This way was narrow, with a stench upon the rocks like they came upon the lair of a beast, but the sheer cliffs showed no dark places or caves. In fact, the way was strangely bare, a strange fact considering the valley before had had so much. This way became so narrow that Valrin worried the lizards would not fit, but somehow they just squeezed through the narrowest way, even though it was now so dark before them that if they suddenly ran into sheer stone, it would not have surprised him. But Ordak knew this way, and as the road opened slightly, they began to ascend. "We are almost there," Ordak said. Coldness struck them. Ivern immediately turned on his beast. Valrin turned to see what he was doing as an explosion of magic struck a shroud nearly upon them. "Quickly!" Ordak shouted from the front of the group. They broke out of a chasm between the mountains and found themselves between two large towers of rock built into the mountains. Ordak drew his holy blade as Ivern's lizard ran up to the other lizards. Ivern had dismounted and held his staff out in front of him as several black shrouds moved before them. "Wraiths!" Ordak shouted. Evri and Valrin drew their blades, and Bry summoned her ice magic. "Use fire!" Ordak commanded. "Cold will not work with these." The wraiths moved into one another, growing into a great beast that Ivern sent a blast of fire at. A few moments passed, and Ordak appeared just before Evern, leaping up the creature before them and slashing his blade at its head. The form it was turning into shattered, falling as if the pieces sticking together had come undone. The wraith split off and jumped along the cliffs, screeching as they flew over the chasm and swiped down on those beneath them. Valrin and Evri swung their blades at the passing forms, but nothing seemed to stop them, nothing except fire or Ordak's blade. Two more came directly down on Evern, but in a blast of earth magic, he funneled one against the rock of the mountains. He then cast his spells into the rocks above the wraith, the falling stone acting as a furnace, and a blast of fire centered on the wraith pressed it into the stone, turning it into a molten form that dissipated and fell away. The other wraith engaged Ordak, but his holy blade cut into the wraith, turning it into ripples of blackness that fell as feathers struck from a bird. Brai, Valrin, and Evri had continued backing up the rocks behind them, considering most of the wraiths were in the lower region, and Brai's magic did little more than dissuade attack. Eivorn and Ordak retreated up with them, but from the towers on either side of the canyon, more of the wraiths emerged. "You have come far," Valrin heard a voice say. "I did not think to see you again, but you have angered these wraiths. Let us teach them their place once again." Valrin looked around, first thinking he had heard voices that were not there, but Evri was looking around too. "Valrin," he said, "did you hear that voice? Faint, like as if the wind, but there?" Valrin had, and at least now he knew he wasn't going insane. "Yes, but I do not know where it came from." As the large number of wraiths seemed to be swarming Evern and Ordak, suddenly several red figures appeared atop the cliffs around them and near Valrin and the others. They heard shouting words as if one voice as one of the figures held up a glowing blade. "We are the Verit of Aieclo. You trespass upon our lands, wraiths undying. Back into your catacombs in the mountains, the deep places, the darkness. Go now." The wraiths swarmed the central figure with the glowing blade, but the form dissipated, appearing above all the wraiths, sending a crackling blast of white down upon their forms. The wraiths wailed and screamed, falling back to their towers and fleeing the valley. Ordak and Ivern hurried to the others, glancing around. "The Verit Gamblers, they are here," Evern said. A sudden flash of red in the wisp of smoke, a figure familiar to Valrin appeared. "I am Telvius," the man said. His garments were red, just like the assassins who killed the once King Tersua of Sailmark. Evry drew his blade, but as quickly as Telvius saw that, he was behind Evry, but his own blade was returned to his sheath. Strange to help one I do not know, and then be threatened. Evry jerked around, but Ordak put his own blade at Evry's neck. "My traveling companion knows little of proper manners on Aieclo. He must learn that one living and breathing like you in the faraway reaches of the land is not one to fight. Your kind killed my king." Telvius smiled with an overbearing grin. "So they were successful. I recognize your armor to be of elven design. You should know that my kin are not what you think. In truth, we have not been the same since our attack when we helped Valrin and the other." "I saw your other companion when I was imprisoned," Evern said. "Oh yes, him. He was doing well, one of the last to be doing well of our group. I believed he died. Perhaps now the Verit Gamblers are no more, or so it is." "What?" Evry asked. "My brothers and sisters have been stolen away. I am all that remains of our clan. Come, the spirits of the mountains only rest for a time. They will return, and I will not be able to use illusions to scare them away again so soon. I will take you to the Citadel where we can discuss all of these things further." Part 7. The Black Reach. The desert known as the Black Reach was open, barren, and cold. The coastal breezes, unhindered by the open expanse of the southeast of the island, tore across the open sand with whistling gusts every so often. The moon above, shadowed still by the effects of the black moon, were like an even worse omen to the beckoning of the fire and smoke from the center of the island. As they began across the dunes to the spectral of light in the distance, they could not help but to notice that while fire and smoke rose up ahead, so did rolling white and blue from the lake of the moon, the two magics mixing and binding in an electrifying storm above where the Scourge Spire would have been, according to the map. They had very little water, a mishap made worse as their journey became longer, and the first light of dawn began to cast its light on the clouds to the east. "Reminds me of the wilds of Taria, going south, far south, near the borders of Fadabrin." "Fadabrin? Isn't that where wizards learn their magic?" Kirla asked. "That's what I understand. I actually never went there beyond once when I was delivering a message to our contacts within the royal family there. You know, they are saying some kings of Taria are giving up their crowns. Several men have come together to form a protectorate, an agreement to protect one another and the race of men. Isn't that what an alliance is? They form something else, a body, something that votes versus one king. Sounds like a threat to kings everywhere. I'm surprised Taria didn't lash out toward those places. Well, some say they have pledged themselves to evil, some Itsu god or something. I think that's just an excuse, but think of it. Everyone agreeing, the common person having a vote in something greater for the greater good? Were you a rogue or... I have my dreams beyond this life, yes, but the tyranny of kings must end at some point. If you could live where someone looking out for your best interest had say in the way of the world, would you not like that? I'd prefer to just make my own world. Seems simpler. All men and women are evil in some form. It's more of if they can hide it long enough to where they take such evils to their grave. You can't believe that, right? That people are inherently evil. I think it is easy to go either way, and some people have more of a reason to bounce between the two than others. No one is inherently evil, but if you ignore someone, push someone long enough, who knows? Kirla was silent. I'm not perfect, Fadis said. I went to war for the king. I fought his war under the guise of being a ranger, and in the end, I lost myself to too much alcohol, blood sport, and by the time I went home, my wife was remarried and my son, well, my son didn't know me. My wife, Lisa, she was killed by one of those Rusies, and by some luck, an elf and I killed the Rusies. I fled my old life, leaving every with them. Heck, she called him something else then, but I never remembered that name. In truth, I kept drinking in the north. Then, while waking up from a night's drinking, I saw a ship on the horizon. I stumbled up, and well, I ended up with the crew we left behind. Do you feel you've paid for your sins? The direct question was shocking to Fadis, but he looked at Kirla. I think. I also think there comes a time when you just have to jump, see if you can pay the debt on the way down and get swooped into safety. You may have been as you call evil, Kirla said, but you aren't that anymore. If you still feel you are, I'm here, if you'll let me be. Fadis did not know what to say at this moment, or why he tried to hide the slight smile he suddenly had. Kirla seemed to care for him more than he understood, more than he could expect. He looked back at her. Thank you. As the sun began to come up over the dunes, they saw several large beasts approaching from behind them. These were not aggressive or swift creatures, but their massive strides meant they were catching up with them quickly. Fadis and Kirla moved off the road as the creatures came closer, and it was at this moment Fadis could see that there were towers on the tops of these massive creatures. The creatures, like large cows with long hair on their heads and along their backs, were 6 times as tall as Fadis, and at least half that distance wide. The gargantuan mouths of these creatures dripped with drool, and as the creatures went to go around them, they suddenly stopped and began munching on the sand. As Kirla and Fadis stared at these strange creatures, an opening in one of the towers emerged. Travelers of the Black Reach, you are indeed lucky. The voice came from a small, plump man who quickly shuffled down a small ladder dropped along the side of the beasts. We are headed to Celier. We have much to trade there. Would you be interested in sharing a ride with us? Fadis looked up, seeing several smaller men in the interior of the tower. Perhaps, but we do not wish to bother you and your family. We'd be better off walking. Better off? Better off eaten by ash snakes. These things are huge. They let the sand cows pass through. If you're headed to the city, you need a ride like this. They didn't tell you that in the port town? Why are you so far west? Lots of questions, Kirla said. Why are you and your sand cow so far west? Heavenstones! Gifts from Ether! They fetch quite a price in Celier. Several landed across this region nights ago, or so it seemed. This entire island has been much more active as of late. Kirla turned away from them and looked to Fadis, talking with a hushed voice. Sand snakes? No one mentions sand snakes. Do you know what he's talking about? No, but it doesn't sound good. Sand and snakes. Fine, Fadis said to the stranger. We will join you. Very good, then. The way into the sand cow was narrow by its own right, and Fadis wondered if it could hold his weight, much less his and Kirla's. As they climbed up the side of the beast and squirmed into the tower atop it, he saw several other men just like the first. In fact, from their black garbs with silver hats, they all looked the exact same. The interior of the sand cow tower was adorned with red drapes of differing hues. Aside from the drapes, there were many windows looking out toward the dunes around them, and at least 3 smoking stacks of what might have been tobacco of some kind, but was making Fadis feel a bit dizzy. Welcome to our happy home upon the sands. What exactly are you all? You all? The man asked. We are but I, as you see, but as we. The sand cow began to walk, and the way out of the tower was sealed. Fadis went and looked out the window. They were indeed moving again. Your words make no sense, Kirla said. Fadis turned back to see all the men staring at him. What? They were all staring at him in the exact same way, except for the one that had greeted them. His face changed from that of an old man with a raised eyebrow to that of a small child swinging a small sword. Oh, mister! Don't hurt me, mister! Fadis went to draw his blade, but where his sword was appeared a snake. He gripped it and went to grab its head when he saw the face of the man before them. Kirla grabbed his arm, and he glanced up, seeing all the men shifting around them. "What is this?" Kirla asked. Fadis struggled to see clearly, but he could hear the ring of Kirla's sword. "Interesting," the man said. "This magic does not work on you, but yet you are not of the Scourge." "I am a rogue of Taria. That is all." "I see." Kirla gripped Fadis as he nearly toppled over. Fadis could see clearer now, and as Kirla went to lay him down, one of the men placed a pillow behind his back. Fadis could see clearly now, but Kirla kept her knee on his legs and her sword drawn. "Tell me," she said, "who are you people?" The man laughed. "I told you before. We are as I, as you see, but as we." "He's a genie," Fadis said. "A what?" "A genie, a more playful version of a djinn." "Oh, very good, kind sir. He uses magic and hallucinogens," Fadis said. "It is why I am so dizzy." "So far, so true," the genie said. "The question is of you, dear girl. Why do I wonder? Why did you not have any issue with my magic? You say you're a rogue, but I sense more." "I don't know what you're talking about." She approached him with her sword. "I am no threat to you, dear girl. I care little for your type. The Scourge has tried to kill me before, but I simply bring them deliveries of heaven's tears, and they are fine with my existence. I go to Celier for just that reason, but you never know with those types. You never know what can cause them to shift. What do you mean to do with that blade? Do you want to leave? I will not stop you, but they may." Kirla looked out the window to see massive serpents jumping out of the sand beside them. "It is not real." "Perhaps not, or perhaps it is. Sand snakes exist, but how real do they need to be to eat you? I wouldn't risk it." Fadis was not sitting up, able to see clearly, and Kirla approaching the man made it so he could stand. "You captured us?" "Yes and no. I captured you because I believed you seeking to harm me. I split myself among all these others in case you were assassins, but that you are not, and I know that now. I keep the others here to keep company. Otherwise, this is an even more lonely sand cow." "What do you seek with us?" Fadis asked. "Company." "Company?" Kirla asked. "Yes. Is companionship strange in Taria? Do you not talk with others there?" "No, but we generally don't put them in sand cows on false pretenses." "So on true pretenses? You have sand cows there?" "You cannot be serious," Fadis said. "How long will you keep playing these games? You're not that daft." "No, but you will not tell me of your true nature or purpose. You were with the one who passed this way earlier? The one with the mark of the Scourge Siren on her life force?" "You saw her?" Fadis asked. "I did, and that means so did they. I see very little strangers this way. There is the half-orc who guards the ways to the Delkians, and the folks who become lost wandering this way that I eat in a purely spiritual sense, meaning completely, their soul and all. But I wonder of any who would call the child of the Scourge Siren friend. What do you seek in Aieclo?" "We seek to get our friend back, no matter the costs," Fadis said. "Can you take us to her?" "She goes to Celier. We go to Celier. No more helping is needed. Now, Kirla," he said, looking at the rogue. "You are Rusis, are you not?" I mean, my father said I was, but I never have used magic like other Rusis." Perhaps you just need a reason to do so." Fadis was suddenly grasped by the hanging drapes and dragged to the back of the sand cow tower. Several more drapes went around his throat. Kirla went to help him, when suddenly her sword felt so heavy she could not hold it any longer. "What are you doing?" she shouted. Fadis was gasping, gripping at the drape choking him. "Motivating you!" Kirla rushed up to pull the constricting drapes from Fadis's throat, but could not get her fingers in the folds of cloth. "Rusis, use your power. Nothing else will work." "I don't know how. My father didn't even know how. Focus and keep your thoughts on what you wish to create from the air around us. You are not a pure Rusus, but you can grasp those powers if you wish to hard enough. Fadis was turning red and sweating profusely. He tried to speak, but could not. His time runs short, Kirla. She focused on him, closing her eyes. She tried to focus her mind, but she could hear Fadis gasping. She tried to reach out, tried to focus. She saw the way other Rusis fought. She saw Avium and Bry in her memory, even the Rusis who had tried to kill her. But no, she couldn't focus to do it herself. Kirla! Do you wish him dead? She opened her eyes, seeing him beginning to turn blue. She focused again, feeling something this time. It tinged of a spark, a flash of something, but then it was gone. She opened her eyes to see Fadis collapse, the drapes released. She spun, gripping for a dagger and throwing it toward the genie. He did not flinch. He simply blinked, and the blade stopped nearly at his forehead. An excellent throw and excellent work. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. You released the bonds that held him. You fear too much the Rusi's powers, but something else, yes, something else indeed is within. Fadis coughed and struggled to stand, but Kirla ran to him. Are you okay? He looked at her with puffy eyes filled with sweat and tears. Between the smoke and being choked, I am still here. Kirla turned to see the genie no longer taking multiple forms, but standing before them as one form. You are both, the genie said, both of Rusis and the lost race, the Dwemhar, much like the one who went before you. It is not that you have much power of either, but you have something within. You may not always have your blades, but you will have that. Perhaps my lesson in our little journey will serve you before the end. There was a snap of light and darkness, and both Kirla and Fadis were standing in the desert outside the city of Celier. Fadis jerked around, looking for the sand cow, but it was only an image in the distance. The slow wobbling form was already far away. We are here in such a short time? Kirla asked. It was just now midday. I don't know who or what or why that happened, but I'd be okay with it not happening again. Are you okay? Fadis asked. I am. Not too sure of any of that either, but I am okay. They stood in silence, standing at the gateway to the dark city in the shadow of the hills around them. Celier was not a place that gave a welcoming feeling, and the lightning storm flashing above did not give any form of comfort whatsoever. Part 8. All the Lost Shadows. Telvius led them out of the canyon and to a high road that overlooked the sea. The valleys beneath them were dark, and some seemed to even have water. Cursed depths, Telvius said. The water has risen higher with every rain, and it seems that within such water, a festering darkness gives life to more wraiths. I am happy our citadel is as of yet out of reach of its grasp. Telvius led them down a narrow pathway that eventually led to a bridge of stone spanning 2 mountaintops. It was then Valrin saw where they were going, a mountainous tower built beside the structure of a ruined Dwemhar tower. The stone fortress was made to look like the top of the mountains, but within the stones were effigies of beasts and gargoyles. The tower itself had a large black door and a high wall surrounding its base, but even that was difficult to see until they were nearly upon it. Those of the Verit Gamblers knew you'd seek us in time, Valrin. I only wish it had been sooner. How did you know I would come? Valrin asked. Because when the dwarves came to us and paid us to assassinate the Barb King, one among that company told me of his people, and the belief that there would arise a great person upon the seas of the north. I questioned if that was who I was killing, and he said that Throka had spoken to him in a dream, saying that a dwarf would seek to harm the one who would guard the seas. He then heard horrible claims of his own people in the north, and he and a small group of his companions sought to thwart the potential evil to come. So, he opted for assassination? Bry asked. Yes, it is a warranted option, but I do not think he knew of us or sought us directly. I ran into him by chance south of here. He knew I was a shadow elf, and I told him I was a loner who stayed away from trouble. He paid quite well and asked for me to investigate a dwarven city and, well, to be an option for his plan in case he needed assistance. The rest became as you saw it. After one of our own was captured, I called the other Verit Gamblers and, well, we found this strange boy here, he said, motioning to Valrin. I did not know your importance then, but I see you are alive, and the Barb King is dead. Telvius led them into the tower, and Valrin immediately saw a grand balcony across an otherwise barren room. But it was the massive statue of a figure only ever knew of that caught his attention of everyone else. The statue was 3 times taller than them. It was a male figure holding a human spine in hand and a curved blade high above his head. "This is a representation of the gods of my lands," Evorn said. "One of them, at least. Still just as the others, in my opinion." "Were you not saved by Aetha?" Evri asked. "Well, there is that one." "Aetha has scarred these lands," Telvius said. "I have heard stories of the war that raged between Aetha and the Scourge Siren." Telvius had a kettle he was tending to by a fireplace. While he already had 1 cup out, he found several others and set them out on a long stone table that was one of the few pieces of furniture in the room. The tower itself had many other rooms that went up the large spiraling ceiling above them, as well as wings on the level they were currently in. There were many mounted blades of varying sizes, spears, and more daggers than Valrin had ever seen in one place, on display in cases around the room. Telvius joyously jumped around, gathering up the mugs he'd found and motioning for them to follow. "The sight of the sea is quite a relaxing view. I was about to have some tea when I was alerted to your approach." "Alerted?" Evri asked. "I'll show you what I speak of." As they went to the balcony on the side of the tower, Valrin noticed that they were suspended off the side of the cliff itself. He and Bry went to the edge and looked down, realizing how high they were in comparison to the castle of Tarvira. "This is an old place," Telvius announced, "as I am sure the shadow elf among you has told you, as good Ordak too also knows." "You know more of me already than I know of you," Ordak said. "We of the Verit Gamblers know much of this place, beyond what most do." Telvius seemed to look at the ground, but then his somber expression shifted. He jerked to a smile. "It is good you have come, Valrin." "Why do you say that?" Valrin asked. "Because, since our first and last meeting, I have wondered much of your purpose. Then, learning the Barb King was lost, I wondered what had happened." "He was struck down," Evern said plainly, "taking the lives of a captain and another of our crew. It seems you and your kin were not efficient enough." Telvius bowed to Evern. "Most of us had never reached the level of your own." "You do not know me or my powers," Evern said. "I know you betrayed those you swore to. No different from you, or so we understood it. My reasons for abandoning the cult of the East were my own. The establishment of the Shadow Elves as a ruling body meant I had many responsibilities beyond that of a mere assassin. Why are you the only one here? There is no use of veiling magic, or I would have sensed it. Do you not know that one of your kind was captured in their attack on Sailmark?" "I knew nothing of Sailmark until I sensed another of my brothers falling." "How did you know nothing?" Evri questioned. "Do you not know what targets and places your own kind go to? How much were you paid to kill the king?" "We were not paid, not the Verit Gamblers. I believe you misunderstand the state of Aieclo. My kin were taken most over the past 2 months, but there were some before. There is slavery in the Shadowlands, but nothing like this. A man, at least, I think he is a man, came to the lower coastlines from a place I do not know. His armor, strange, black, but he had no visible face. I cannot tell you if he was an elf, dwarf, or something else. He went to the city of Celier and was turned away, but then the leader of the city was found dead a day later. We were blamed, but I spoke with the Rusies who commanded that place. They had thought that the Verit Gamblers sought to take their claim to Aieclo, but I made it clear that we did not. "You have dealings with them?" Evorn asked. "Yes, we have in the past. It is how I know that the stranger who came has not left. He dealt in bodies, as the dwarves did in Gurundothrak, taking random people as slaves, but also higher-profile types. He uses a power I have not seen before. Rings." "More rings? We dealt with this in Taria just before coming here." "Then you know there is nothing you can do to stop them once the ring has grasped their mind. You must kill those under its power." "You can just remove the ring?" Valrin said. "Some, yes, but this stranger has altered the rings in such a way that they cannot be removed." "You have dealt with this personally?" "I went to save my kin, yes, before they were taken further north. Rera and I set out from here 3 weeks ago. We found the brothers Ura and Dilue. We broke into the cell holding Ura, but could not get Dilu. The rings were still binding to their wielders. We removed Ura's ring, but had to hide. We returned for Dilu, and he was not himself. He fought us, calling for the guards. I attempted to pull his ring from him, and he screamed in agony, like the ring had become a part of him." "That sounds like the power my people used to bind with the Dwemhar," Evri said. "What?" Evri pulled down his tunic to show the place where the device allowing him to bind with Dwemhar armor entered his body. "You scar yourself to wear armor?" Telvius asked. "It gives those without Dwemhar magic the ability to use their armor and be almost as Dwemhar in a way," Evern explained. "But the rings are not Dwemhar." "They are not," Telvius said. "We did pursue Dilua and the host of strangers with him. Ura was captured. I killed Dilua. There was nothing that could be done beyond what we tried. Rera then left a week ago, angry that I would not go further north." "You abandoned your kin?" Evri asked. "My kin and even I are loyal to our creed, but I will not allow myself to be captured and used. I was considering leaving, seeking out assistance to then go north. There is a place, a great mine, used by the Scourge Siren. Rera and I learned that it was inhabited again, shortly after our kin were taken. I searched for what knowledge I could find of it in this tower, and learned there was once a great forge of the Dwemhar within it. I believe the stranger from before is there. I believe the brothers and sisters of the Verit Gamblers are there. I will go there, and I will save them now that you all are here. That is why you have come, to help me." "We came to seek your services," Evri stated. "We have the will of the King of Vumark behind us, and you are to state your price. Terror strikes the southern lands. We need you to kill—" Evorn stopped him. "What's your price? I smell the incense and the stench of blood in this place. You prayed to the gods, and we arrived. You believe we were sent by them to assist you. You're all that's left of your order." "I am. I did." "He's lying. He's like his kin who struck down my king," Evri shouted. "We did not kill your king, not the Verit Gamblers of Aieclo. We are not so simply bought, as you say. My kin were taken against their will. You knew of the rings, so what can you say of it? Who of yours was taken by the rings?" "Not ours," Evern said, "but a Rusis of old, Rungar." "Now you tease me," Telvius said. "You mentioned shadows and dead men." "No, he was under the king of Taria. Well, the now-dead king. He works with us to the south against the vampires of Elria Sona. The elves sought your blades to kill the vampire lords." "Quite a test of skill. I cannot help you. I must free my kin. If you will go north with me, and we can solve the riddle of what has taken them, and how, if we can free them, the Verit Gamblers will repay you by working directly to kill these vampire lords." "You do not seek payment?" Telvius stood and finished his tea. "My payment is your skill. The northern lands are haunted by wraiths. We go into the desolation of Ether, the lands burned from existence by the goddess. My kin are like pawns against us now. There is a staff, Evern said. A staff wielded by those who control the ones with rings. Removing the rings removes the control the wielders have, but since you say the rings cannot be removed, we will sort out something else, perhaps cutting the rings from them. It may work, Telvius said. I would rather have my friends back with fewer fingers than lose them forever. Who is this stranger? Have you determined anything to get some clue to his identity? Bry asked. Telvius looked at the others. Done with your tea? Then I'll answer her question in a different way than you'd expect. He smiled a bit more grandiose than normal for the typical tone of the conversation and went back into the tower. We didn't build this place, he went on as the others followed him back into the main room and down a side corridor. From what we can tell, a wizard of some kind, perhaps of the race of men, built this place during the reign of the Scourge Siren. We don't actually think she knew about it. Lorlam, a friend of mine, and Ordak mentioned wizards coming to the island at one time seeking knowledge, Evern said. Well, this wizard, whoever it was, found it. Telvius led them down a corridor that twisted into the mountains and then went back up, taking a small stairwell into a narrow opening. Must have been a small wizard, Every commented. The entrance was quite small, and even Bry, the shortest of the group, had to duck. On the other side of the rocky entrance was a dark room. Telvius had a single candle to the side, to which he used to light several other small torches before feeling his way to a rope that went up into the darkness. As he pulled the rope, several shutters opened in the high places, and the light that came through the top was mirrored down to the lower level, lighting the entire room. Before them were stacks upon stacks of manuscripts. There was a ladder that went to a second level, where a table and a few chairs lay scattered about. A repository of knowledge, some written by the wizard who lived here. Others were here before, or were brought here. Telvius sighed. I have searched for some sign of what has taken my kin, as we all once searched for clues as to who the stranger was. How long has the stranger been here? Everyone asked. Some would say months. Others among my kin debated and said no. They believed him or her to be someone of old. Some said the Scourge Siren, but it isn't her. How do you know? Every asked. For one, her physical form was destroyed. As we understood it, talking with those in Celier, she was nearly beaten in her own tower and then fled north. Aetha herself dueled the Scourge Siren and brought fire from the heavens down upon her. But she still haunts this place. She is still within Aieclo. But this stranger, be it man or woman, beast or spirit, is a new enemy. Evern coughed. This place is foul, smells of burned herbs. Telvius, I care little of your kin. I care little of you personally. I see you and your kind to be weak and foolhardy, for you were young and naive to leave before your training was complete. The old do not know the ways of the young, Telvius said, and the young do not know the paths of the old. There was silence between the two of them. But, Evern said, there is a great darkness in the south, and upon Aieclo, and a new player who seems to wish to collect his or her own powerful pieces to put into the game to which the rules are not yet set or known. We seek your hand in the south, so if the captain wishes it, we will go with you to seek out your kin. Evern looked at Valrin. This is beyond the Stormborn, he said, but you wish to help the elves and Taria. Do we journey north? Yes, Valrin said without delay. We already came here and lost Evium. We must complete what we came here for. Evium? Telvius asked. Do not worry about her, Ordak said. You are still a stranger to us, a weak stranger at that. We will help you and measure your resolve and spirit. You are not a friend. Very well, Telvius said. I need some time and then we can depart. Feel free to browse this place and return to the central room when you are ready. I leave you for now. Telvius departed, and the companions looked at one another. "So, our enemy collects those they wish with jewelry?" Ordak asked. "It would seem," Evern said. Every sighed. "We waste time. We should hurry this along. We must get back south." "For someone raised by the elves, you're a bit hasty," Bry said. "What would you know of it? I have trained to defend my homeland, and I am not there. I could return, and they could all be dead." "Then your problems are less," Ordak said. "Insult my people, Orc?" Avern and Ordak looked at one another. "Boy, what exactly would you do if I said yes? And would that be insulting men? We do that anyway. You're not an elf." Every shrugged and turned away. "I go to wait on Telvius." As Every left now, the others began to go through the texts and scrolls. "He hasn't learned any patience," Evern said, rolling out a scroll as Valrin and Bry made their way to the upper level of the room. "Perhaps you should talk to his father," Ordak said. Evern grumbled something to himself as he rolled the scroll he was holding back up. Valrin noticed a map rolled out on the table. "Come look at this!" he shouted to Evern. Valrin noticed that the map itself had recent etchings and wording added. From simple wording such as Horn 1, Horn 3, and the tail, to other notations of entrance and tower A, B, and C. "What is it?" Evern asked. Valrin pointed at the spots on the map. "This is Aieclo," Ordak said. "These markings were made by the Verit Gamblers," Evorn noted. "They've been looking for something and exploring this place beyond what I think we've been told." "Do you think he deceives us?" Valrin asked. "I think we haven't asked enough questions." Evern grabbed the map and rolled it up. "Come, let us ask the questions we have not." As they made their way back to the center room, they found Telvius in much different adornment than before. He was wearing the red clothing Valrin had seen him in before. He had 2 short blades he wore at his hips and multiple daggers along his chest. He also had a hooked blade in a similar design to Ordak's and a long black whip hanging over his shoulder. Smoke rose from an incense plate before the statue of the gods, and Telvius poured blood, or so it looked to be, over his hand while grasping the statue. "May the gods of the shadows watch over me and my new friends," he said. "Honor to the old, honor to the young, honor to all of those who dwell beneath the darkened sun. May shadows veil our paths." "What aren't you telling us?" Evorn said plainly. Telvius stared at Evern holding the map. "It is disrespectful to disturb a man in prayer." "You'll need more than prayer to protect you if you do not speak plainly of you and your brethren's dealings," Ordak said, grasping his sword with one hand. "My brethren and I have nothing to hide, but there are those on Aieclo who do." Telvius smiled at them and licked the blood from his hand. "Harvested today," he said, looking out toward the balcony. There were several dead bird-like creatures there. "They watch the way toward the Delkians. They alert me to wraiths, but in doing so, upon their eyes, seeing such creatures so plainly, they soon die. I help them along with it, and give praise to the gods. Care for a drink of their blood?" "Not I, nor any one of our friends here, give any faith to your gods," Evern said. "What have you been searching for on this island?" "The resting place of the Scourge Siren." "You seek to resurrect her?" "No, we were sent to ensure she is destroyed, eternally." "Sent?" "Not all is as you believe it in the Shadowlands. Yes, the others of Aieclo and I are young, but you do not know what has taken the conclave of the blood. The Shadowlands have been ruled faithfully for thousands of years, but there is disdain in the high places. You left, but so did others. The Verit Gamblers are us who believed something was truly at odds to the will of the conclave. I will not reveal the names of those who support us, but we came here to seek the blade of the goddess and to destroy the body of the Scourge Siren." "The blade of the goddess?" Ordak asked. "The blade given by Etha to the old Dwemhar, the ones who inhabited this island, meant to protect them from overzealous demon gods when the world was still young. You speak of times before the Shadowlands were of shadow, Evern said. I know. There were many blades back then. There were even blades capable of striking the gods with the death of mortals, forged by the Dwemhar and the elves. The blade of the goddess was a blessed sword, much like that of Ordak and my own. It can seal away that which is cursed. I believe the Scourge Siren sought it, which is why she went north even though a great temple of Aetha stood there in watch over the lands. The Scourge Siren murdered those within the temple, seeking the blade, and spurred Aetha to rain fire from above, destroying all of that region and breaking this land further. So you seek this blade and the body of the Scourge Siren by the will of the Conclave of the Shadowlands. No, I seek to stop those within Celier from resurrecting their supposed queen. We of Aieclo know that our support in the south has been so well hidden that we can never return. We seek to protect that which was, that which will be. But now, I am all that presently remains. That is why we must save the others and then move to complete our task. As it is now, we have time. Your vampire lords are but one problem in this world, Every. Be happy. Those of the Scourge Siren's followers are impure and broken. Those closest to her are dead. Valrin looked over to Evern, who quickly subverted his eyes. You deceive me, Telvius said. He snapped his whip down to the ground. I have spoken. Now you speak. These lands have become much more active over the past 2 days. I saw you approach aboard a ship of the Dwemhar. I saw that there were others. Ordak growled but said nothing. It is true, Valrin said. We have others. One of our crew vanished, and 2 others went to search for her. Her? Telvius asked. The daughter of the Scourge Siren, Evorn said. What? Daughter? She has an heir? It was I, Evern said, along with her father and this half-orc who fought the Scourge Siren. You drove her from her tower? Yes. Why would you bring their daughter here? She is a member of my crew, Valrin said. Telvius began to pace. She went missing? She left. She has been unwell since our arrival. Then we must free the others. With all of us we can claim the blade. I dare not go alone to the high fells of the north without many of power, but we free the others of the Verit Gamblers. We can get to the blade. We must go back to the south. We must help the elves, Every said. First, we must protect these lands. If you want my assistance, you know the price. My kin and I are not simply hired assassins as believed by the few who know of us. That should be one thing that is as clear as the glacial seas to all of you now. Part 9, Celier. Beyond the gates of Celier, Fadis and Kirla were greeted by a dusty and dark city. While Aieclo itself was already a shadowy island, this city, nestled underneath the mountain cliffs of the center of the island, seemed to have a layer of ash atop everything in sight. There were no flowers or green plants, no clean water flowing from a mountain stream here. This was Celier, a town made up of shacks and multi-tiered buildings where all manners of people were skulking about. The gates themselves were not guarded, at least openly, but it would be ill-advised to cause trouble in a place where troublemakers would be dealt with, regardless of their crimes. If she is here, how do we find her? Kirla asked. Fadis looked at the different buildings and then back to Kirla. Ordak said this place was ruled by Roos's women, yet I do not see any. Kirla looked past the closest buildings and to a tower in the distance with torches atop it. It was just visible in the hazy sky. Perhaps there, the Rooses, if they're even real Rooses, will have a central building in which to rule from. I've never known Rooses to be so overt. In fact, I knew little of Rooses before a few years ago. Lost your way? A random voice said. Fadis turned to see a woman pushing a small cart full of all sorts of oddities and trinkets. She was a frail woman with leathery worn skin and curly gray hair. On her cart were small skulls and beaded necklaces. "We are new to Celier," Kirla said, "but we know our business." The old woman stopped pushing her cart and reached for a cane kept within the cart itself. She turned and slapped the ground near Kirla's feet. "All are new to Celier when you are as old as me. New doesn't last. Old is faithful. Perhaps you can let me reveal what you seek." "You do not know us," Fadis said. "Our business is private." The old woman's gaze shifted behind them and then back to Fadis. He took a quick glance and noticed several hooded women a good distance away. "There was another who came through here. Killed a few of the sisters of Aieclo with their own magic. Used magic is not common. A fiery woman. Strangers are under a certain scrutiny as of now. Help an old woman push a cart, guardian of the woods. I will take you to my home and tell you more than you know. It isn't every day the cards reveal ones taken by the desert genies." Kirla began to walk beside the woman as Fadis was left to push the cart. He had to reach down quite far to reach the cart, and with the weight of the cart, he was surprised the woman could even push it. The women from before stared at them as they departed, but did not approach. Fadis at least knew Aviam had been through here, and he hoped this woman could help them further. The old woman led them to a narrow alley on the far side of a dark stone building. While the structure appeared to have at one time been a place of industry, it didn't appear so anymore. For what Fadis knew, Celier was old, but with the old cities of Aieclo and the long history of the island, perhaps there was something else here long ago. They passed several beggars sitting in the street. All of them looked up, but none of them reached out or otherwise begged as Fadis expected. The old woman dropped each of them a few berries from a pouch, but they did not move to grab them. Where in Taria did she get berries from? They came at last to a lone wooden door in the side of the mountain. The door was so well hidden that if they had not known where the old woman was standing, they would have missed it. The woman went to the cart and pushed a stone on its side. The entire cart collapsed into itself, and she picked it up with a single hand. "What? What? Your eyes deceive you. You just made that cart that weighed more than a grown man shrink to the size of a small basket." "No, I just revealed what it really was you were pushing. You assumed there was much more to all of this, but there really wasn't. Just as what happened with the genie. Just as there is with this island. The life of Aieclo is spent. The powers that keep this island from turning on itself are darker and more mechanical, I guess would be the easiest way to explain it. Now come into my house and away from those who would seek to know more than they should." As they entered the old woman's house, they saw a simple enough interior with several curtains that opened as the woman walked through them. Though she had used some strange magic to collapse her cart, she did still need her cane and used it to push levers and switches as she went to a large purple chair that had a single lamp hanging above it. Around the room were more trinkets. Besides skulls and several unlit lamps were metal machines, very small, but with gears and crystals. As the woman beckoned them to sit, with open hands motioning to chairs near her table, Kirla and Fadis sat down, both enthralled by their surroundings. The woman began to lay out cards on the table with different illustrations. "You are a gypsy," Kirla said. "From the Shadowlands, indeed. A place still kind to my beliefs, but I have been on Aieclo for a long time. I remember when the lands were green, before the dark times, but now a new time is upon us. The descendant of the Scourge Siren returns. The sisters of Aieclo did not expect her, though. I remember those times. I remember the killing and the massacres. Our companions on another part of Aieclo were here during those times. We seek the Verit Gamblers. That is all." "Ranger." "What?" "No," the old woman said. "The card, it tells me one of you is a ranger." Fadis looked at a card with a wolf within the center of the image. "You guard the woods of the south. Your accent tells me it is true. You speak not like one of the glacial seas or the eastern lands. The woman beside you is a faithful woman. She seeks you as you seek her, but you journey into places beyond yourself. It is indeed time for you to focus your work on what you know. I am searching for a friend, Fadis said. Kirla assists me. Kirla watches out for you. You are confident, skilled. Both of you can kill and will kill many, but seeking the Scourge Siren and the one she has called is treacherous. You travel with one of the seas, a token of a future fortune. The woman had many cards on the table now. Some showed the ocean and the green polar lights of the north. Several showed different crystal formations, and one had a ship. Kirla, you are a mix of the old. A future time will have many such as yourself, but the gods and the Dwemhar both have a hand in such things. A time will come when this will be common. Kirla shook her head. I have no true powers. Is that what you believe, or what you've been told? You were kept as a man's plaything, yet you knew yourself above that? You did not let that destroy you? Why then is creating magic so out of the question? But there is death upon this island. There is a place beyond this place. The crafters of old made many items and trinkets, but too there was another, a man who loved the Scourge Siren. He created a way for her to survive beyond her body, beyond her physical form. He has helped make it so that Aieclo would remain, the city beneath the stones and ash. Why do you tell us this? So that you do not die. There was silence between all of them for a few moments. I only seek my friend, not to stop some old evil. Your friend is beyond you, Ranger. It is time for you to return to what you know and the evil there. You have much in your future, but to remain as one of the crew, I see your downfall. You know much, Fadis said, but little of those I care about and those I must help. You said you'd help us, and I thank you for providing us refuge, but we must continue on. The woman slid her cards back into one stack. She reached under her seat and pulled out a box. I have given warning. Tragedy comes for those you care about. The black moon that rose several nights ago brought with it a future that will change the cards for many. The box before them was silver with many gears and tiny crystals. The woman pressed several of the crystals, and the entire box began to articulate and spin before them. In a few moments, a single round metal device lay on a metal platform that the box had transformed to. Your purpose on Aieclo is complete once the Stormborn has this. Your task, Ranger, is complete. Look to the one beside you and trust her if you hope to survive what comes next in your path. The cards I see for Aieclo and your friend you seek are too dark for a Ranger of the North. Fadis stood, taking the circular metal device. It was silver with black etchings, but it had no writing that he could decipher. I'll get this to the Stormborn, but we still seek our friend. Seek the one captured, Ranger. Beyond that, you'll see the way. Kirla stood, seeing that Fadis was not planning on staying any longer. Thank you, Kirla said to the woman. She nodded and smiled. Fadis went to the door, and they both exited the house. As she shut the door behind him, Fadis looked to her. What? She asked. I figured you'd say something. She smirked. A strange woman, but perhaps she just wanted some coins. Kirla set down several small coins on the doorstep, a small token that she'll find. One of the beggars stood up and bowed to them. Your gift to her is accepted. She hides here in the shadows. She awaits her time. Your offering is much to one such as her. Her berries are wonderful. It is why the elves revere her. Fadis looked back to the doorway and did not see it. Then the beggars stood in unison before solidifying as stone. What was that? Kirla asked. I don't know, but I'd rather be back in the desert. Come, we need to find some clue to what all of this, he said, looking around and then down to the metal object he was given, is about. We need to find Evium and get out of here. They followed the alley, which led them back to another larger road that was congested with foot traffic and had many stalls of different sorts. They pushed their way through, working to get through the swaths of people. For such a desolate island, Celier had a pronounced effect on them, and was no doubt a place that many traveled to, though, in all fairness, these people did not seem like people from Taria or the lands to the west. Most of the figures were hooded, and the ones who were garbed differently were not of the kind of folk one would expect. There were many people with growths on their faces. A few seemed to be of other races completely, and in such, neither Fadis nor Kirla knew what to think of the ones with mostly scales across their visible skin, or the one they swore had feathers. Being of the race of men meant they were minorities in this city. Fadis came to a point where there were two roads, and both seemed to lead toward the central tower, where he hoped to possibly see a clue of where Evium had gone. But the other way, Kirla suddenly walked toward. "This way," he said. There were too many people this way, and the sounds of some strange creature shouting. It looked to be an auction or something of that nature, but in Fadis's mind, they should go somewhere where literally everyone was pushing and slapping at one another. Plus, the other way seemed simpler. "No," she told him. "We need to go this way." Need? Why? She headed into the crowd, and Fadis didn't know if she just didn't hear him or didn't care. Likely both. He hurried to get beside her as she pushed her way into the people and up a road that went up to the tower at least. They had already been distracted enough, but at least it kept the eyes of the sisters of Aieclo off them. Going this way almost guaranteed they'd run into those again, and from the fighting and pushing around them, it wouldn't be in a good way. They came to a long line of cages, and here they saw wolves, large cats, and several creatures with 4 legs that they didn't recognize to start with. The gathering of people seemed to be trying to force their way into a large stone structure ahead. There were several mangled bodies heaved over the crowd, and another one was being strung up as they continued. "He lasted a mere 3 beasts before he was killed. Wagers are in favor of the beasts." The fighting before them was in response to some type of fighting that none of them could see. Fadis and Kirla went toward the entrance, or more so, Kirla moved through the crowd, and Fadis worked to keep up while keeping watch for those around them. He saw more of the cloaked women, but they did not seem to be paying attention to them or any one person in particular. They entered a passageway where a large stone gateway prevented the masses from entering the arena. There seemed to be strange crystal stones that those who had them were able to use to gain entry into the gateway. "That'll be 3 for you and your friend," the bird-like man squawked at them. Fadis looked up past the beak of the strange cross between man and beast. 3. Do you not hear me? 3 gold coins? The guard looked down at him with his beak to the side. Strange thing for one upon Celier to have. Of course, I cannot allow you in without proper payment. The guard seemed to speak louder than he had before. "Go on to the room to your left so we can get this sorted out." Fadis attempted to back up and pull Kirla with him, but 2 other guards like the first now blocked their path as if trying to obscure their view by others. "Come," the guard said. Shuffled to a side room away from the gateway, the guards talked among themselves as Kirla and Fadis both drew their weapons, much to the surprise of the guards. The one guard made a call to the others, and they bowed. "We have not seen gold within these borders in so long. We did not want the others to go insane by its sight." "You mean to protect us?" "Yes," the one said. "Our race is already within the watch of the Clockmaster and those of Celier. The Rooses here will want to know more of you if they spot you. You 2 do not belong here, and that is clear to us." "Clockmaster? Who?" Fadis began. "He is who orchestrates that beyond the island. He is who has maintained this place since the Great Ones fell." "The Dwemhar?" "Indeed. We care little of Aieclo or the Clockmaster. We seek our friend." "The one who killed the others? A woman of power moving with haste through the city? She is already gone. Gone? Fadis questioned. The Rooses here seek her to the north, between the great lakes of ice and fire. She is who you seek, correct? If so, move through the arena and through the northern gate, but know it is watched more fiercely. Many leave for the mines that way, but many of our kind make roosts there by order of the Roosies. But if the Rooses see you, they will not hesitate to take you themselves. Why are you offering this advice? We wish for your coins. We can buy ourselves freedom, one of the other guards said. You are slaves? Kirla asked. None upon Aieclo except for the ones who own others by life debt or otherwise stay in Aieclo. This place is evil, this city dark. Now we can leave and work to free our kin. We will deal with the Clockmaster then. Many rebellions spark across the lands, along with fights for survival. We go for our friend, and we will leave this place. We deal with our own evils. Too many evils now. But go, the first guard said. Proceed through the passageway and into the arena. Do not delay. The arena has many more eyes than most places. Fadis and Kirla sheathed their weapons, and Fadis handed over the gold coins. The guard left the room as if nothing had happened, and Fadis and Kirla began down the passage. It was a simple hall with no windows and only faint light from the occasional torch, but being under the darkness of Aieclo, this was more light than usual. It is good we came here, Fadis said. We at least know she is no longer here. There is more to this place, Kirla said. I still feel something else. Feel all you want, but we must get north. A VM is going toward that tower, and I'd rather not be forced to deal with whatever it is that is there, dead or otherwise. I can't believe that any place that was inhabited by the Scourge Siren, as dark as Evern and the others claim, would be a happy place. As they exited the passageway, Fadis noticed they were in an arena. He had seen smaller ones before, but nothing of this scale. The tower itself went up so high that he could not see all those in attendance, and on the fighting grounds below, there were many blood-covered corpses. Even now, several beasts ran about like bulls, attempting to skewer a lone combatant with a large sword. Arena fighting, Fadis said to Kirla. That is what the bets are for. Let us move quickly and get away from this place. The arena rotunda that circled the arena itself had vendors and other caged animals almost at every corner. Grotesque displays of previous victims dotted the walls, and skulls hung along the openings to towers where drinks flowed in abundance. Fadis noticed there was an elevated platform high above the games below, where several women stood high above the rest, their hair flowing in the cold winds, whipping massive torches high above the arena itself. But closer to them, along the walkway, there were more of the bird people and cloaked Roosies every so often. None of them seemed to care for Fadis or Kirla, but still, Fadis kept his cloak bound and his hand on his blade, as did Kirla. They were much more at risk than they had been in the city. There was no fast and obvious escape if someone sought them, and essentially, they were in a prison of sorts, at least for now. Horns called and drums thundered. The roar of the crowd echoed across the arena. As they exited another tower and continued around, nearly reaching what would be the northernmost tower and the way out of the city, they heard an announcer begin. Igora of Aieclo's eastern region has faced many beasts of burden, and he is given the ultimate honor of increased power by the blood of the phoenix. The crowd roared in applause, and the center of the arena became bright with light as the floor shifted beneath them with a rumbling so strong that Fadis felt it in the ground beneath him. Flames shot out of a dark hole where clanking gears pushed up a platform with a massive black cage that shook and rattled. Aieclo, the island of the Roosies, gives us many riches and pleasures, but it is the blood of the phoenix that is worth it for many of the greatest warriors. In endowing the warrior with the blood of a phoenix, they are granted second life, a chance to die and return in similar form, like the mighty bird before you. Kirla had become dead, focused on the arena grounds, and pushed Fadis's hand off her as he attempted to get her to continue to walk. In the arena pits, fire shot up again, and several Rusis appeared on the arena grounds. The warrior, Igora, stood smashing his sword on the ground as the cage walls collapsed. A flash later, and the Rusis shot ice at the phoenix. The animal was magnificent, with plumes of red flames rippling off a crest on its head, and red jewel-like wings shimmering in the darkness of the island. But the Rus's spell struck the creature, causing it to frenzy and flap its wings, embers flying into the sky around it. Several arena slaves worked to restrain the creature, binding its wings in stone and forcing its mighty head down to the ground. Igora was presented with a necklace of blue and silver, magic flowing off the device. That which is of fire shall give all of its life for the blessing of yet another warrior for service to Aieclo, one that will be honored in time beyond honors, another warrior to join under the watch of the sisters of Aieclo in servitude. "Kirla," Fadis said, pulling her shoulder, "let us move to the northern gate. Who knows what those bird guards are going to do or say, considering they have their way to freedom? They could give us up just as well as if we were seen." Kirla outstretched her hand, her eyes turning white for a moment. There was a cracking sound beneath them, and the chain holding the phoenix exploded in a blast of arcane light. Kirla stumbled backward and collapsed into Fadis's arms. "How in all of the lands?" Fadis shouted. He caught her but stumbled backward. The phoenix below screeched, and the announcer was drowned out by the sheer screams of terror within the arena. Fadis shielded his eyes as a bright flash overtook the tower. Rusi's spells flew into the creature, but it flapped upward, now much smaller than it appeared beneath them, but where before it had the appearance of an actual bird, it was nearly all fire now. It hovered, flapping its wings over Kirla. Kirla suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a flash between the bird and the rogue. Rus's spells slammed into the ground around them, and the phoenix turned and took to the sky as Rusis swarmed them. Fadis pulled Kirla forward as blasts of ice and fire shattered and exploded around them. The next tower was not the northernmost, but it would do. The people within the arena were in a panicked flight from the stands, and this stairwell was one of many in the area that led back down. And so, there were so many people attempting to flee at once that they managed to lose the Rusis. They descended to a lower level, and then another. Fadis then saw that 3 levels down, there was a much less populated walkway leading out of the tower. They forced themselves from the tide of people and sprinted from the tower. Fadis knew the tower they were going to was the correct one they originally wanted because of the crenulation of this one being very different from the others, likely meaning that this tower was the first tower built, or something else entirely. As they made it to the tower and found it abandoned, they headed down the stairwell. Doors slammed behind them, but they kept running, twisting down a stairwell that led into a dark hall of cells with bleeding and deprived bodies kept out of view of the crowds. A spear flew over them, striking the wall just beside them. Fadis turned. It was the warrior Igora. "You took my life from me! You took my blessing! You will not escape the sisters, for you will not escape me!" They came to a locked doorway, and Igora stopped sprinting after them. The warrior had a large silver sword and armor that seemed to be made entirely from bone. "You took my life from me!" Igora shouted again. Kirla dropped down to the doorway and began picking at the lock. "No one escapes this hall," Igora said, lifting his sword. "This is the hall of my victims. I shall happily add you." Fadis drew his blade, holding it at an angle as the warrior slowly approached them. "Kirla, a way out would be good. A few moments." Fadis lunged forward and was quickly parried up. Igora reversed his grip and flipped upward in a strange acrobatic leap, bringing the blade nearly upon Fadis, but just grazing his arm. The ranger spun to the side, drawing his dagger and jabbing for the exposed back of his attacker. There was a flash, and the warrior was behind him. His blade was instantly at the ranger's back, and Fadis fell to the ground away from the blade, making 2 uncoordinated slashes with his blades to try to deter Igora. But the warrior pummeled into him, throwing him against the wall. Fadis crossed his blades in front of him, just keeping Igora from literally biting him. Igora had the mouth of a beast. Perhaps this man was no man but part ogre like Ordak. The winds changed. A cold gust blew into the room. As he glanced over to Kirla, he saw her wide blade coming down upon the bone gauntlet, shattering it. He was free from the grip of Igora. He dropped and rolled from the grip of the warrior. Igora charged the rogue, but in a flip she hurled several daggers his way, deterring him just enough for her to land a strong kick into his back. The door out was open. They both fled to the dismayed shouts of Igora beneath them. They struggled up the stairwell. Fadis felt a pain in his side and realized he might have broken a rib, but he wasn't sure. They kept running, getting up to an outer ledge that ran along the northern side of the arena tower. As they just passed the void where they went from the stairwell to the ledge, a blade came tumbling out, just missing them. In the distance, Fadis could see the fires of Aieclo, the great lake north of the city. They weren't on the outer keep of the city, but they were close. Igora pursued them still, and now several Rusis appeared on the walls. Fadis looked down into the darkness of the stacked buildings beneath the wall. "Jump! We have to get off the wall!" They both ran for the edge, leaping and rolling onto the top of a house. Fadis rolled one way, and Kirla rolled another. He fell into the top of an overhanging porch, much to the dismay of 2 dwarves who stood and grabbed their hammers. "A man here?" one of them said. "My apologies, I'll be leaving." Flashes of magic struck around him, and he scurried to cover, finding a ruined house and looking for Kirla. Igora had followed them, skulking about nearby. He was now holding a random piece of wood. Kirla darted across his view, and Igora instantly engaged her, attempting to strike. She parried one hit, and then leaped up just as the warrior's gauntlet smacked her. Fadis rushed to join her in the fight when a blast of fire consumed Igora. Several Rusis appeared. "She is not to be harmed." Fadis had sheathed his sword and was stringing his bow in haste. As the Ruses hovered over Kirla, he pulled string to cheek. He released, sending an arrow into the face of the woman. Kirla jumped up, spinning a quick strike and cutting down the Ruses. Blasts of fire struck near Fadis, and a bolt of lightning struck just near him, throwing him back. He couldn't see for several moments, and he lay back, unable to move. "Bind her and find the other one," a voice said. He suddenly felt himself getting dragged, and a door shut. "If you know what is good for you, you'll stay quiet," a voice said. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. A few moments passed, and the sounds of shuffling feet and commotion subsided. He could see now, but he had been put in a closet of some kind. The door opened quite unimpededly, and he saw the 2 dwarves from before. He was inside their house, if one could call it that. He still had his swords, and as he locked eyes with one of the dwarves, a second one closed the door to their house, holding his bow. "You and your friend test the sisters, but they didn't kill her," the dwarf said. "Yes, well, they might," Fadis said. "I am Fadis, and you 2 are?" "Just 2 brothers, dwarves, but our names are unimportant." "What, are you wanted?" "No, our memories are a bit smoky. Too much time breathing the ash of Aieclo. We see someone who took down a sister, and as favor would have it, we do not care for them." The room they were all sharing was no larger than a few paces, and had even less within it. There were 2 beds on the far wall, and a table where the one dwarf was sitting. The second dwarf gave Fadis his bow, but did not look at him. It was then Fadis noticed that he didn't look at all. Unlike the one dwarf, this one was blind. "The sisters?" Fadis asked, motioning to the blind dwarf. "Lava monsters, as a simple person would call them. The sisters have their issues, but they are not evil by right. They rule with a hard hand, and if they want you dead, you are killed." "Then why not let them take us? Why help me?" Surely there is no point. We are followers of Aetha. She resides in the city. It is her hand that still guides us. She is setting up something. You should go find your friend. They take her to the tower. They believe she is like the one who came before. The one you call Aveum. I do not understand, Fadis said. Aetha? The goddess? Why does she care of us? She has unfinished work. She has sought the resting place of the Scourge Siren as the Clockmaster has. Fadis shook his head. You do not believe us? The blind brother asked. No, I do. It's just why does this need to be so complicated? I came to find Aveum. You will, but there you will find death, as things go now. Proceed north, avoid the dangers there, and see that all that happens does so for a purpose beyond yourself. The blind brother opened the door for Fadis. There were several beggars outside the door. The way is open for you to the gate. Beyond the gate you shall find trials. The way of Aieclo is not a simple path. You blame the gods for your fall. Embrace them for your future. Your redemption is ahead if you choose to take it. The gods of the north are with you, but this path you must embark on alone. Part 10. Rings. Outside the tower, the lizards, including Stonehide, were sleeping in a group against several rocks just in the shade of the mountains. Evern and Ordak walked with Valrin and Bry, as Evry still kept to himself, seemingly annoyed with everything. So, now that we've all been honest, we can hopefully get done with what we need to get done with? Ordak asked. I do not think he was lying for the sake of lying, but just omitting what the full truth was, Evern said. He has as much reason to trust us as we do to trust him. He did not care for the issue with Aveum. Neither do I, but we cannot do anything about that as of now. We must trust that Kirla and Fadis are having some luck. I do not intend to leave this island without her, and Scourge Siren or not, if I have to risk myself, I will happily do so once we've secured the other Verit Gamblers, and the Stormborn's task is complete. I do not wish to leave her either, Valrin said. At worst, Evry and the others can return. If Aveum is in trouble, I will not leave her here. If the one who is the daughter of the Scourge Siren is in trouble, all of us may be, Telvius said, but there are many steps to our journey of securing Aieclo. Once we have saved the others, we can make a decision on moving forward. I understand there are issues here, Evry said randomly, but my people are at war. I have told my king I will find you assassins. You must assist us. I must do nothing, Telvius replied. I agreed to help you once my kin are safe. You are a child among us. Learn your place. Evry again was silent. We have not forgotten about the others, Valrin told Evry. It would seem some have. Even my own father left. He left to find a member of the crew who may be in trouble. I know why, Valrin. I just can't help but feel the issue at hand is more important to others than the greater issue at home. The stakes of the world typically call those to act who would rather deal with what is otherwise important to them, Ordak said, motioning for Stonehide. We will save both worlds. Just give us time, sharp blades, and strong ale. Evry was unamused by Ordak's response, and Evorn didn't care to say anything. What do you ride? Bry asked. I ride the same as you, but mine knows some tricks. Rel, my darling, show yourself. On the rocks above them, Telvius's lizard materialized from the stone. Her camouflage was something, unlike simple hide color. She also didn't climb down, but became as smoke, just as a typical shadow elf, and appeared before the others. Stonehide hissed, obviously not caring for the tricks of the other lizard. Evorn laughed. You have taught the beast your own powers. That takes some skill. Skill? No, these lizards are smart. Rel is smarter than most. Stonehide hissed again and snapped at Rel, who did little more than glance at him. As they each mounted their lizards, Stonehide stood up on his hind legs, much to the surprise of Ordak. Whoa, now! Stonehide was drooling. It seems he wishes to mate. Bry laughed. Rel snapped again and hissed loudly. The sentiment is now shared, Stonehide. Ordok smacked the beast several times, and Telvius just laughed. Well, at least our mounts get right to the point. Telvius led them away from the tower as they began further into the mountains and up a wooden platform. The platform itself ran along the mountains, yet was hidden from the casual viewer by several branches made to veil the construction. Was this built by you? Valrin asked. It was. It's just to get us down to the lower valley and the road north. Don't worry, it does not lead all the way to the ground. What fun would that be? Telvius smiled with an exuberant laugh that carried in the wind as they began to run faster. Valrin held on to the lizard, his hands quite tired from the constant grasping he had to do to stay mounted. He noticed that Telvius had an actual saddle and was quite jealous of the fact. The fires at the center of Aieclo were growing brighter, and the storm above the volcano was more violent. He thought of Fadis and Aivium, not to mention Kirla. He hoped those of his crew were okay. Coming to the end of the wooden paths, Rel jumped up to a tall dome of rock and then turned to her side, sliding down to a ledge before then perching like a bird on a large pillar of rock. It is time for the fun part. No, no, no. Stonehide and I do not care for this kind of fiasco, Ordok said. Telvius laughed again. Now, time to go! As Valrin and his lizard nearly met up with the others, Telvius and Rel shot off the side of the cliffs, and for the first time, Valrin learned that these lizards were capable of flight, or more so, gliding. As Rel launched herself from the rocks, she spread small webbed wings hidden in the folds of hide between her front and back legs. The other lizards did the same, quite suddenly, and to the horror of Bry, who screamed as her lizard jumped from the cliffs. Valrin took a deep breath as they reached the edge, seeing the others below him already, but much further away considering they were flying. The lizard reached the ledge and then launched them from the rocks. The ground faded away as the lizard, which Valrin thought was set to only scurry along the rocks, glided like a bird, making for the stony lands beneath them, but with a grace he did not expect from a creature like this. It felt like sailing, yet in a storm, and his stomach felt as he did when he crossed over the edge of a large rolling wave with the Aela Sunrise. He smiled. With the horror around him, with the fire and smoke, the tales of evil and such, there was a strange peace to this moment, a peace that was quickly lost. Valrin saw the others ahead, and his lizard landed with more grace than he'd expected from a reptile of this size. They were running again, now down a dusty road with large blocks of stone on either side of them, as if they were not on a road at all, but a canal. There was a screech that tore through them, but Valrin did not see anything. Ordok and Telvius had their blades at the ready, and Ivern's staff crackled to life. More screeches, and then stark, frigid air blew over them. Ordok fell back to the back of the line as Telvius brought them out of the canal. As soon as they were on the straight road again, horrid screams came from all directions. Magic flashed around him. He drew his blade, blocking a wraith from grabbing him, but only deflecting his spectral attacker. The wraiths themselves were gray in color, with long, bony hands and red eyes. Though their presence was icy and left frost on his skin, smoke and the smell of brimstone was left in their wake. Telvius took down two of them, one passing over the host and the other coming up at their side. The wraiths convulsed around his holy blade. Both Ivern and Bride deflected the creatures away, and for the first time, Valrin saw every sword glowing with a blue hue. Though it did little actual damage, unlike the holy blades, the elven weapon did more than a simple sword in slashing the creatures away. There were a few more attacks, and they finally were left alone. The lizards gasped for air, frightened and winded from sprinting for so long as the wraiths buzzed around them. The road went through a large village, only a skeleton of what it once was. They stopped to rest their beasts and to take a breath. Wails echoed across the hills, and on a high hill in the distance, a glowing stone snapped with an electrical burst as the ground trembled. The great volcano is angry, Telvius said. The land is angry, Ordak corrected, as are those who rest beneath its surface. Telvius looked out toward the mountains to the north. Beneath its surface is where we must go. Valrin sheathed his sword and looked around the village. Bones lay in the waste of the dust rolling across broken boulders. But though some skeletons were torn apart, most lay undisturbed since their deaths. Large and small, none escaped the cataclysm of Aieclo. "Let us continue," Telvius said. They were underway again, continuing down the journey with haste. More than once, Ordak suggested they wait until nightfall to sneak past more wraiths moving along the hills, but the half-orc and the Verit Gambler had differing opinions. They were attacked again, this time from smaller wraiths, but nonetheless fierce. This time, the lizards themselves were assailed. The wraiths bit and slashed, tearing at their hide, and Evern was thrown off. His lizard then pounced like a rodent at the mercy of many cats. Ordak dismounted as well, slashing down two of the creatures before Bry sent a blast of lightning into their spectral forms, stunning them. Telvius rode into the group, turning into smoke as was typical of a shadow elf such as him, and slashing into each of the stunned wraiths before rematerializing and noticing the lizard was struck many times. He went back to his own mount, as did Ordak. Both had healing herbs of a kind Valrin had never seen. "You can still find such herbs on Aieclo?" Evern asked. "In the high places in the mountains," Ordak said. "On the sides that face the sea where fresh air and untainted water still nourish some places of the lands. There is yet hope for Aieclo. One day perhaps it will return to its former glory." The mountains rumbled, and an explosion of fire leapt into the sky from the center of the island. "The past will fade for the new to come, unless the island fractures and the seas wash away all," Telvius said. The many injuries the lizard had sustained were bandaged as best as could be, and at a minimum, the herbs had numbed the pain it felt before. "We will reach our destination before nightfall," Telvius said. "Then comes the most difficult part, for it will not be wraiths we deal with." As a dusky sky turned black, they came to the edge of the mountains. The jagged peaks reached high into the clouds, and darkened ruins ran along the edge of the high cliffs. These mountains were once the walls to a dark abode. It was meant to be a great throne for the Scourge Siren, but it was never completed. The fortifications in the mountains were left unused until near the end, but by then it was too late. Only where we go, the Dwemhar forges beneath the ground, ever saw real use in those days. Telvius led them to a large statue that was broken at its torso. A small cave was here that, while it didn't go anywhere itself, it was a good place for their lizards to rest. "We'll go the rest on foot. Riding our friends into the place we go to will offer little advantage to us." They crept around the side of the statue and to a path that went up the mountain. Like the rest of the lands, it had no signs of life but the recent prints in the dirt. The path snaked up the side of the rock, leading them further up and nearly into the slight fog that hung in the upper reaches of the cliffs. At least they didn't have to actually climb. Coming to an actual wall, Valrin was surprised to not see sentries. "Do they guard the outside or just assume no one would come here?" Evorn asked. "I have only viewed the place from afar," Telvius said, "but I have not seen guards as you mention. Most would not survive the journey here. Besides, the riches most seek are near the lakes of fire and ice in the island's center. They do not know much of these lands, and there are no stories of these places to the north, except what monsters supposedly haunt them. That deters those not crazy." "And you consider us?" Bry asked. "I have never claimed to be sane," Telvius said, cracking a wide smile. He drew his blade and vanished in a puff of smoke, appearing above them on a distant rock. "It is clear." Valrin and the rest of them moved up the road and past the wall. There was a massive dark opening in the mountainside. On either side of the gaping maw of a cavern, There were glowing stones with inlaid marks forming stars inside them. Telvius did not run with the rest of them, but took a wide path along the rocks, moving perpendicular to them. Ordok did the same, but on the opposite side, making a point to stop on an eave and then run back to Ivern. While there are signs of camps and abodes here once, I see no evidence any others have stayed here in any large number. The place is active, Evern said, motioning to the glowing stones. I am surprised more are not here like they say there are in the lower regions of the lands. I would not expect the threat of monsters to keep everyone away. Perhaps there are greater stories of what haunts these places, Evry suggested. They drew blades. Coming to the opening of the cave itself, Evurn cast a spell of mage light, and the way became evident to them. There was one path that led up through a broken section of walls that once would have been part of a greater gateway. They passed through, spotting a lone torch in the distant darkness of the cave. As they progressed, spreading out within the large room, they saw both a way to move further down into the caves and a way that did not go down but went straight to where the torch was. We do not split up, Ordok said. We should avoid the lighted path, stick to the shadows, Evry said. I like his tactic, a strange man with strange armor, but perhaps he hides skill. Evry shook his head. Do not underestimate someone just because you do not know them. I would never, Telvius said. I underestimate everyone because I know I am better. Quiet. It's hard to believe either of you has skills of subterfuge or stealth, Ordok said in a hushed shout. Ivorn stomped forward, running down the pathway that led further down. Valrin worked to keep up with him, as the others did the same, descending into the darkness that was only pushed away by Ivorn's magic. This way, Ivern said. How do you know? Bry asked. I read the runes while the others were too busy comparing themselves. Valrin smiled and looked back at Evry and Telvius, who were trying to avoid being near one another. They came to another chamber. This one had a large doorway that was partially open with a single chair and table, clearly not of these ruins, sitting nearby. Ivern paused, scanning the room. There were 3 pallets in a corner near a small lamp. 2 were occupied with sleeping figures, but the 3rd figure was missing. Evry and Telvius moved forward on Ivern's pointing, taking different paths within the shadows. Ordok looked behind them as Evern extinguished his light. Valrin noticed there was a faint glow to their left around the corner and looked around the edge, seeing a figure with a torch in the far distance down another hallway. He or she was returning. Evry had spotted this person as well. He tucked away in the darkness by the doorway and looked to Ivern. As the figure passed through the door, Evry came from behind him, but not with his sword. He grabbed the figure's mouth and pulled them down to the ground in a struggle. In the distance, Ordok and Telvius thrust their blades into the sleeping figures, never allowing them to rouse. Evorn saw what had transpired so far and rushed to Evry. Bind him, Evern said. The person was a male of the race of men from the looks of him. He was wearing a dark tunic and had a small sword, but nothing else. Help me, he managed to shout. Evry slammed his head into the ground and quickly drew his blade, running down the corridor in which the man had been patrolling. The rest of the companions were still. Ordok and Telvius vanished into the shadows, and Bry, Valrin, and Ivern sank against the wall. There was little light in this passage, and no signs of anyone else at this point, but they could not be sure. Ivern whistled, to which Ordok responded with 3 short whistles. He then suddenly whistled again, a longer tone. More come, Evern said. Evern pulled the bound companion into the shadows and then ran across the opening in the room to another bit of shadow. Valrin and Bry stayed where they were. He gripped his sword, squeezing the hilt in an ounce of nervousness. He was surrounded by what he considered to be much greater warriors than himself, but the mystery of this place had him more comfortable than he would normally be in a situation like this. Several figures came in from the door that they had first seen. They went to the pallets. Valrin hadn't seen it, but Ordak and Telvius must have moved the bodies. One of the figures knelt, and then his staff ignited in red flame. Several small creatures ran through the room. Each of them was no larger than a cat, approximately the same size as a Delkian, but with much larger ears. "Imps," Bry whispered. "Find our guests," the figure said. "I will tell our master of this occurrence. Do not fail in bringing the bodies of those responsible. We will need the blood." There were several other figures. Each of them had torches. They all wore the same black tunics as the one they had captured. The figures began searching the room. Valrin and Bry waited for a moment, but Yvorn was the first to engage the strangers. Imps were upon him, and in flashes of magic he threw several of them back, turning them to cinders. There were other casters in the group with magic. Bolts of ice and lightning shot around the room, and Valrin heard Ordak roar before swords clashed. Every moved out of the shadows, his sword up, but imps fell from the ceiling, grabbing him. Valrin and Bry were on their feet. Bry brought her spells to hand as multiple figures and imps moved toward them. The figures had swords and wands of some kind. They cast wards of shimmering red and attempted to block their escape, forming a wall as one attempted to move quickly to their flank. Bry cast her spells, sending a bouncing bolt of electricity along the walls, striking the one trying to get behind them. Valrin pulled Bry, and they fled down the hall. They had no choice but to split up from the others. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Yvorn had seen that Valrin and Bry had fled, but he was not sure of the others. What he did know was in the confusion, he had been struck and pacified. Something a bit embarrassing, but he had deflected many spells meant for both killing him and even striking Valrin. Every was also down and not moving. He did not know if he had been killed or was merely knocked out. Telvius was still up, but his shadow magic was no use to him. He had attempted to shift out of the room, or at least away from his attackers, but a binding spell of electrical currents had captured the agile assassin. These were not amateur warriors, not by any standard. "Bind them! Take them to the inner thrones!" a gruff voice said. This figure was the largest of the figures. Very tall and more muscular than even the stoutest of dwarves. He wore a many-horned helmet, one that made him look like some kind of strange beast. Evern was bound. His staff was taken by another figure, and he was forced to his feet. Every was now on his feet, but was struggling to get free. "Stop," Evern said. A swift strike came to Evern's shoulder. The man with the many-horned helmet struck him with a mace. He felt his bone crack, and a crippling pain overtook him. "Telvius, you've been wanted." Evern heard the same gruff voice from before. "My master will be pleased. Many of your kin have been useful in our goals. Their blood has been well used too." Yvorn watched ahead as they descended a series of long stairwells that took them deeper into the mountains. This structure was larger than any dwarven place Yvorn had been to, not that it was saying too much considering most of the larger dwarven cities were in the south. He was amazed at the overall structure of what he knew was Dwemhar. More so, he knew they were going into the actual old city, that which was a city before Aieclo was a landmass. The floating Dwemhar city must have been something grand in its day, possibly even able to take flight itself, but that was something Evern was not sure of. He began to spot breaks in the structure above him, not like broken stone, but constructed eaves that revealed the place they were being taken to, or so it seemed. While the mountain they had entered was massive, this sheer wall before them with carvings of multi-armed statues and elaborate inscriptions rose into what would make a massive tower on the outside world. In the center of this gargantuan wall was a large furnace, or so it seemed at first. What he stared at was a molten river, a source of eternal fire once used by the Dwemhar themselves. They were forced down into what appeared to be a massive theater of sort with elevated seating. There were many stone thrones along a wall of stone, where beyond the wall there was a dark expanse with no bottom that any of them could see, at least yet. Each of them was forced to the stone thrones, and chains bound them by their wrist and ankles. At this point, Evern could tell that Ordok had not been captured. Perhaps the half-orc could help Valrin and Bry, though he worried about what was to come. He prayed Valrin would just leave. This was no longer his purpose. It never was Valrin's purpose to come to Aieclo, but now they were under a greater threat from an unknown enemy. He wanted Valrin to flee, to save himself. Something told him his hope was pointless. He glanced up to the high place above them and could see dark ruins surrounding them. The many dark tunics around them formed a long line, and now he could clearly see the large man with the horned helmet, though it was not a horned helmet but a mask. The mask itself had many long tentacles that grasped his arms and legs. On his hand was a glowing silver ring. Evern quickly glanced at the others in the line of dark tunics, seeing at least one other silver ring. Again, this person had another distinguishing factor in that he or she was wielding a silver staff versus a sword like the others. Clearly, the ones with rings were different. "We await our Lord and God to determine who shall be blessed among you," the man with the mask shouted out. Eivor looked at Evry. The boy was bleeding from the face. Telvius was alert and looking around, seemingly having taken no injuries whatsoever. Eivor's shoulder ached. He didn't know how bad he had been maimed, but it throbbed, and his arm was feeling numb. He noticed that his staff, along with the two holy blades and other weapons they had, were on a table not too far away. Not that it made much difference. They were bound in such a way that they could not escape, and though Telvius had shadow magic, the place was no doubt blocking his ability to use magic, much less anything else. There was a spell on the place, and it was not Dwemhar magic, but something else. "Valrin," Evern said to himself, "get out." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Valrin and Bry had finally stopped running, but while they had escaped, neither one of them knew where they were or what they were going to do. "The others, they're captured or dead already," Bry said. "We must help them." She was out of breath and surprisingly panicked. "Breathe, Bry, please," Valrin said. "They were trying to capture us, so there is hope." "They overpowered Eivor," Bry said. "How can we beat that?" "By figuring out what we need to do right now," Valrin said. Okay. Valrin embraced her. "Are you okay physically?" I am. This never happened at sea, you know? We saw what we sought to fight, or we expected it. I did not expect this place, not a place like this. I expected something. We were not going to get into this place as easy as we did and not have something happen. They have captured shadow elves. I suspect they are at least somewhat powerful." "More rings?" "Possibly. The one had Rungar for many hundreds of years, if not thousands." "Who are these people?" "Let's figure out where we are first and then try to find the others. Maybe someone escaped?" Bry pushed herself from Valrin and quickly looked around. There were small, glowing blue orbs above them in the rock, but nothing else. "This place is massive. We were running for so long, I think we should just go back the way we came." Valrin glanced around. This place was reminiscent of something else to him, the ruins, the crystal caves they had gone to before with the Dwemhar city. There, he had learned many secrets, but this place seemed older. Evern had said that Aieclo itself was a much more ancient city, but looking around, he noticed that he didn't see any of the crystals that were so indicative of other Dwemhar places. Aieclo was more like an empty shell, or just so long abandoned that nothing remained beyond a few glowing lights. He could feel thunder beneath his feet and could hear the sounds of expelled air somewhere in the distance. He went to the edge of the room and noticed another passageway. Bry summoned a small fire in her hand and lit their way, moving out of the room into a long hallway that, while very dark to their left, was open to their right. Valrin walked onto a balcony and looked down into dark chasms that went on as far as he could see in either direction. He heard the rushing air again and saw a flash of fire in the distance across the chasm. He looked up to their left and saw a bridge. "We should go to that bridge and then cross. If the others were captured, I believe it is best we seek out places where others already are. We will not find our friends in these dark places." The truth was that Valrin didn't have any clue where they should go. Going back the direction they had come seemed about as smart as going a new way, but at least they might surprise any enemies going this other way. While he was technically leading her, he stayed almost directly beside her, considering she had their only source of light. The lamps above them were so dim, it was essentially like they were not there at all. The air was cold, but not musty like they were underground. It didn't change the wet cold in the air, the contrast and composition of the air changing as they moved from open hallway to closed corridor and single rooms with bare stone tables and not even a book or trinket to be found. The bridge he had seen was not too far from them, but finding a way to it, not to mention ascending a bit to get on the same level as the bridge, was proving difficult. Most of the pathways went nowhere, and it took some time for them to find a stairwell, which, while taking them to the approximate level of the bridge, required them to move along the outside edge of several other balconies to get to the bridge. Valrin noticed that the level they were on was completely cut off from the other levels, and the bridge they had been trying to get to was accessed from even higher above them. By chance, they did see a way up, even though it meant climbing. They had invested so much time now, there was no sense in turning back, or perhaps there was. Their entire plan was as spontaneous as it could be. Hand over hand, they moved up the blunt rock face of the structure before them, grasping the overhands of bricks and stone used to support the upper level. Bry managed to pull herself up from the ledge before Valrin and moved to pull him up. They had made it to the narrow bridge, and running across it, they watched in the shadows above, expecting something or someone, but they were still alone. The room ahead seemed to have some form of light within it. Bry put her finger to her lips and crept to the entrance of the room, peering in before looking back at Valrin. "It's empty, but I don't think it will remain that way." Valrin gripped the hilt of his sword and moved up next to her, peering around the corner. There were glowing swords laid out on a rock. In the distance, he could make out the sound of hammering. "This is part of a forge," he whispered. "Well, that is what this entire place is, according to Avorn," Bry said. There was another door within sight of the spot they stood. Valrin began to creep, moving across the open area of the room, with the swords to another door and an open passage. The hammering continued, and it seemed to be in another room entirely. "Come on," he said to her. They made their way down an open passage that, though dark, had a glowing white light high above, making Bry's source of light suddenly unnecessary. But there were more reasons for this than they'd expected. Valrin nearly stepped out into a room with several figures standing in a circle. He fell back against the wall and pushed Bry to the rock. They were directly by another doorway. The door sprung open, and Valrin and Bry attempted to fade into the shadows, pressing themselves against the wall. "You will each be responsible for our master's cargo. Move this to the eastern caves. From there, take it to the northern coast. There it will be distributed." Did the master reveal more of their intent? The man speaking stopped walking. Valrin leaned out just to see the man slap the other man. "You are a mere thrall, nothing more. The one who we call master is but one of many, but they do not share such words with the lowers, much less you." "I am eager to serve the masks," the man who had been slapped said. "I am charmed, but you are but carrion to the master. The power of this world has shifted. The island awakens. The time for action comes. Will the Scourge Siren awaken again? Another figure asked. This one was female. I do not know, but if that time comes, we will act. The full plan will be enacted. Yet you cannot tell us the plan? This was another man. The one who seemed to be their leader charged toward this one, gripping him by the throat. So, what? You can offer your wise counsel? I follow the rule of our master without question. You should as well. You are no man of power. You haven't been the same since that ring. We should go back to the others. What of Telvius? At this point, Valrin knew who two of these figures were. They knew Telvius, which meant they were shadow elves. Telvius will soon join our ranks. I wonder if they'll need to ensnare him with a ring too. This is not ensnarement, you fool. This is freedom. We must embrace the new way of life. Telvius will see the truth or be destroyed. The rings, the figure said, lifting up his hand. The key to our salvation, a greater plan, forged by the ones who gave the sea peoples of old their power, the ones who were betrayed. All will come to fruition soon. The talking ceased, and Valrin leaned around the corner. The others had vanished. He looked further down the hallway. They were standing in the back of the open room. Suddenly, he saw several torchlit shadows approaching. He didn't want to take the large pathway and open ground of the room where the figures had been. He didn't even know if some were still in there. But he grabbed Bry's hand and pulled her forward. They began into the next room, noticing that the large cavernous expanse before them seemed to have movement in the upper portions of the halls and ceilings. Valrin scanned the room around him, lifting his sword as he did. There was a strange clicking sound, repetitious, constant. He saw that there were many rooms that intersected into this one, and though one was blocked by collapsed debris, the other ones were very much open and seemed to have new construction of some kind. This place is new, Bry whispered. At least it has new stuff. These moving parts, these machines, like the cogs of a mill that grinds flour. It is strange. The entire ceiling seemed to shift and move as part of a giant machine, but it was not independent of the room itself, but tied into the glowing stones of the Dwemhar ruins. It's like it is of similar design. The figures before spoke of rings, and of those that gave the sea peoples their power. I have never heard of such things. And you won't, a voice said. Valrin and Bry turned around to find Ordak. You escaped? Bry asked. I was never caught, but that doesn't matter. We need to get away from this main area. Come, these mechanical constructs are everywhere, but at least these don't attack you. Come quickly. Ordak led them down a stairwell that they had not even seen before. Watch out for the bodies, he warned them. Valrin noticed that his blade was red with blood, and as they descended the stairwell, there were several bodies of the robed figures. Too many of these bastards to count, but they're not all smart. There seems to be many of a lower-level caste who are just slaves. I've never seen some of these, though. They came to a small room with only one way out that appeared to have a guard sitting in a chair. Bry went to deal with it, and Ordak put her hand on her arm. He is but a distraction, but he lacks the ability to still circulate blood. He is good. The orc face before them seemed to laugh. It is good to deal with these creatures. It's almost a fair fight. Much better than the idiots who try to get to the Delkians. What is this place, Ordak, and do you know where the others are? Valrin asked. I will tell you what I know. Part 11. Between Ice and Fire. Fadis was alone in the northern part of Celier. The beggars around him departed. The stillness of the city was not something that gave him any comfort. He drew an arrow and began running toward the northern part of the city and the gateway. He saw no one aside from beggars along this way, and though he reached the gate and saw where there was the bird-like men, there were no Rusies. The gateway wasn't open literally, but the way was not watched. He noticed a small doorway in the gate and slipped through, closing it behind him. On the other side, he saw a stone stairwell that went between two splits in the mountain. "You!" a voice said. Fadis glanced, drawing his arrow, but he saw one of the birdmen from before, the one who was the guard who had taken their coins. He was bleeding from his chest. "What happened?" Fadis asked. "With our freedom, we then tried to free the others. But the sisters of Aieclo, they are strong. They ready themselves for something greater. They have left the city, at least most of them. Their leader, she is powerful." "Why would you attack her?" "Aetha, have you not felt the goddess's growing power in the city?" "I don't feel much of the gods." "They are here. The clockmaster, he watches as well, even from his place far away. He is who you must seek if you stay the path of the seas." "I must return to Taria." "I do not know that name, stranger, but I only tell you what the goddess tells me. Go, hurry. We all make our decisions, and some pay with our lives. That is the path I took. I tried to kill my masters, but it failed. Sometimes there is no good choice, just a hard one." The man became silent, and Fadis sighed. Celier was a place of contrasts, heathens and holy, beggars and those in power. Nothing made sense upon this island known as Aieclo, but for a ranger, Fadis knew what he had to do, and now both of his friends were on his path ahead. He looked at Celier, the dark city at the foot of the mountains, and then turned to take his path ahead. Fadis sprinted up the stairwell, pain still surging in his chest. He reached the halfway point and noticed the ruins around him. At one time, this place was a gateway, evident from the large columns that still formed a doorway, though the walls that ran along the base of the mountains had been destroyed by a volcanic eruption in the distant past. The way up the road had been chiseled away, and though the path was narrow, he fit through with ease and continued making his way upward. The stench of the region and the gases expelled by the nearby lava fields were putrid, but coming up to the high point of the stairwell, he was able to see an even greater contrast than Aieclo. To his left, he could see an open expanse of tundra, snow-covered rocks wrapped around a great icy lake that glistened under the moonlight above. But to his right were fields of red-hot lava and smoke billowing into the sky. The lakes of fire stretched out beyond sight, and though these two lakes were close to one another, they did not react. They did not mix with smoke above snow or melting ice near the lava. Down the center of both of them was a long road of rock and boulders. Ruins dotted the way on the high places, spires of the once mistress of this region. The road beneath his feet was only barely visible after the eruption that had run down the side of the mountain behind him, but he could still make out some of the stone. There were flashes in the distance. The Rusies were not too far away. He hurried down the path. It did not take a ranger's skill to figure out where his quarry was now. He began to sprint, jumping over fallen bricks and towers, up to boulders, and sliding back down into the sand on the other side. He was coming up on another large section of ruins. The gateway to this place was intact, but thrown open. He slowed at the opening, noticing that this gateway had been bent in, and from the decay on the metal, it was some time long before this, perhaps even by Ivern and Ordak. But he had no way to know for sure. Slipping through the gateway, he peered around the edge of the column and saw an empty room with a break in the wall to the far right. Lava seeped in through a recent crack in the stone and cooled in a large pool in the center of the room. The lower part of the room had once had a bath fed from a spring that over time had run over its boundaries, but still flowed from deep underground, keeping the lava at bay for now. The ground quaked under his feet. He had thought he had felt it before in Celier, but it was when he was chasing Kirla, and he'd ignored it. No wonder the building was cracking and allowing lava in. Even now, bricks fell from above, nearly striking him. A few more quakes and this building would likely collapse. He passed through to the other side when a blast of ice struck near him. He sank against the rock and drew back an arrow. He leaned out, peering over a fallen column, and behind every spot of cover when a bolt of lightning struck to his side from within the room. This one he saw, standing in the darkness in ambush. He released his arrow, but it missed. He spun around to the outside and sprinted to the cover of a large rock on the far left side. He crouched down, drawing back an arrow as the Rusies within the structure sprinted out. He released. The arrow struck her form, but he did not know where. He drew again, popping up and scanning the rocks around him. "Fadis!" He could hear a voice, but it was not Kirla. "Fadis of Taria!" "I prefer Ranger of the North," he shouted back. "Taria is to the south. This is the north. We have no rangers here." He watched for movement. He could tell the voice was coming from beyond the large rocks and outside of his view. He released the tension on his arrow. "You are the sisters of Aieclo?" "I am the mistress, no mere sister. I am Islaiha. You are surrounded, Ranger." "That isn't how I see it. I think you're scared to catch another arrow." "That was one of my sisters, and she is with child." "Then perhaps she shouldn't be attempting to do whatever it is you crazed people are doing. Too dark in Celier to remain there." "She is a sister of Aieclo, Ranger. I do not expect you to understand loyalty." "Now you're just annoying me," Fadi shouted. "Where is Kirla?" "Oh, the one who freed the Phoenix, the one who gave gold coins of Taria to our slaves, and the one who is more powerful than she knows. She is with us. We all hunt the same person. Perhaps we can work together, and you will not die." "Yeah, and?" Fadis was stalling. Looking down below him, he saw another path, though narrow, that would take him around the flank of those he was talking to. At least he hoped. "Tell me, what do the Sisters of Aieclo want with this place? What of the Clockmaster? That's about the stupidest name I've ever heard." Fadis dropped down to the lower level and sprinted along the rocks. Islaiha was talking, but he wasn't listening. The path was narrow. The ground far beneath him was the icy waters of the lake, and from the rocks he saw below, he would not survive such a fall. He reached a flat wall ahead, but jumped nonetheless, gripping what few overhanging stones he could. He saw the ledge above him. He pulled himself up and gripped the top of the cliff. Sliding off with one of his hands, he had grip with only one hand now. A hand gripped his and pulled him up. It was Aviam. "Aviam, where were you?" She smiled at him, but her eyes were black. "You are done, Fadis. Tell Evorn thank you. He tried." Aviam floated up, and Fadis heard the Sisters of Aieclo begin to shout in reverence. "She has come to us!" Islaiha shouted out. "Praise to the Most High! We, the Sisters of Aieclo, know we frightened you before, but we are yours to command. We have faithfully waited for your return, child of the Scourge Siren." Fadis ran up to a higher vantage point, pulling himself up to a broken tower. There was a stairwell, and he ran for it. Climbing up higher, he began to hear the snaps and blasts of magic. He fumbled the last few steps, reaching the top of the tower and drawing back his bow to assist Aviam. But Aviam was not as he had ever seen her. She floated high above the others who were now wailing. Multiple Sisters of Aieclo were dead, and Kirla ran for Fadis within the tower. Her hands were still bound, but she made it to him. He ran down to her and cut her bindings. Aviam killed them all. At least, something that looked like Aviam. She lifted her hands and a blackness enveloped them, taking their powers and drawing them in. "Aviam is not what she was, but enough of her is still there. She saved me and she helped us." "What did she say?" "She said I am done. She said to tell Evern thank you for trying." Fadis watched as Aviam floated back down to the ground and turned from the others, sprinting out of sight. "The one called Islaiha said the Clockmaster is who formed the city of Celier. He is an ancient, as she called him." "Like a Dwemhar?" "I thought that, but I do not know." "I still say that is the stupidest name for anyone, and it doesn't matter. I don't know what has happened to Aviam, but she still chose to save me and you. We need to follow her." The Sister of Aieclo assumed Aviam would embrace them. She did, with her magic burning their faces. Kirla exhaled. Time to go? Fadis smiled. It's been time. You're the one trying to make friends in Celier. As they exited the tower and headed up to the main road, Fadis looked at the dead Rusis littering the rocks. It was then he saw one of them standing. Fadis, she said. He drew back an arrow but did not release. That one is Isliha, Kirla pointed. She protected you? The Rusis asked. She did. Aviam is our friend. Aviam, that is the name of the child of the Scourge Siren. The woman fell to her knees, pulling off her cloak, her bloodied arms showing as tears fell to the ground as she looked around her. The stars had said the coming was soon. Every one of these women carried life within them. It was said that would bring honor to them. I could not conceive a child, so I had a special honor, made as the mistress of Aieclo, taking no man, but embracing that which is the holy rites of the Scourge Siren. I don't really care about that, Fadis said. Our friend needs help. You have no friends still alive, but if this isn't what you expected of this Scourge Siren, perhaps you can help us. Isliha stood, her arms glowing with her magic. This was not the sacrifice my sisters were promised. We were to stand beside the Scourge Siren. I will assist you, but I will not allow your friend to darken this place. Then come on. I don't think our friend is doing the darkening. There is something else. I also don't think you understand the purpose of you and your sisters. I have seen it before. I have seen a vision of the old times. The Scourge Siren fed off the deaths of her servants. I do not believe you, but that matters little. I know where the one called Aviam goes. The tower still stands at the center between the two lakes. Now, with Isliha, the mistress of Aieclo, Fadis and Kirla, hurried in pursuit of Aviam. The road this way was open, and though the ground quaked again and lava danced to their right, snow drifted over the path, turning to water before them in a great mist. They came to a massive bridge, and Fadis stopped. He had seen this place before in the vision with Ivern and Eviam. What is it? Kirla asked. You were not lying, Isliha said. How did a ranger of the race of men see the past? Because Eviam is part Dwemhar, and I saw the memory of a friend who travels with us, the ones who assaulted this place to save her. Evurn of the Shadowlands. Fadis stared at her. Now I am intrigued. You tell me that Evurn lives, plus you bring this one here? She said, motioning to Kirla. One who can speak to the firebirds of Aieclo? It doesn't matter, Fadis said. This land is angry, and our friend is in danger. I care little of who has what powers or any foretold shit. We need to get to Aviam and figure this out. Fadis began across the bridge, sprinting ahead of the others. He had no idea what Isliha was getting at, and frankly, he didn't care. The dwarves before said he'd walk the path alone, but he noticed that his friends had joined him rather quickly. It wasn't about the gods to Fadis. It was about those around him and his loyalty to them. As he neared the center portion of the bridge, a great shadow rose along either side of the bridgeway. It appeared as a large black fire, with arms of shadow that reached up high on either side of the chasm. On its head was a gem of a burning green color. None except who the Scourge Siren allows can come this way. It is a Wraith Guardian, Isliha shouted. We do not have the magic to get past this. Fadis already had an arrow in the air, and the second one to cheek. Both flew toward the monster, and the second one struck the gem, enveloping it in green flames. Let's go! Screw magic! Fadis had no idea that was going to work, but he kept his focus forward. He had not felt this strong of a desire since he went into the caves to save his son so many years ago. Before he knew of the Stormborn or the glacial seas or the coming of the Black Moon, Fadis, Ranger of the North, defended his home. He defended his wife, Lisa, and the son he had not met. He lost his way for a time, but he knew his path once again. He would protect those he loved, and no amount of curse, magic, or enemy would slow him down. He was well ahead of the others. He had made it to the broken-down doorway of the Scourge Siren's ruined tower. This skeleton was nothing like the massive structure he had seen before. He looked up, spotting movement in the upper portion of the tower. It was Aviam, but she was not walking or running up the tower interior. She floated, wisps of white and black surrounding her as she ascended to a twirling of black clouds that was growing over the top of the tower. Lightning struck both the frozen lake to the west and the lava fields to the east. He looked back, spotting both Isliha and Kirla nearly to him. He set his arrow to string and went through the doorway ahead. He was met by a dark and cold interior. The center floor of the tower was gone, and looking up, he could see a glowing jewel at the top of the tower itself. Skeletons lay about the room. For a moment, he paused and struggled to catch his breath. As Kirla and Isliha both entered the room, they too paused, seeing the bodies. Isliha was the first to kneel. "I understand now," she said, feeling the bones nearest to her. Beyond the bones of the Rusis woman whom this had once been, she saw the skeleton of an unborn child. It is why they deemed the ones who could bear children to be holy to the Scourge Siren. She did not do this. This would mean that everything we had understood was wrong. "I saw in the vision," Fadis began. "She used those who were pregnant to protect her. She sacrificed them for power, just as whatever controls our friend does." "You're just a ranger," Isliha said. "Yvonne and the wizard Lorlam could not fully defeat her before. It took a god." "Well, you have me and a rogue. No gods. Looks like you better start praying." Fadis turned from them with Kirla just behind him as he began to run up the nearly dilapidated stairwell circling around the tower, leaving the Rusis beneath them. Though she soon followed, attempting to catch up. Part 12. Phantoms of the Mines. Yvonne had fallen asleep. He did not know how long he'd been out, but his arm felt like a useless appendage now, and his shoulder was swollen. "Yvonne!" Telvius shouted. "What?" "Just making sure you're not dead." "Young one, it would take more than a scuffle to kill me." Avern looked over to see Every was desperately trying to squeeze out of his bounds, though this had not gone unnoticed by their watcher, a man also in a horned mask, but not like the one who had been there before. The masked man went to Every. "Oh, good," Every said. "You can get me out of this." The masked man punched him. Every spit blood. "I think you meant to let me out, not punch me." Every had the sarcasm of his father, but it was not received by the masked man in any playful way. The man reared back with his fist clenched when a door opened on the far edge of the massive room. Avern rolled his shoulder, feeling that it was likely dislocated. He looked ahead, still seeing his staff and their other weapons nearby, but knowing they were impossible to reach. The masked man recoiled as several figures approached from the far end of the room. There was a central figure. Like so many others, this man wore a mask, but it was considerably larger. He also wielded a rod of sorts, and with him the other cloaked individuals were wearing glowing silver rings. The masked man went to each of them, leaning over them and sniffing. The mask itself had large protrusions that curled out and seemed to shake as the figure looked at each of them. The figures wearing rings filed into a line, staring at the prisoners, but no one spoke. The masked man looked at the men with the horned helms. "Chalice, blood, fire." These words were seemingly commands, for as he finished saying them, the horned helmeted figures departed from the room on some errand for the masked man. "I am Urukui. You are mine." "Sorry," Every said. "We didn't agree with that." Urukui was suddenly directly in front of Every. Yvonne noticed the man didn't shift through the air like the leaves of Sailmark, nor did he turn to smoke as a shadow elf. This was something else. "You are not an elf, yet I sense the smell of them upon you." "Urukui," Telvius said. "My friends, my kin. You took them. I'll have them back." "Oh, Telvius, surely they would go with you if they felt the same," he said, motioning to the figures with the rings. "But they have a new master as many strings of knowledge come together." "Do you know what is upon this island that you take residence upon?" Evern asked. "What business do you have taking us as you do?" "To know my enemy as I wish to confer knowledge to Marog. Marog is here. Marog sees what I see beyond this mask. For many ages the crafters of the masks hid, giving our knowledge and our assistance as was needed. Marog moves beyond that, taking advantage of a void and abandonment of the lands by the old races. Marog seeks those of power to join his alliance, by choice or by force." "You're a liar," Telvius said. "This is an illusion. You claim one truth while you hide others." Urugui was instantly before Telvius and pointing at him with a large black claw. "I do not have that power, but another does. My power is simpler. I am but a warden of the mines, harvesting what is needed for rings of power and to control those like yourself. The Verit Gamblers of Aieclo were quite a catch, but the world moves toward the apocalypse, as some understand it. Marog and I, and all who work toward the new world, see that it has come time for the old ways to return. This is a place of the Dwemhar, and they were bastards, using some for their own game, but abandoning them in time. There is but one my master calls friend in these darkening hours. But all will be revealed to those who pledge allegiance, so I ask, who will serve Marog willingly?" The three of them, bound to the stone chairs, were silent. Ivern looked over to Telvius and Evry as Urugui appeared before each of them, the mask's tendrils curling around their faces for a moment before recoiling. He then came to Ivern. Ivern took a deep breath, closing his eyes, and then opening them to see the many tendrils of the mask vibrating in front of him. I am Evern. You have been missing from the lands of the East." "I've been in a state of relaxation." "Marog will be most pleased. You are the one mentioned in the curses of the Shadow Elves. You fought the creatures of the god Wura." "Is Wura a friend of yours? Tell him his playthings still annoy me." Urugui laughed. "You know little of his playthings or the creatures that once fought just off the coasts of Aieclo." "I know enough, and it does not matter." "Yes, and do you not see we have made upgrades to Aieclo here?" Ivern looked up, seeing the growing light in the edges of the room. Urugui made a motion with his hand, and from the shadows, figures went to work pulling levers in the dark places of the room. The entire blackness above them faded away, and the entire ceiling of the room seemed to be moving with cogs and gears and clicking noises. "I've always found crystals to be more effective than constructs like this," Evern said. "The island awakens. That which was known as the Scourge Siren returns. Aieclo is a wasteland. The old island is lost. The Scourge Siren is dead," Evern shouted back. "You only wish what you said was true. In time, Marog will take all. I once thought as you did. I was once a slave to this mask upon my face. I begged for it to be removed. Now I embrace my master and have been blessed with gifts," he said, motioning to the ones with rings. "Now I have mined this place to create many rings, just as the Dwemhar before me. Rings of power, rings to control, even some rings to return life to the dead. You do not need to know my master's plan, for soon you'll understand." Urugui lifted his staff. "Retrieve the other prisoner. Summon the others for the rituals. We shall see the nerve of our new guests, for I would much prefer to use the rings, but that is not what Marog wishes. I must give to the will of Marog." A horn sounded within the mine. "All shall be decided soon. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Here is what I do know," Ordak said. "We are in a Dwemhar ruin, and from what I can tell, this ruin stretches underneath Aieclo. The island itself is connected to the Dwemhar constructs. Ivern said back when we came here before that Aieclo was once a city itself, and I think we are within the old city. These machines, these gears and such, the ones with rings and the ones of significantly more power, the ones with the masks, they serve another. I believe this one they serve is who is responsible for these machines and gears. They seem to have built these all over the caves. While I was searching for you, I saw several areas with scaffolding and newer machines being placed into the ruins. At least 2 I saw activated. So they're activating the ruins? Bry asked. And without crystals? Valrin asked. It seems so. But why? I do not know. Horns blared, vibrating down the halls. I do not know what that is, but I suggest we move toward it. Ordak looked around and then pointed for the doorway, where the corpse of the man was sitting. Valrin and Bry followed him, and they moved past the door to a long hallway. These halls circle around the upper portion of these mines, and I noticed that there are torches in the darker caves that lead to areas where these figures seem to gather. How'd you know where to find us? I could smell you. Smell? Valrin asked. Yes, you both smell so starkly of the sea. You were easy to smell over the musty dirt smell the others have. That's the other thing. I can smell Ivern anywhere, or more so, the herbs he plays with. At least he doesn't space out smoking his pipe as much as he did when I was younger. They moved with haste behind Ordak, who was considerably faster than them. His half-orc blood seemed to give him a slight advantage in overall agility and strength as he made massive strides ahead of them, and much to their sudden surprise, he drew a blade and cut down 2 figures who just walked into the passageway. He paused for a moment as Valrin and Bry caught up. Valrin could hear a slowing rhythmic squirt of blood from the neck of one of Ordak's victims. Ordak sniffed the air. Many of those here are converging in one area. I suspect that is where we should go. Bry, you are Rusis, correct? Yes. Then you can shift into the shadows? You can turn invisible? I mean, I can. I've done it a few times. I hate Rusis who do that. Makes them hard to kill, and the smart ones years ago knew to hide their scent, but it makes me happy to know I'm not trying to put my blade in your neck. The feelings are the same, Ordak, but I'm not that good at it. Most Rusis aren't. They seem to prefer using their spells for attacking and overpowering, but I don't expect that, and I doubt you are of skill to kill enough of them to matter. No, you will be the distraction. Now come. Ordak was moving again, and they rushed to follow him as he sprinted ahead of them, coming to a door and drawing another blade. He put a finger up to his lips, telling them to be quiet, and then spun, opening the door and rushing inside. Valrin and Bry hurried in to follow him, but 3 more figures were dead, and a 4th had just caught a blade into the back of his neck. Ordak growled, jumping upon the man as he fell and grasping the hilt of his thrown dagger before thrusting it several more times into the man's back. There was a window on the far edge of this room. Ordak pointed and motioned for them to come to look over the ledge. They could see a large room and thrones of stone with figures bound to them. Valrin stared at the figures and noticed that they indeed had found their friends. I do not know the one with the mask, Ordak said. That is a strange figure. Not someone of Aieclo? Bry asked. Aieclo is a place of many, so yes and no. I do not know. It is a bit beyond me to say for sure, but something works against us yet for us to give us grace to this point. Ordak looked around the area beneath them, careful to not let his face be seen beyond the darkness of the room for too long. Valrin noticed that the man he killed last must have been running to shout out this very window. They were indeed close to the ones beneath them, relatively speaking. I can't take them alone, Ordak said. You have us, Valrin pointed out. I like you, kid, but saying I have you is like saying I have a broken finger. Not completely a bad thing, but I'd much better not have a broken finger, and I'd prefer another set of hands. I need to free Yvonne. Yvonne can take many of these figures on at once. Bry, you will stand here. Draw them to you and then vanish from sight when they come looking for you. Valrin, you will stay in the shadows. You are a captain, not a warrior. I will make my way to Avern and free him and the others. Understand? The half-orc was set in his plan as it seemed right now. Why don't I climb out the window and move up the cavern wall? Bry suggested, looking out the window and up the rocks. The climb is simple enough, and I'd be out of immediate range and more likely to be able to defend myself. Fine. Just know I will not be here to stop them. As I said, you are but children to me, but I never wanted children. Plus, this face is ugly to orcs and elves alike. Ordak smiled. Fires suddenly erupted beneath them, and they heard screaming. A man was getting dragged from a doorway on the edge of the room. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Everyone had wondered what the horns from before were for, and though the other ring-bearers had returned with a stone altar and several knives, it was the sudden heat from the forge fires released behind them that made him more uncomfortable. He sensed the presence of an old friend nearby, but did not see Ordak or Valrin or Bry. He still prayed Valrin had left, not knowing for any certainty that he had a way out of his current predicament. He thought to what herbs he had on himself, what herb he might consume if given a chance, to assure he did not become a slave to this masked man or the one he spoke of. Screaming filled the air, and Ivern noticed a man dragged in chains being brought before them. Urugui laughed. Yet another who refused servitude. Telvius began shaking and shouting, "Wretched bastard, that is my brother." "Telvius, get out of here! Why did you come here?" the man shouted. "There is no escape. You cannot escape their grasp." "Redis, I thought they killed you." "Not yet. He is a shadow elf. His skill is needed to form the new world," the masked man shouted. "I shall show you the way the rings are made, so you may know how you are contained and what awaits those who do not take the oath of blood and servitude to the cult of masks and the glory of Marog." They took Redis, throwing him atop the stone altar and securing him in chains, stretching out his arms. Urugui went to the table, hovering over it with his mask. The mask seemed to grow, the tendrils stretching out and grasping the man by his extremities before turning to blades, slicing open his arms and legs. The man screamed, and the ring-bearers present did nothing. "You are Verit Gamblers of Aieclo!" Telvius shouted out. "We took oaths to one another. Have you forgotten all of that?" The ring-bearers, though not all Verit Gamblers, all remained silent and still. Blood ran off the altar and was collected by those in horned helmets as still other thralls gathered around, humming. Horns sounded again, and a shimmering purple smoke descended upon the room. "Marog is with us upon this incantation," Urugui shouted, the mask upon his face now with eyes of bright yellow color glowing in the cave. Evern turned to see a flash in the darkness. The others present did not see a thing. "Release my brother!" Telvius screamed. But his commands were unheeded, and soon his brother's screams drowned out any other sound. The blood rolling off his arms and legs continued to be collected in numerous vessels. Several figures brought a large container that they held with metal rods. Urugui commanded the blood poured into the container. He then opened a box just out of Yvorn's sight and dusted the blood in the container with a silver dust. Combine that of mortal fluid with the powers that be within the mountains. The ring-bearers were staggered around the altar, but Ivern noticed that one of them was suddenly gripped from behind and pulled away. He stared into the darkness. "Ordak, you fool! Why didn't you run? Damn half-orc!" Redis screamed again as a molten mixture was combined with his blood, and Urugui dusted it with silver dust again. A blast of purple fire rose up from the vessel, and Redis's eyes surged with the same flame. Rings are bound to the level of whom they are cast for. No more or no less power is placed in these rings, and its strength is tied to the original casting. But if one of power is killed, and the ring is placed on another that is of simpler mind, Marog will have control of this lesser being too. They poured the molten mixture into a cast directly beside the altar. Another servant to the mask, another disciple of the truth. All praise to Marog. A blast of ice struck near the altar, hitting several ring-bearers. Urugui spun atop the altar, and the eyes of the mask glowed. Avurn, Evry, and Telvius looked around. Another blast struck the ring-bearers. This time Evern saw from where the spell came from, but so did the others. The shadow elves moved with haste toward the caves as Evern heard a clanking sound behind him. His left arm was free. A moment later, his right arm was free. Ordak pulled him from the chair, though he pulled on the arm where his shoulder still surged with pain. Ordak was already freeing the others, but Urugui had noticed the treachery behind him. The masked man was upon Ordak, gripping him from behind just as Evry's bounds were broken. The leaf of Sailmark shifted from the chair to where his blade was. The figures with the horned masks engaged him with their own weapons, but it was Evern reaching his staff, though struggling to wield it, who was able to take the attention off Ordak. Urugui floated just above Evern, but the shadow elf held firm, Rasi, appearing from the shadows, snapping at the leg of the figure as Evern sent a blast of stone at the mask atop the figure's head. The glowing eyes shattered, and the mask seemed to shake wildly, the tentacles off the side grasping Evern and his staff. Telvius was free. His blade in hand, he slashed upward, cutting the tentacles off Evern and kicking the masked man. Urugui lifted his rod, summoning the ring-bearers to him. The many servants bound by the rings returned in haste. "Bry, Valrin?" Evern asked Ordak. "They were the distraction." Evorn gulped, looking around at the vast number of servants who had been sent upon the captain and the Rusis. But now they were all before Urugui. Telvius had broken Redis from the altar, but his brother had lost much of his blood and was too weak to stand. Evry shouted, cutting down not one but both figures with the horned helmets. Several of the ring-bearers engaged him, and he shifted out of view with them in pursuit. "You make this difficult, Evorn of the Shadowlands," Urugui said. "Rings make the process of breaking a person not necessary. I would prefer not to kill all of you." "I prefer of the glacial seas," Evern responded. "What?" "You said Shadowlands, but I am not of there any longer. I am of the glacial seas, so please address me as such." These words seemed to confuse Urugui, but that was the point. Valrin needed time, just a bit longer. The captain and the Rusas were hard at work and had not been caught by ring-bearers, but instead worked their own plan, though it was a bit strange. There were several chains high above the chamber, above the area where the altar was. Bry's magic was bright in the corner of the room as she melted the chains, holding several pieces of the added machines in place. It seemed that this room was not complete just yet, and it was about to be complicated much further. "Evorn, you know of the monsters of the gods. You know of what is hidden beneath the stones and rocks of Aieclo, the old city that was and will be again. Marog is wise. Marog brings something upon the oceans once again, both terrors of the deep and terrors of the seas, not seen in some time. You are beaten, Evorn, broken. Your body is frail." "My body is fine. Your minion broke my shoulder. You try having a bone broken and remain fine. I am not beaten, though you should take care of snake bites." Urugui's leg was burning with purple fire. Rossi's poison was potent and debilitating. "This is but a form," Urugui said. "I am but a servant, just as the Verit Gamblers of Aieclo, and all who come upon you now are to me. Kill them." He lifted his rod, and his command was followed. Ordak parried the many blades that came in the darkness as Evern slammed his staff into the rock with a blast of energy, shooting out and shattering the closest ring-bearers. Blood flung into the air as Ordak moved through the attackers. Evry returned, just catching a blade coming for Telvius. Urukui began to laugh, cackling wildly, but in so, he did not see the chains above him give way until he glanced up to have a pillar of rock-glowing stone strike him from above. He was crushed, but his command remained strong in the minds of his followers. While the many thralls and servants not under the influence of a ring fled, the others did not. The fight continued. Ivern cast a ward and ran for the rod Urukui had wielded. He could stop the ring-bearers, for they were not tied to the voice of their master, but to who held the rod. He was nearly there when the mask floated off the corpse of the one who it had been worn by. Evern paused, lifting his staff, but the mask did not do anything. It floated lifeless, lost. It seemed that though powerful, it was blinded by the spell Evern had cast before. A blast of fire enveloped it, but it was not from within the mask itself or some show of power, but by Brai's attack, burning the mask, leaving only ribbons of ash that floated away. He reached the rod and grasped it. "Halt!" He turned, shouting loud. Those wearing rings stopped what they were doing. Valrin, Brai, and the other companions stopped fighting for a moment, staring at the sudden cessation of their aggressors' attacks. "Master of the Shadows, what is your command?" one of the ring-bearers asked Evern. "Don't ever call me that again, and be free of your binds." Evern tossed the rod into the molten fires nearby, and in an instant the glowing rings shattered like glass and fell from the fingers of those who bore them. The shadowy presence fled the room. The purple fires, supposedly the presence of Marog, was gone. "Brothers, sisters!" Telvius shouted out. Those present dropped their blades, letting down their hoods. "Telvius," one of them said, "you came back for us?" "I did. Now you're free." "Who are these strangers?" another asked. This one was female. "Aela, these are of the same as back at Gunrun Dothrak when we attempted to kill the Barb King." "Except, we did it," Valrin said confidently, standing next to Evern. "We come from the south, seeking blades willing to serve the needs of the elven king Suvasel to kill vampires." "Vampires? In high elf lands?" another one said. "Different from the Shadowlands," Evern said. Upon seeing Evern, several of the Verit Gamblers knelt. "Stand up," Evern said. "I am not your master, nor shall I be." "But you were the first," one of them said. "You stepped away from the Shadowlands." "I had my reasons. You abandoned reason." "Still," Telvius said, "we are alive thanks to the actions and assistance of you and your captain. The Verit Gamblers are truly in your debt, but I do need to tend to my brother." "There are many potions and such within this place," Aela said, "but we should leave. The thralls of Marog can be inspired to swarm in stupidity. I'd rather us not have to deal with that." Aela left with several other Verit Gamblers, leaving other figures standing, not sure of what to do. "Who are you?" Telvius asked. "Servants from the far lands, though we do not know who we are." "An effect of the rings," Evern said. "Come with us. We will work to figure it out in time." It took some time, but Valrin and his companions, along with their new comrades, ascended from the Dwemhar mines to the outside world. The ground quaked beneath their feet, and dark clouds swarmed around the center of Aieclo. "This place is angry," Telvius said to Evern. "What now?" Ordak asked. "I do not know what stirs above Aieclo, but we should not go to the high fells of Etha as I believed before. We need to regroup and plan out our next plan. We have enough beasts to get back to Horn," Telvius said, "but my brother is ill. The others have found a cart and several other lizards. We'll be slower, but we can get back there." Valrin nodded. Then we need to try to find Fadis, Evium, and Kirla. Lightning struck repeatedly near the center of the island. Perhaps they have already returned to the mountains near my home, Ordak suggested. Ivern glanced over at Ordak. The shadow elf reached out the best he could. Pull on my arm and put pressure on the bulge near my shoulder. Okay, why? As the half-orc did as Evern asked, Evern jerked his body against Ordak's grip. There was a loud pop, and Ivern was sweating. Which one of you has the potions? Telvius grabbed one of the small red vials that one of his guild had gathered and already given his brother. Ivern chugged it. Valrin, proceed back to the horn. There I will meet you. If I do not, proceed on as the sea calls. Evorn was able to move much better now, and the storms were growing in intensity. Many of the Verit Gamblers were staring at Evorn, almost as if in awe. You have a look, Telvius said. You prepare for battle. I prepare for something beyond any of you. I fear what draws upon the center of the island. I sense something I haven't in some time. Those present watched as Evern went to one of the lizards. Ordak went to do the same. Ordak, you stay here. Escort the Stormborn. Protect him in my stead. Ordak shook his head. I know where you go. You didn't go alone last time. I have to try to save her. For her father. He saved us. I must try to protect her. Without further discussion or conversation, Evorn was upon his mount with his staff alight. Good travels to you all. Avern took off across the dusty lands atop the lizard of Aieclo. Valrin watched, seeing the light of his staff quickly vanishing from sight into the rocks and shadows of the land. He cares much for this person? Telvius asked. He protected her as an infant, Ordak said. Valrin looked to the others. We need to go. There's nothing else we can do here. We should pray to the gods that they are protected, Telvius said. All of them, Bry added. We have many friends at risk both here and in the south. The companions began away from the mines as gusting winds blew from the high fells of Etha and a growing storm surged over Aieclo. Part 13. Scourge. They had been climbing for some time, slowing their pace as the entire structure shook from the quakes underneath the island of Aieclo. Lightning struck the top of the tower, and the winds gusted, blowing ash and snowfall around the tower itself. They came to a more complete portion of the tower, a chamber still sealed and beneath the final level of the tower itself. It was here the massive crystal they had seen from below spun in place as if controlling the winds around the tower. As Fadis began across this room to another stairwell within sight, statues standing in the edges of the room came to life. Their eyes glowed blue as they lifted blade and shield, stomping forward. No arrow would stop these. He drew his sword, moving around the lumbering giants and striking them in the back. Kirla did the same to another, but their blades did nothing. The statues formed a line, seemingly blocking the way to the upper tower. Fadis and Kirla stood side by side as Islia joined them, her magic flowing off her hands and sending bursts of fire at the stone creatures. They rushed her, ignoring Fadis and Kirla. Go! These are meant to stop those of magic, not ones such as you. If Avern and Lorlam could make it past, I will too. Just go, save your friend, if you can. Fadis and Kirla did not delay. They began out of the tower, and following the large stairwell that snaked around the outer portion of the pinnacle of the tower, they came to a large open place just as Fadis had seen in the memory. He and Kirla now stood exactly where Evern and Lorlam had stood. Evium was in the center of the tower. Her hands were high above her and wrapped in white smoke as darkness from the clouds above wrapped itself around her. Evium! Time to go! Enough of this! Fadis shouted. Evium did not respond. We can't face her magic, or the magic of whatever controls her, Fadis whispered. I have no idea if this will work, but I tried this once with an elven archon. It worked on him. What should I do? Keep her attention. Kirla ran to where she could see Evium's face, but noticed her eyes were closed. The blackness above the tower seemed to sense Kirla's movements, but though it reached toward her for a moment, it quickly retreated around Evium. Fadis sidestepped quickly, sheathing his blade. He didn't need it for this. He nodded to Kirla, hoping she'd do something to assure Evium's attention was kept that way. Kirla drew her blade and smacked it on the ground. Evium! What are you doing? Valrin and the others need you! Fadis would deal with Evium like a drunk singing at a tavern that he just needed to knock out. If only he could get close enough. He was within lunging distance and could feel the wind coming off Evium's body, the white magic flowing around her and blending with the shadows. He then could not feel the ground. Evium turned around, her eyes blacker than any moonless light. She growled, pointing at him. I told you to go, she said in her own voice. The clouds rumbled as lightning stuck near them. Evium reached out, grasping Fadis by the throat and lifting him up. Now you must die. You've stepped from your realm, Ranger. A moment later, Kirla was upon Evium. Evium dropped Fadis and turned, brandishing a blade of silver from her magic. She parried Kirla and then shot a blast of Dwemhar magic, throwing Kirla across the top of the tower. Fadis drew his own sword, and Evium turned to him again. I am of my mother, the one called the Scourge Siren, and my father, the wizard who faced the monsters of the gods. What chance do you have? Well, if I had a Vurn, maybe a bit better. He spun his sword. Guess I'll see how it goes. He charged her, knowing she would blast him before he was in range. Her hand came up, and he dove to the right, spinning and bringing his blade across hers just as she slashed toward him. She slashed his back, and he rolled, seeing her floating above him. He parried her thrust and rolled, now seeing Kirla was up too. The rogue tossed several daggers, none striking as Evium parried each with magic. Then came another blast of magic, this time from Isliha. The Roos's was bloodied even more than before. Evium laughed, and then a darker and deeper laugh bellowed forth. From the clouds a voice spoke, weak order so foolish to follow. Do you not know you are worthless to the eyes of the Scourge? I'm not here to find worth, Isliha shouted. You betrayed all of us. I am here for vengeance. The Roos's knelt, summoning bolts of lightning in both hands before leaping up and sending a storm of attacks toward Evium. Evium responded in kind, casting ice that absorbed the attacks. Isliha landed just near Evium and sent a blast of fire that Evium met with the same. Their magic struck and blended, the one locking with the other, and a searing scream of energy filled the air of the tower. Fadis was bleeding from the nose. While he wondered if he had broken a rib before, now he knew he had. As Evium kept her attack centered on the Roos's, he ran for her again. She sensed him, he knew it, but the Roos's she fought was powerful. He reached her, striking her across the back of the head, which, to his surprise, managed to knock her out. The clouds above the tower stilled. The winds died down. The Roos's ran up, her magic still summoned within her hands. We must kill her. This is my friend, Fadis said. We will do no such thing. She is evil, Ranger. She is what the people of Aieclo have always said. We were wrong. She is not to be revered but destroyed. Faithless wretches. The clouds churned above them, and a black form appeared on the top of the tower. The form did not stand as Fadis or the others did. Its lower portion rippled like rolling smoke, and its eyes were red. As it opened its mouth, golden light poured forth, and a melody filled the air. The clouds surged above them. Fire shot up into the sky, and ice did the same, spinning around the tower itself. Fadis felt his body become hot and then cold. He stood over Evium with Kirla to his side. "Whatever is happening, we don't have a way to shield ourselves. We need to go," Kirla said. Fadis lifted Evium onto his shoulder, attempting to carry her away, when he suddenly felt her entire body fly upward and out of his grasp. The black form merged with Evium, and Evium's eyes opened with an explosion of white and red, pouring forth like blood. Then, smoke ran out of her eyes, and ice shot out of her fingertips. Evium's hair shifted from blonde to silver, and she spun in place, drawing up pieces of the tower around her, sending out a blast of energy in all directions. Fadis and Kirla tumbled to the side of the tower, and neither of them could see Isliha any longer. The winds coming from Evium combined with the storm above them made it almost impossible to stand. Then, silence. Evium floated down to the ground. Her eyes returned to their normal color. She looked around and then to Fadis. "I have returned," she said. Fadis swallowed the nervous spit in his mouth. "Serve me," she said. "Evium?" Kirla questioned. Evium smiled but shook her head. "She is part of me now. Serve me. I will forgive you for your transgressions." Evium suddenly burst into white flames and fell to the ground, screaming. Fadis went to rush forward, but Kirla grabbed him. Evium was on her knees. "Fadis, kill me! Kill me before she takes control! Kill me!" Fadis suddenly shook, pulling an arrow back to cheek. Evium was crying, pain surging through her body as she attempted to contain or inhibit that which was the Scourge Siren from consuming her. "Do it!" Kirla shouted. "Tell them I am sorry, please! Tell the Stormborn!" Fadis released the arrow, but before it could leave his grasp, the arrow shattered. Evium shot up high into the sky, leaving a wake of shadows. A scream shot out across the clouds before a blast of darkness struck the tower. Kirla grasped Fadis and shouted out, "Help us, Etha!" But the shadows enveloped them. Fadis felt pain all over his body, and then he saw the dark form he had seen before. They were still on the tower, but he could not see the lands around them, only blackness and the red eyes and white hands of the form Evium had taken now. She reached out to him and Kirla, her magic appearing like a vortex of silver blades spinning toward them, when suddenly an explosion of fire shot back the shadows. His first thought was Etha, or maybe somehow Evern. But then he saw the wings of the phoenix and heard the sounds of its shriek. Flames shot back the shadows forming around Kirla. The rogue reached out, creating a wall of fire. Without hesitation, Kirla pulled Fadis onto the back of the phoenix, and though Fadis looked between his legs at the bird's fiery feathers, it did not burn him. The phoenix screeched again, and they flew from the tower. A moment later, a blast of white struck the tower, and both shadow and light went back and forth as the tower shook and shattered, exploding in a blast of energy that shot up into the sky. Fadis looked ahead, seeing over the head of the phoenix as Kirla's eyes flashed red, the same as the phoenix's. "I see Evern," she said. They landed some distance away, the ripples of magic pushing the clouds away from Aieclo and the world becoming suddenly still. Fadis locked eyes with Evern, who looked past him for Evium. Evern stood beside his reptilian beast with his staff above his head, shining brightly. "I saw the signs in the skies. I came as fast as I could. Where is Evium?" They trembled, and a blast of fire erupted from the center of the island. Clouds swarmed back toward the center of the island, and a voice cried out, "Etha will not assail me as before. All will tremble before my wrath." The storms above them surged with energy, and Evern bowed his head. "Lorlam, I tried," Evern said as tears welled up in his eyes. "Darkness has returned." "Come, we must get away from this place," Fadis said. Though Fadis and Kirla were quick to return to the phoenix, Evern went to go to his mount. Plus, he did not wish to leave his friend, but it seemed the friendship was very much a one-way thing at this point. His lizard had fled at the occurrence of the events before. Eivor joined the other two as they took to the sky. "You have quelled a firebird?" he shouted out. "Indeed, Shadow Elf," Kirla responded. They soared high above the frozen lake with the glistening water beneath them. It was then a whirring sound came across the air, the strangest of sounds, and not at all like the eruptions from before. Fadis looked back to the center portion of the island and saw that the molten lake and frozen one were mixing and casting fire and ice high into the clouds. The mountains beneath them trembled to the point it was visible beneath them. "Fly north. We must meet up with the others," Eivor said. As they flew above the shadowy lands beneath them, they could see wraiths moving about in the dusty lands beneath. The clouds before them were dipping down in dark funnels, reaching down to the tops of the mountains, breaking away the rocks. "Aieclo awakens," Eivor said. "I do not know how, but something is truly at work beyond us." The mountains where the tornadoes tore apart the rock became as polished stone, and across the tops of the mountains, light shot from peaks in the west to peaks in the east. A sudden black shade shot up before them. The phoenix screeched, and Eivor used his staff to cast a blast of energy toward the shade, sending it away from them. "Fly quickly. Fly to the north. These wraiths are the strong variety, and our companions may need us." Kirla was already guiding them that way as fast as they could go. More wraiths began to fly into the sky, barely missing them, but as the phoenix dove as a streak of fire toward the dark valleys ahead, she saw light flashing in the valleys. Valrin and the others had come under attack not too far from their destination, but they were surrounded by blackness. As the phoenix floated low to the rocks, its wings beat a wave of flames toward the sides of the mountains and the dark places where wraiths still hid, awaiting their chance to dive down on the Verit Gamblers and the other companions. Eivor dismounted, casting his magic and drawing several wraiths upon himself. The companions continued, pushing through the wraiths as several Verit Gamblers pushed through, and at least one of the random ring-bearers from before was able to cast white light of some kind. "A priest of ether! Rare!" Ordak shouted out. "Rare, but I have no complaints of divination right now." The fires from the phoenix had lit most of the mountain valley and cliffs in bright fire, further pushing back the wraiths and allowing the host to push toward the horn. Upon reaching the tower of the Verit Gamblers, several of them activated defenses built into the tower, and wards came up to shield them from further attack. The wraiths were swarming. Ordak looked out as many of the Verit Gamblers worked to secure weapons of use against the wraiths. The entire visible surface of Aieclo had massive streaks of energy surging over the surface. "What is going on?" Valrin asked. "Aivium," Fadis said. "Her mother, whatever she was or is, has consumed her, but the island is doing something." He noticed the healing vials being passed out by the Verit Gamblers and took one for himself. He wasn't sure how it worked, but it was getting difficult to take a deep breath, and the elixir worked to either heal him or at least push away the pain. As the phoenix lay near the base of the tower, much to the amazement of those present, Eivor spat and sat on a large rock. "I don't know about Aivium, but something is happening beyond us. We need to get back south." He looked to Valrin. "We need to get to your ship." "We have 4 vessels," Telvius said. "They are beneath the tower. The land is tearing itself apart. I worry of the Delkians," Ordak said. "The Delkians, I know of them, and we can get them out with our ships." "Do the Verit Gamblers agree to help us?" Evri questioned. "To go south and kill the vampires?" Telvius sarcastically laughed. "We can't stay here. This place is literally tearing itself apart. We are taking what belongings we can and what sacred items we have acquired already." Several Verit Gamblers were carrying objects around the side of the tower. "We will go with you. It is not even a discussion right now. First, let us get you to your ship and see if we can assist the Delkians. The Verit Gamblers of Aieclo are in your debt." The others who had been ring-bearers seemed lost. "You cannot be forced to come with us, but given everything," Telvius said, "I'd suggest you help us rather than stay here." No one argued with his point, and though Valrin wondered of these many strangers, there was truly no time for discussion. The wards around the tower were shattering. The lizards were burrowing into the rock around them, and Kirla went to her phoenix. Valrin and Fadis waited for her to say something. She seemed to be staring in its eyes, but not moving. "I go with her. I will cover our escape. She says she can hear the cries of the Wraiths. We go to protect the Delkians until you can get there." As Kirla mounted her new companion, Fadis bowed to her. "Take care of yourself." "Of course." The ranger smiled and stared as Kirla and her mount took to the skies. Valrin nudged Fadis in the ribs, and he winced in pain. "Yes, they're there and they're broken." "Just making sure you don't get too into that dozy eyes look when you might need that bow of yours." Fadis laughed. "My dozy eyes aside, that would be great if I had arrows." "We have them on our ships," Telvius said, "and your pain will subside once the potion has ran its course. Now come on." The others had already descended, and as Valrin and Fadis watched Kirla take off and soar down off the cliffside, Evurn was the final person in the line to reach the stairs. If they weren't looking for these stairs, they would have never seen them. They were hidden behind a stone that, while the stairwell itself was hewed from the stone, the step down from the level of the tower to the first step was a near drop-off, and if not careful, one that would not stop until one hit the rocks and ocean below. As they made their way down the precarious stairwell, the shimmering ward around the tower shattered as the earth quaked even more. Several of the ring-bearers fell through. At least two of the ones who were not Verit Gamblers were able to use their magic to pull themselves back up to the rocks, though several did not. The Verit Gambler ships were sleek, with 2 sails and of similar profile to the Aela Sunrise. They piled onto the ships in quick haste, wasting no time. In a matter of moments, they cast off and pushed off from the island. "We sail south!" Telvius shouted. Wraiths swarmed the top of the island, but did not dive for those below them. Something held them back, or so it seemed, and to Valrin and Evern, who had expected to see more fighting, they were quite relieved. In the far distance they spotted Kirla and her phoenix, but she was well ahead of them. "It is not far by sea to travel to the tip where the Delkians are. The currents going that way are swift," Telvius said. "Good," Valrin told him. "I'll be happy to get to my ship." Part 14. The Ranger and the Captain. While the excitement, or more so fear, of their hasty escape had subsided, Fadis and Valrin shared their individual stories and got the crew of the Aela Sunrise apprised of everything that had transpired. Bry seemed distant, upset over Avam's condition. "She saved my life at Gurundothrak. She literally grasped me before I fell to my death." "She saved us all at one point or another," Fadis said. He looked over to Evern, who was sitting by himself with his hood over his head and leaning against his staff. Rossi was coiled on his shoulder. "He has taken this harder than he should," Fadis said. "He could not have stopped her. I know I'm no wizard or Rusis or whatever you want to throw at who took Evium, but I saw quite a strong Rusis who was not even close to a challenge to her. Something else controlled her, something beyond what my arrows could do." His words trailed off, and he looked at Evry and then to Valrin. "She asked me to kill her." Fadis noticed Evern glanced up. "She told me to ask for forgiveness for her and said for me to kill her. She knew what she was becoming. The Rusis of Celier truly thought she was something great, something to offer praise to. They were betrayed as quickly as Avium took power. She saved me once more when Kirla was captured, and I was pursuing her as well. They thought there was something more to Kirla, too." "Well, she is the one riding a phoenix," Evry said with a slight laugh. "Yes, Suvasel will really be amazed by that." And Evium? Bry asked. Every looked down. I don't think she is someone we can help. So, we just leave her to be whatever she has become? Bry snapped. You're a coward! She stood up and Valrin grabbed her hand. She ripped her hand from his. No! He's a coward, Valrin! Why would we ever have him on our ship? He isn't part of our crew, Valrin said. No one is under contract anyway. My crew will always be my crew, but I will not force anyone who does not wish to go aboard the ship. We will return to Taria with those here, and then we will pursue Evium. There is no question to this. The conversation went silent after this. Every walked to railing some distance away. Fadis stared into the deck before him. Those around them who had witnessed the interchange remained quiet, or were unfazed by any of it anyway, which was the case of many of the Verit Gamblers polishing their blades. Of the 3 vessels and all who had boarded them, there would be plenty of room for the Delkians. What is your plan? Valrin asked Fadis. I know you sought your son. I do not expect him to go north to find Evium, but I do not expect you to abandon him or Kirla. He paused. And I wouldn't expect you to. Fadis smiled. I came to your crew, or really, Edanos' crew, still broken. I was lost. I found myself somewhere between Gurundothrak and Urlas. I then sought my son, and you have risked your life, your vessel, the lives of your crew, and now I've cost you Evium, and it's possible her life is forfeit. I went after her, tried to help her, but she is beyond me. My arrows can kill vampires, though. Oh. He paused, nearly forgetting what he was given in Celier. He pulled out the small box and set it in front of Valrin. An old woman, or maybe Etha? Maybe Etha? Valrin asked. She was in Celier. Kirla and I talked with her. Fadis pushed the button, and the gears spun, revealing the circular object. Avern looked over in curiosity but did not approach. This box, I was told to give it to you and... He paused. What? I was told that my time with you would be done. Valrin stared at him and sighed. We'll talk more of it once we're in Taria, he said. But know regardless of your choice, you always have a place within my crew. Valrin tucked the box away. Fadis stood up as Valrin did the same, and they embraced. At that moment, Evern stood as well. He put down his hood and embraced Fadis. You did more than I expected of any ranger. Do not blame yourself for Evium. Her mother is an evil wretch, and no matter our path from or within these seas, eventually her mother was going to call out to our friend. It is an evil that was put to sleep, not destroyed. I will destroy it and save Evium. A blast of rock suddenly shot over the water, nearly striking one of the Verit Gambler vessels. They were near the cove of the Delkians, and fire erupted in the trees near the cliffsides. The high Dwemer towers were fracturing, and the water churned as if it were alive. We near the Delkians! Get as many to the ships as possible! Aieclo is doing something. As they came around the edge of the cove, they saw the Aela Sunrise just as they had left it, but the woods of the Delkians were aflame, and blackness grew upon the borders of the encircling mountains. A loud screech split the air, and Kirla atop her mount shot across the mountain ranges, sending embers in a line to deter the shadowy forms. They came along the coastline, and the warriors aboard the ships dismounted. Verit Gamblers, ring-bearers willing to fight, and the crew of the Aela Sunrise met the fleeing Delkians on the beach. Fadis drew back his bow, spotting 2 shadows nearly upon them. He released his arrow, striking one as Evern unleashed a blast of earth magic, sending pillars up in a wall, shielding the Delkians as they poured toward the vessels. Few of them had weapons that could actually harm their foes, but deterrence was better than nothing. Bry and Valrin were in the center of the battle line as it advanced into the woods, growing shadows knocking down the trees and any warmth from the forest, and flames in the mountains was sucked away as the Wraiths took over the once protected realm. Several ring-bearers fell, and a Wraith grasped at every, but Fadis's arrow distracted it for Bry to send a blast of magic into it. "Fall back! Fall back!" Telvius shouted. Leb was one of the last Delkians to emerge from the woods as the last of their kind made for the ship. Most of the Delkians who were not killed well before they had arrived managed to survive. Valrin went to the Aela Sunrise just as several skeletal forms charged from the woods. Fadis and Telvius were forced to fall to the far side of the cover. Ivern lifted his staff, igniting several balls of flame and then sending them into the forms. Bry sent her own spells, but then the Stormborn activated the crystal weapons of the Aela Sunrise, sending blue bolts of energy streaking across the engulfed lands of the Delkians. Fadis and Evry were cut off from the Aela Sunrise, but were aboard a Verit Gambler vessel. The Aela Sunrise took a covering position, firing repeated blasts both from its main weapons and Ivern and Bry. As the Verit Gamblers pulled out of the cove, Valrin followed behind. The waters had become increasingly choppy, and as they exited the cover, the winds were torrential, ripping the sails of the ships with howling force. They headed south, leaving Aieclo behind, but there was sudden rumbling much louder than before. The mountains of the island seemed to be falling apart, and the oceans around Aieclo churned. Valrin could feel the rudder of the ship shaking, and the ship itself began to pull to the left. The water was beginning to swirl, and rocks rose out of the ocean around them. The cove they had just left was now higher than the rest of the ocean, and massive glowing rocks were visible just beneath the surface of the water. Flashes from beneath Aieclo sent blasts of fire across the water, and suddenly the entire deck of the Aela Sunrise rocked as if they had run aground. Avorn and Bry ran to the sides of the ship. "Something is under the ship!" Bry shouted. "Damn you, Wura!" Avorn shouted. "Wura?" Valrin asked. One of the Verit Gambler ships exploded in a blast of water and wood, and the current pulled them quickly past the side of the Aela Sunrise. "Titans, Valrin!" Evern shouted, his staff glowing. "Be it of Wura or something else, the legends of Aieclo are true. Valrin, Aieclo had monsters. They used them in games in a time well before now, but it seems these monsters have been released and set upon us." Valrin wheeled to get out of the current, but he was barely able to keep the wheel to one side. "Ivern, switch the crystal configuration. We need speed." Ivern went to the aft of the ship just as the vessel slid backward off whatever it had run aground on, and the ship lurched to one side, heading back into the swirling water. He wheeled the opposite direction just as the two Verit Gambler vessels were pulled past them. Fadis and Evry clung to the lines as the ships helplessly circled a slowly opening void in the ocean. "Ivern, you said this was a Titan?" Valrin shouted. "This likely. Maelstroms don't typically just appear like this. It is likely something just beneath the surface." Valrin adjusted his heading, the ship crashing into the current as he pushed around the Verit Gambler vessels, using his ship's energy to head directly into the opening. "Bry, Ordak, Evurn, hold on!" Valrin could see the void ahead, the opening in the ocean, and as the water slapped the front of the ship, coming over in waves, he forced the Aela Sunrise forward. He had to time it perfectly. He needed just enough time to emerge in the void with the side of the ship at an angle, but not too deep in the water that the ship could not pull back out. There wasn't time for anything else. He glanced behind him, seeing the Verit Gamblers only not going into the void because of his own ship. His other companions crowded around him as the lower deck was submerged. "Valrin!" Bry shouted. He saw it. A few more seconds. The ship shifted to the right, and Bry grabbed hold of him as Ordak and Ivern held on to the railings. He looked to his right, the ocean vanishing to their side and rows of teeth gnashing upward to him. He activated the crystals on the railings, and several volleys of blue energy struck into the creature's mouth. The void closed, and massive tentacles shot up around them, just missing the other ships. The other two vessels bumped up against the Aela Sunrise as the waters collapsed back together and rolled away from the center. "Make for the south!" Valrin shouted to Telvius. The shadow elf nodded, shouting orders to his crew. The other vessel did the same. Kirla and her phoenix soared above them, circling the ships. She then hovered in place, looking to the north, her bird's seething heat casting fogs off the frigid ocean. "We're lucky the creature must have just awoken," Evern said, "likely stirred by Aieclo. I can only imagine the monsters now in the depths of the oceans." The landmass rose higher in the water, and a great darkness beneath the glowing stones that were just visible before revealed that there was indeed much more to Aieclo. Valrin could see several beams of energy keeping Aieclo up. He was waiting only for the Verit Gamblers to move forward. One of the ships had sustained some damage before, and they were making hasty repairs. "This Mirage and this Clockmaster character are both mysterious, and I fear what all this coming together means," Evern said. "Urukui mentioned them releasing the Titans, but I did not think it possible. Whatever they have been doing, it must be tied to Aieclo." The clouds rippled above them with energy. A wailing scream pierced the air, and in the clouds higher than Aieclo, a winged form of dark shadow appeared with a glowing form in its center. "Avium," Evern said. Kirla landed with her phoenix on the back of the Aela Sunrise. "Ships!" she shouted. "Ships to the north!" Valrin looked that way and saw 3 vessels approaching of a design that none of them had seen on any of the oceans they had journeyed upon so far. 2 were smaller, but one was much larger, with bronze fixtures and a large glowing center mast. Several flaming bolts shot up into the air from the largest ship, landing just near them in an explosion of blue fire. "Arcane weapons?" Evern asked. "I will distract them," Kirla said. "Get going south." Before Valrin could say anything, Kirla was in the air again and making for the swiftly approaching ships. Another shriek came from above Aieclo, and the form of Aivium with the massive wings of shadow around her body slammed down into the island of Aieclo, sending a shock wave of black smoke that dropped the island back into the ocean. A wave of water erupted outward. The 2 Verit Gambler vessels turned their bows to take the hit head-on. Valrin did the same. The Aela Sunrise shot upward and crashed back down, and already the Verit Gambler vessels had corrected their heading and were making for the south. Fadis was shouting at Telvius and pointing toward Kirla, but Valrin could not make out what he was saying. He looked to the north and saw that the smaller ships had been thrown out of line with the larger one, but all 3 still approached. Several more blasts of blue fire struck the water around them. The Phoenix swooped low, catching the sails of one of the smaller vessels aflame. "Those ships are closing in, Captain," Evern said. "Forget everything else for just a moment, but the Verit Gamblers will not be able to outrun them." Fadis and Valrin's eyes crossed for a moment across their vessels. Valrin nodded and smiled. Fadis had been an original member of his crew, but it was time for them to split from one another, and perhaps it was fate. Valrin wheeled left. He didn't need the pushing of his crew to know what he needed to do. The second ship bearing down on them was aflame now, and a volley of blue bolts shot up toward Kirla. A blast of energy enveloped her, and her creature and her flight path abruptly changed. The Phoenix seemed to be struggling to fly, and it looked as if the bird's flames were not as bright as before. Valrin had a northern heading. Kirla was flying toward them. The large ship fired another volley of bolts, and this time Valrin did the same, the center of the mast of his own ship, sending a bolt of blue that met the arching bolts of his adversary. They exploded together in a blast of icy snow. The Phoenix was quickly dropping in elevation and looked to be falling now. Valrin kept his heading, and he heard the lonesome screech of the Phoenix as it struggled to stay aloft. Several beams of white energy from the deck of the Verit Gambler vessel struck the bird, and it seemed to get just enough energy to float into the water just beside those vessels. As the winds blew upon the deck of the Aela Sunrise, Valrin looked at his crew. Bry was near the front of the ship, in slight cover behind the railing, and Ordak was holding a spear they had used for fishing. Evern was to his side. Fire erupted into the skies near Aieclo, and the winds blew ash across the deck of the ship. "What's your plan?" Evern asked. "We'll see," the captain responded. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The phoenix struck the ocean just off the bow of the ship. Fadis jumped into the water. Kirla was unconscious, and he was sure her mount was dead. The water was like 1,000 blades striking his entire body at once, but he grasped her and reached out as Evry threw him a rope. "Get them up!" Telvius shouted. Fadis and Kirla were pulled onto the deck, and several Delkians began jumping up and down and pointing. "Get that! Get it! Get it now!" One of the priestesses of Ether reached down and put her hand on Kirla's forehead. "She is cold, but she will live. We need to get her out of these clothes and warmed." Several other Delkians were now hanging off the side of the ship. "She was chosen by the Phoenix," Leb said. "You must save that." Fadis turned around and saw a glowing ember of fire just at the center of the Phoenix's extinguished form. He was looking for something to grab the ember when a Delkian jumped from the ship and swam to it. Fadis figured it might be hot, but the Delkian picked it up with no issue. They tossed the rope that way again, and the Delkian tied it around himself. Telvius motioned for the sails to be pulled up, and they were moving. The Delkian was hoisted to the deck, clutching the strange ember. "What is that?" Evry asked. "The heart of the Phoenix will burn out of its chest and become like an egg. We got it just in time," Leb said. Fadis looked to the north, seeing the masts of the Aela Sunrise shrouded in a sudden growing storm reaching out from Aieclo. There were blasts of blue fire that lit up the clouds, and then came the sounds of shrieks, and lightning shot up from the storm, striking Aieclo and the ocean around them. The currents returned in ferocity, and the ships of the Verit Gamblers took that moment to head south. Fadis could not direct them to go north even if they wanted to, and he worried for his companions. Evry embraced him. "Is this the kind of life you've been living?" "Something like this." "Vampires should be easy then." Fadis's thoughts had remained on Valrin and the others. Kirla was still unconscious, but he understood she was sleeping now, according to the priestess of Ether. Several hours passed. They had kept a purely southern route, and eventually Fadis could see a faint outline of an island in the far distance. "Lunis, the northernmost island of a chain of islands just outside the Great Bay of the North, and the islands are just north of the dwarven kingdom of Haradar," Telvius said. "That is where Kirla's dwarven friend is from," Evry said. "That is where he is from," Fadis heard from behind him. It was Kirla, now wrapped in warm robes and looking much more alive than the cold form he had pulled from the ocean. In the crux of her arms was an egg. "She saved us," Kirla said. "I'll protect her until she returns again. I have never felt so alive as the moment I was upon her." She stared at Fadis. "I understand you jumped into the water to save me. A lot for a ranger to do for a rogue." He embraced her, and for a moment went to kiss her, but hesitated. She pushed herself against his lips, and at that moment, Fadis finally felt peace. "Hopefully I don't have to push you into everything," she said with a smile. In time, the Verit Gamblers came in range of the castle of Taria, and the elven banners still flying above the castle. Several elven ships met them to escort them in. A new war had begun, but Fadis, Kirla, and Evry had brought one of the best chances they had to hunt down the vampire lords and perhaps even their queens. Fadis's time aboard the Aela Sunrise had come to an end for now. But his time with the Stormborn had taught him one thing beyond everything else. He can never predict the path he'll end up on, but he can make the choice to push on no matter what and see it until its end. The ranger and the rogue's story would not end here. The Ranger of the North had returned home, and now he had to fight for it. The continuation of Fadis' story is part of Ranger's Oath, Black Moon Wars #1. Ebook and audiobook available now. The Stormborn Saga continues with Book 7, Epics. Thank you for listening.